Close my eyes 들려오는 바람의 노래에 귀 기울여봐 It's alright 두려워 말고 널 내게 맡겨봐 And come with me tonight 모두가 잠든 이 밤에 비밀스레 열린 dreamy wonderland 한 걸음 가까이 떨리는 맘을 숨길 수가 없어 난 그곳으로 가 하늘 위 깊은 곳으로 낯을 올려 난 구름에
Hello, hello, hello.
멀리 기억한 그곳으로 나를 데려가 자유로워
How's it going, everybody?
Just imagine Just imagine
Let's get the main stream up.
Just imagine
Who's ready for a heart attack? I don't know if a heart attack's gonna happen. Listen, it's not that I don't believe in Paper X. I just believe a lot in G2. I think I would be more disappointed by G2 if it was like actually really close. Like, I'm not saying that Paper X is gonna get like 13-5, but I mean like, you know, like a 2-1 with an overtime. I think I would actually be more disappointed even if G2 won with G2 than Paper X. Hello, YouTube. Sleepy. But hopefully, you don't have too much scheduled for the weekend. You can enjoy Masters Toronto. All right, let's turn off the music. Let's bring up the...
They got smoked. They exited that tournament early and then went in, got picked by Paper X, got their revenge in Shanghai to go on to their first deep global run. But now it's almost like reversed roles because Paper X is the team with lower expectations.
see.
Who's on their own miracle run coming into this third match to break the tie.
Yeah, but
There
the
we
thing
go.
is, though, that G2, they're having an excellent 2025, right? They have managed to pick themselves back-to-back trophies.
2-1 for G2 is already a good result for Paper X. Yeah, exactly. I would think so. I would think so.
And I do think,
Again, not that like I
saying,
think
yes,
Paper
I
X is
the
like
parallel.
it'd be like a
Actually, the
miracle for them to
parallel is
win,
very
but
accurate here. But there is that slight difference in that
I think
G2's
that
coming into this one
like G2 aren't they're not you know they're not inexperienced anymore. There's just like everything on like everything. There's like no reason for G2 to not do well.
In the lower, but as you're saying, for G2, so many people have them as favorites of this event. And is
Watching
this
Paper
long
X stomp
time
G2
coming?
before league
Don't
start.
forget, this were the
Ooh.
runner-ups for the previous event. They're having a
Addiction, what are you what are you starting in
crazy
PoE?
Now their next
We will be
frontier
grinding
is to
PoE
be
after the
just
matches
as good as
end,
you were
unless I'm
before
feeling
Gold
terrible.
Tempo.
And not just making it to top two in that last Masters tournament in Bangkok, but winning back-to-back, but now also having that added expectation of having the only Canadian player in the tournament now, with that weight on them as well.
Sunder into Flicker Strike. I haven't tried Flicker Strike in 2 or 1. Obviously, I'm fairly new to PoE.
They were banning that map constantly. They were never very good at it. Now they don't have to worry about it anymore, and they get to bring in the sunset.
It feels like they
which they had quite
what
a
are
bit of
these
time to prep
sunglasses?
for because they're a number 1 seed. And
It
because
feels like,
America finished, like
they
a
just,
month
like,
before this tournament
have 2
started.
waves
And
of
not only
talent.
that, when you are the first seed and you get to jump across the Swiss stage without playing, you also get to see what the other teams are playing. We're speaking about a Paper X that has
I would
played
like
6
to.
out
I
of the
think
7 maps available already
I
in the
expect.
matches
I
that
think I
they've
would be
played.
disappointed with
There's a
Paper X if
lot
they
of
just
teams
like
prepare against them.
Yeah, a lot
didn't
of
play their game at all.
phenomenal
Like if the
work there for
fundamentals just
G2.
flopped.
But of course, though, getting more,
But
focusing on some players here. You got Trent,
I don't think it'll be
who
enough.
Really did dominate Bangkok Stage 1 on that Tejo, and of course had that 100%
Dude.
hit rate on the agent in the stage.
We gotta
But
have
we
Trent
have
shut up
not
all the
seen a lick of
haters.
him all throughout this event.
I would argue that Trent's
Win or
been the
lose,
best
Trent's
player
got to freaking put up
of
numbers with other
If they
agents
won that
today.
map 5 in Bangkok, I think he deserved to win MVP at that tournament.
Yeah, I
he
think
was
we were
the
having that conversation,
best player
right?
in stage 1. Yeah, we were. He was the best player in stage 1
Oh, what's up,
in
Tron?
Americas. He was incredible in kickoff as well. But the big question is Teo. That's going to be gone.
Was it Tejo or was it him? You know?
That's what they said about
He was
Heretics.
incredible when he was a Sova player back in the day.
I mean,
as
yeah,
well.
and I have
But
disowned
Teo,
Heretics.
Yeah, I think G2 was the
I am
best
never
teams
putting them
in terms
ever
of
in my
meta read
pick'ems ever
of the
again.
KO meta. Now,
That's what would
it's a
happen with
question of
G2
whether
if they
into
were
whatever
disappointing
this new
today.
meta is gonna be, if they can be on top again.
Yeah, but we're speaking about a team that has proven so much. Like the synergy that they have between them has been over the charts. Do we think that the Tejo is going to be a make or break?
Jen was
for them?
doing the
I also
content
think
thing.
how
I mean, I'm
that
sure Jen will
change
still be
reflect
doing
way
the
that
interviews
Chobra has
for
been playing, because
Gen
we've
G,
seen
but
a lot of Euro from that. In fact, it's everything
yeah,
that we've
probably
seen
an
besides
expanded
the-
pool, or like the
way
casters,
they
I
evolve.
assume, are just like
Find was
they brought in
out of
the 2 other pairs for
mental. So I
playoffs, 2
wanna
pairs
see if
for
maybe changing
Swiss,
things
2
around,
pairs
that
for
means a little
playoffs.
bit less Euro, getting a
Because
little bit more
that
experiment.
makes it easier
From
for
the
them
early
to like
stages of this tournament, it seems
do
like we're going into
rotations,
kind of a controlled
payments like
double
per
type of meta.
show slash
And
match,
I think that fits
and
G2 really
potentially
well. They
even
already
like
play a lot
room
of
and board,
double
right?
scopes. Even with the Teo meta, Trent is a world.
Have you made transfers? I think I did, didn't we? Oh my god, let me double check.
They can literally just swap him over to one of those roles.
I think I did
And
it
the
last.
biggest question for me is what you're saying. Is Joss still a like 100% Yoru player, or do
Yeah.
we get to see him back on the Raze, back on the Neon, especially that Neon, which has looked so good for teams like Gen
Oh my god, I
Exactly.
didn't.
If we think about texture and the effect
Oh
that
my
he's been
god.
having, I think that Joe can take a couple of pages from that book because we've been very, very
Yeah.
impressed.
Oh, I
and
gotta.
definitely
Oh,
give them an
oh
edge.
shoot.
Most definitely. I mean, this G2 team has so many avenues where
Okay,
they can
transfer
get that edge.
out.
One of those individuals we were talking about him earlier is the guy on your screen right there. It's Leaf, man. This guy
I got
is
big belief in
through
Kayak.
and through. And when he's on your team, 9 times out of 10, he's hitting, he's shooting, he's absolutely cracked out. Mimi, this guy is really unbelievable.
Holy
Student-
Fabio, you
student
freaking
of the game and
saved
such a
me.
key player for this G2
I
team.
like didn't even
G2's back
check.
to winning
Okay, we
stage
gotta
1 in
transfer
America.
this guy
It was a
out.
lot harder in kickoff. They had a lot of map threes. They dropped this series. It was a tough run. And Valen talked.
Hold on, who else am I? Am I transferring out Lysor? I think I'm transferring out
I
Lysor.
feel like he was stepping up in the way he fully needed to as a leader. And I think that's where Leaf comes in and is so crucial. Because not only is he a beast as an individual, but he is such a vocal player who is adding ideas, who is keeping the team in it, and is doing so much to help Valen and the team behind the scenes.
So
to
I
hit
would
the level
need.
that they hit consistently.
And
If I
we go
want
back to the
Alfair, I
matchup
need
that we're having
3
today,
extra
we're speaking about
points.
PRX, a team that's very explosive,
Oh,
down your game,
shoot.
yes, being very
Wait, I'm
aggressive.
kinda- I'm
You
kinda
need
screwed.
A very good strongholder, and Leaf can be that
Yeah.
man and will be that man for G2. So he's not only everything.
Yeah,
that
maybe
we're
I go
mentioning,
for
we
Foxy
know
9,
that today
honestly.
He's definitely going to show up.
Yeah, he's the anchor,
Yeah,
and has been
absolutely.
proven time and time
Or
again to be
no, I was thinking
clutch for
Xphero,
this
right?
squad. No
For
better player to
7?
be that last
Xphero's
man
not
standing
bad.
than Leaf. Now, of
So I
course,
would
let's
just
go
need
ahead and check
0.5,
in
so an
on
8
Trent
pointer here.
Forsaken. We actually had a chance to catch up with Yinsu ahead of today's
I could have
play.
Chronicle.
Now, this is a highly anticipated rematch. I'm now joined by Trent from G2 and Forsaken from
Could you check
PRX.
Discord? Give me 1 second,
you
Clover. I gotta do
were
this before the
Shanghai by
timer.
them, and
Before
now
the
you
timer
bring them as
closes.
opponent as first seed.
Oh no,
So
but I
want
gotta
to
get
ask actually,
Crashies.
What makes the other team a
No, we
worthy
have to get
opponent today? I'll
Crashies.
start with you, Forsaken.
Because I'm a big Crashies believer.
I mean, G2 is like really great team. They're like winner in NA, and they almost even get like a trophy in Bangkok. So yeah, they're really like good against us.
Very strong team. Now, what about you, Trent?
We like playing PRX just because they're W Gaming and they're like the best aimers over there, so we always like to play them.
It's going to be a great match. Now,
So
I've
I
also
have
really enjoyed your shenanigans on social
7.5.
media, you know, your couple poses. So I thought
So I
I'll
gotta
give you
go
an
with
opportunity
Xphero.
to give everyone another one. You guys can replicate this at home. Take it away.
I mean, I could go for Divide, but I'll go with Xphero. We gotta get some RQ in there. Easy
You gotta
peasy.
watch out. Forsaken can get low. All right?
I still
He can
can't
get low.
change.
Gut, that's what I'm saying. Okay.
I still can't
love
change
the
my
energy
IGL,
he's
can I?
bringing in
Oh, I
that
can change my
he's bringing
IGL.
it in the
Ooh.
Swiss stage too. I think this tournament we've seen a more vocal.
No,
more
Kayak's gonna
energetic
farm.
Forsaken that is doing so much to bring up the energy.
Oh, I already
help
have
them
Divide, you're
feel
right. What the-
comfortable on the stage and bring
All
them
right,
through
easy
some
peasy.
really tough games.
And they've been having fun too. Actually, I was backstage just a little while ago. and
Easy
they
peasy.
found like a little softball. They were tossing it around outside in the back.
Kayak's gonna farm, chat. You don't even know.
Really much trying to like. You can tell it's like just kind of cool the nerves.
Make
down.
honestly,
That kinda
Ash
takes
is
your
not a
mind
bad
off
shout for the
what's going on.
IGL. But
Absolutely. Mimi, you're mentioning.
Yeah, you
the
wanted
people
me to
that are
check,
here for
Discord.
the
Give me
first time.
1
If you
second.
think about the team that
Camera
is coming
scare.
from that Swiss stage that has already warmed up to the stage, that is feeling confident,
Yeah.
that is feeling comfortable, that is.
my cough
good
is so
enough
much
to just
worse, but
be
that probably
playing
means I'm
around and just feeling very, very
on the end
relaxed
of
on this
recovery.
match days. That is
Sorry, I
definitely
had to
going
just
make
boot
a
up
difference
Discord.
coming into today.
Yeah, no.
I want to leak my Discord DMs of all the roster moves of every VCT team.
Forward, track by track, but the train almost just completely got off the station. I was watching this at home with my wife, and I got up, and I was like, oh, I'm going to just go make myself a sandwich. I come back, and then this game is still going.
I mean, they were great on their run in Pacific, but they are definitely taking after
Let's see what I'm looking at.
showing up in Canada, and the train has been a bit worse off. They nearly lost an 11-1 game.
Jeez.
So
Cold Brew, just Cold Brew, I'm gonna delete this from this channel because that doesn't belong in the Valorant channel. You can post it again. It's not because of what it deals with, but also I would like to keep channels organized. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete it from Val General, and then if you want, you can post it again elsewhere on Lounge. But yeah.
When in Shanghai against G2, it was also a very strong start for them, but then they lost all that power, and that is definitely going to be one of the demons that PRX has to fight against today.
I think they really have to dial it in, though. If they're taking the amount of solo plays, the amount of risks that they were in that series against...
Yeah, I'll read up on it later. I don't want to... Unfortunately, I don't want to read through it like as we're getting ready for a match.
Aggressive teams, as got showed a year ago in Shanghai.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about that.
I just got robbed by Mechanurium. Oh. Dude, you are going crazy with blueprints.
But I think that especially when I think of Jing and everything that we
No, my voice is just worse. I feel a lot better.
The plays that he was making and how G2 is going to be reading onto that. Then him on the rifle rounds, just buying the judge, satcheling in, generating that space for the rest. I feel like G2 is going to be one of the teams that has a read onto that and a consequence for them.
Yeah, but you have a couple reads here, but let's call a spade a spade.
I would prefer if we didn't talk about it too much, just because then you guys are going to make me like think about my voice, and like I am feeling better, but then you guys are going to make me feel like I feel worse. So you know, those of you who have been here for the past couple of days, you know I've had the flu. My nose is a lot stuffier today, that's probably why. And then my cough has gotten worse, but usually for most colds and flus, whenever I have a lot of phlegm, that's when I'm on like the last day of recovery. And obviously that causes a lot of cough, so...
This tournament, I still feel like when I watch him play Initiator, if he's locking in that Gecko, it is clear that he is a duelist player playing Initiator, not someone who is like super comfortable on that role. He's not using Uthal in the same way other players will. Oftentimes he's making up for that with the fragging. But in this tournament, in that Liquid game, he was getting shut down. He had the most first deaths in the lobby by far in that game. And in some rounds,
G2 versus PRX. I am so curious.
I love him when he goes on any other agent and just picks
I'm
the operator.
so curious. G2. What do you think G2 bans? Pearl? Or Sunset? Maybe Sunset.
No, because you have to have the versatility of if I need the utility, it will be there. But I know that my main strength is going to be locking down with the operator, so I'm going to use that first. And well, if I die, it's a different,
it's a different story.
But if they were to push on me and I survive somehow, I still have a lot of utility to use, So
hey. I think
like it.
the logic is sound, as you'd like to say. All right, well, folks, look, Patman's coming in here.
You think it's Sunset? I think Sunset's reasonable.
He's been thriving on this stage here. He's been, slotting into the Fade, slotting into the Viper for this squad, really handling those roles that are necessary for this team. And not only that, he's also playing very well.
I think G2 might even feel confident enough that it just depends on whether they want to show the Sunset or not. Because probably either Sunset or Pearl, whichever one they don't ban, gets picked. My bet? Split's actually not a bad call either, I feel, but...
individual performance. I can say also that for, I think most of the players, like for example, Davai has been an amazing supportive player as well, but Patman has been very, very impressive.
It was obviously controversial for longtime PRX fans when the band kind of got broken up at the beginning of this year after that really, really bad kickoff from PRX.
Hope this match doesn't end up being a blowout.
By all accounts, I think has been a great addition into this team.
Probably, I mean, hopefully not a blowout.
He's a very solid
I expect it to be a 2-0.
He's never going to be the one overheating, making those mistakes, and honestly, I think that's exactly the kind of player that PRX needs, right? They have a lot of aggression, they have a lot of insane shooters, and the aggression, it works a lot, but you also need a really stable guy.
Very curious as to what comps G2 run. Yeah, and that's what, dude, I am looking at this as like my affirmation / confirmation on the meta. I'm looking at Anders' comps.
And the results are in, and you all said PRX. Whoa.
I mean, the PRX fan base is just So much bigger.
Yeah, did not expect that one, Mimi.
Nor
I
did
think. And then plus Sliggy's.
People are awake, no, Mimi?
You know.
No.
That's
This
like
ain't
so false here.
this ain't a time zone thing. They all just voted.
I think that is also result-based because we still have not seen G2. We
Sure.
have to see how they do without the Deco, and PaperX was very impressive, even though they almost near.
Yeah, I mean
lost.
G2 just
I think it's very easy to be a
from the
Paper Girl
fan
big boy.
perspective, not a lot of fans enjoy
I do
watching
think the biggest,
G2.
like strength for G2 coming in it is that they have had a ton of time to prep.
Yeah,
and
Josh
they are
RT and
really
Anders, I
incredible
think, is just like
coaching staff to come into
it's
new
such
meta
a
that
goated
they've
combo.
rated
Oh, it looks like
double
it's Seth and
but there's still always
Seth and Paperthin.
questions, right?
Looks
When
like it's
you
Achilles and
have to
Paperthin on the
change up
cast.
everything when you still haven't been seen
Yeah.
versus a team that, well, it
We can
was
see them behind Mimi.
has been on an absolutely ridiculous run throughout the Stage 1 Pacific playoffs, and now here at Toronto as well.
Yeah, it's okay. That was a fascinating poll there. All right, we don't let everyone know though. Quick reminder: make sure you get those pickups.
The PaperX fan may start with Ziggin and Jing. No, I mean I think it was. I think it mostly started once Jing joined the team. That's when like real W gaming started.
All of that is on the line. Make sure you go out there and do it. Boom, easy peasy. All right.
Have I-
This sounds
we've
free stuff. We
updated
like
the
free stuff. And let's go
default
ahead and
one,
see
right?
What our talent predicted for this matchup. Well, okay, so for both matchups,
I'm, like, so
we
scared.
ended up getting a lot of Sentinels fans, but Kukuka, you holding the fort for XLG. Same thing with Wyatt and Sue.
Listen,
I did.
I am
okay.
scared 'cause as
Fnatic's
you see,
winning, by the way.
Achilles is
Just so we're
10-0.
clear.
He must be
Yo,
Nostradamus.
he's got to stop, man.
I think that today he's going to be stopped, but as you were saying, XLG for me, I am so sold after what we've seen for the Chinese teams. I'm jumping on that train. I'm just leaving
PaperX Sentinels. Damn, Achilles, really?
Easiest person to convince on Earth.
Really?
Sold by a first-time all-rookie roster with the
PaperX,
Cell Basketball, but they
really?
Storyline, Mimi. Best
Okay.
storyline.
Just mad that Achilles
He's 10-0 and he's going PaperX.
smile on his picture.
That's
That's
bold,
Oh, no.
man.
The man's a wizard, clearly.
I mean,
All
dude,
right, folks. Well, we're done the
dude.
yapping. We've talked
Regardless
about
of
what
whether
we're gonna be
PaperX
seeing
wins or
here
not,
today.
PaperX has to give him
Let's
some
go
props
ahead
because he
and
just
get
put
this
his perfect
playoff
score on the
started,
line.
shall we? It's G2 versus
That's
PaperX.
actually
We got
insane.
XLG versus Sentinels.
I cannot
Day
believe he
6
did
of
that.
Masters Toronto is going to be starting right now.
There's no way Sen lose to XLG. No, I think they can. I honestly think if it wasn't for the roster change, I would favor XLG after seeing how Sen played. XLG is pretty good. But it's just like roster change plus meta change. It's hard to have faith in XLG. It's not that they can't win, but... Achilles blundered on the Sen pick. I mean, I think Sen XLG is like it's a toss-up. We just don't know how XLG is gonna look with Meaty.
We have tournament in PC Club and it was like no one knows us. And then we win Ascension.
It is crazy. XLG team, they had to make a roster change back then too with Crystal.
And then after Ascension, we start in kickoff, but we lose to EDG. After this, we practice a lot. We told ourselves we need to go Masters round. And we know we're here.
I'm very hyped.
Can you get the volume up? Yeah, I can raise it a bit more.
A lot more progression than from Bangkok, so we're on the right track. I think we showed some good resilience, and I think we made it entertaining at the same time.
Being from this TCN first seed, we came here to prove ourselves, so we want to show we are ready.
John will definitely have his hands full, but any team we play, he's going to do his homework and he's going to do his thing, and he's going to lead us to victory. No matter who you are, Sentinels is going to come out on top.
Dude, that pose, man. Why'd they have them pose like that?
We playing G2, they pick us. Last time when we chose G2, it didn't go our way.
Oh, JD Faker.
This time they chose us. We're looking to get our revenge.
We were in the opposite shoes before, where PaperX picked us last year in Shanghai. Actually gave me a lot of motivation to beat them. But no matter how motivated or focused you may feel, just know we're gonna be more than you, and we're gonna come out on top.
Jogemo, he stole the trophy from us.
This could be it. Another chance for James.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about that.
Every time I see the LA bundle finisher, it still haunts me to this day. For Jogemo, I know you've been hitting insane shots lately, but this time we're gonna shoot even harder.
It's our standard at G2. We're built for lifting trophies.
Damn, Valen, you did not just say that. Oh, that's
Right now,
bold.
It may not seem like it because we don't have the international one, but eventually it's gonna come, and I think it's gonna be this team.
They gotta lift it if you're gonna say that. They gotta lift an international trophy. Why did JD Faker leave? I think he just left. I think he just moved on, as far as I know. Good look at the fans. Dude, PRX G2 opening playoffs match is crazy.
PRX.
I've been loving Vansilli at this event.
And here we go.
He's also just having so much fun, like whenever he does the content stuff.
G2 esports versus PRX, a rematch from Master Shanghai. Two of the teams that have been prolific in the sport of Valorant ever since its inception, and here we are today.
And that's what I wanted to give it a right. Oh, dude, finally. Sorry about that. Sorry it took so long, but we figured it out finally.
It was Dojimo stealing PRX's trophy away from them. I thought it was going to be the last match for Jing. They came back. They had their
Hope it does
lows,
good
but
for
now
you.
another
All right,
global
split Lotus
for their
Icebox.
And then we look at this Omen map select. We're going to
If
see
any
that
of the
split
mods are
is
here,
going
if we
to
could
be
get
our
the
first
map
round
command
taken out
updated,
by
that'd be great. I'll put up the
PRX. I'm
Gamba.
surprised
Oh, the
because
Gamba's
we
already
saw
up.
in
What?
the playoffs in America,
Never mind. Our mods are
G2
great.
actually picking this map a lot, so I hope that they have a good read. Of course,
Franz will go.
we expect to see a G2 without that Deco. But as you were saying, Mimi, that double
Snoggy with the
control that has suited most of the team
the
is going
sickly
to be
Korean
fielded
cast on the
also
pistol.
on the side of G2.
Got
As
it.
I said, 6 out
All right,
of
we
the
start with a good
7
stretch
maps
too. That's good.
already shown by PRX in this competition. So I'm very
Every
excited to see how
stretches
that
in.
starts off.
Yeah, both of these first
Straighten your
two maps
backs.
for PRX are going to be their Yoru raised.
We gotta be in tip-top condition for Path of Exile after, so get your stretches in now.
Style here. In the past, Valorant teams have been excellent.
Ooh, Tron, hope you feel better. Yeah, no worries.
Very slow around the double smokes. For me, I fully expect them to go that way. The question is just, what is
I drank a ton of cold brew to
Yeah.
stay awake, but forgot caffeine has a calming effect on my ADHD. Hope I don't doze off.
Do they still want to play the Yoru? Because, well, you know, Teo
can
is
make
pretty
it
much
work.
gone. Yoru is still
Thank you,
probably
Snoggy.
one of, if not the most busted agent in the game.
You cannot be scared when you play against PRX.
How many rounds will
You need to
PRX get?
face off against that
I think
aggression,
PRX
and I
will
think that
get
having
a
the Euro and having
total
Giacomo, he knows exactly
of
how
16
to do it.
rounds.
We're seeing it in the video. He stole that trophy for them. And I think that today he might know exactly how to play against them. And also, do not let them get into your head. We also saw PRX taking a little bit more time in that huddle, just having a last final words because they know how important it is. If G2
Dude, Mindfreak is
lift the
chilling.
expectations, this is not going to be easy for PRX.
Mindfreak's like, we're going to lower bracket anyway.
Let go of the gas. Don't
You're on
let
my paid
go of the
vacation.
gas. That's my assessment.
That Team Liquid game in the Swiss stage to qualify here for PRX. Honestly,
Why do
they
people
should
call
have
Divide
won all
David?
3
Isn't it just
maps.
because
They
FNS
should
started
have
calling him
won
David in the beginning?
And they should have stomped on map 3. It had to go
Was it
to
before that?
OT because they let off the gas. They started making mistakes. They have to show a much more focused showing here.
PRX
instead
are
of
the
sticking
underdogs,
like
to be
G2.
fair.
We really hope that
They
they
really
learn from
shouldn't
their
be feeling
mistakes,
too much
because Mimi,
pressure.
You're saying they should have won.
I mean,
ended
I
up
think every
thinking
pro
they could have
should
lost.
always feel
They could
pressure,
have
but
lost all of those maps just because they get into their own heads. They know that they
Cardamom,
can
what's
win. And when you
Cardamom?
get
Ginger's
so
always
close
very
to it,
good.
you
I've been drinking a lot
still
of different
have to push for the
teas
win. You
and
have to be convincing.
meds
But
and honey
if
and
that was the PRX that we had to see in Swiss, if it was going to happen, it had to happen in the
I don't know what
past. Now
Cardamom
when it
is.
comes to
Ginger
players,
always
when
works
you're
well for me.
Going up against the best of each
I feel a
region,
lot
you have
better
to be prepared.
than what I sound like, trust me. My voice is just kind of shot, especially with the stuff he knows. Alright, let's see. What's G2 gonna bring us? I think that's... Well, no, Trent's gonna change. Surely.
Okay, look at that. Yeah, I'm old, everyone. I'm old.
Surely Trent is gonna change.
Trent 1-for-1 onto the fade, and this comp works perfectly fine.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No,
With Giacomo
surely.
going on the race, that would be a change, right? We're speaking of him just playing the Euro constantly. If we are
I mean,
to see
Giacomo
that
Reyes
change, that
is
would be
good.
interesting. Still, the
Giacomo's
Pirates
race
just wanna
was
keep us waiting.
keeping up with, you know, he was
Potentially, but of course,
he was
what you were saying
going
before
neck and
about
neck with
Giacomo
Jing
Reyes,
at the
I saw
Champions
Giacomo
Finals in
Reyes. He's also
2023.
played the Rays plenty of times
sure.
as well,
Yeah,
too. So he's got that.
And it's been his best
Okay.
stage in history.
Yeah,
Oh?
absolutely, but we haven't
Sova?
seen the race since Bind
Against
was in the map
your
with
race?
Sergio.
Yeah, good call. Good
I've
call.
missed
Okay,
it, quite
okay,
honestly.
okay.
At least
Okay,
it's still
okay,
off the
okay.
bike, but
Okay,
there's
okay,
no
okay.
surprises. This guy is one of the
Trent
best
friggin'
lurk
toying
players
with
on
us.
that
Oh,
run.
he goes on the
So
Euro.
intelligent and yeah,
And it is
unfortunately, just gonna
fade.
be the same thing. There's
Oh,
the
John
fade
was still gonna
pivot.
play the
Okay, this
Euro.
is pretty much
Oh.
what we thought, right? You're
Okay.
still gonna get the double
Really?
flashes
They're still
with both
valuing the
Luigi and
Euro, okay.
You have tons of line control. with
I would have
that
actually
stun
liked
and
to see the
overthrow
race, but
as well. This is just a straight up good comp, and it's honestly a really
dude,
easy
Trent knows.
pivot
Trent knows
for the
everyone's been
account.
talking.
Yeah, we're seeing
He knows
here
everyone's
an
been talking crap.
80% map win. That one loss that they had was an overtime against 100 Thieves, if I'm not mistaken, and it was a 14-12.
Your fade is
Another-
good, though.
another map
Yes,
that they
your
could have
fade is
won
very good.
perfectly. So G2 should be extremely comfortable, and their opponents nothing.
All right, folks, we're set for the first map of playoffs. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters.
All right.
Make some noise for Achilles and Paper Thin.
Nice.
Thank you very much, Tess. Here we are. Playoffs
Wow, Paper
is
Thin
finally
really
upon
just
us, and off the rip, a
just
rematch
going
from Shanghai.
hard onto the
G2
sweaters,
going
huh?
up against Paper Rex. This time, G2 having the selection.
Paper Thin loves
pretty
his
wild
sweaters and
that we're gonna
cardigans.
see a very similar opening to Masters that we saw back in Shanghai last year. They also played each other in Champions, where G2 took them down 2-0 in the group stage. So a lot here to prove for Paper Rex. They're a team that looked like they might be cruising into these playoffs.
I would actually, I would argue that Jemkin is probably the best Euro right now.
Moment, but got it together, got themselves here. These are two teams with multiple regional titles, but only one player on that stage has any global title at all, and that's Giacomo. So for everybody else, the path to getting that Masters trophy starts right now.
The theme for the event is redemption, is reflection.
I think Izu
Divine
and or Buzz could have gotten
back
there,
on that moment, losing
but
the trophy to Giacomo wants to get some
I think
revenge here today.
Jemkin.
Toronto, are you ready to kick off the playoffs?
Let's go.
Paper X starts on the
Early
defender's
haunt
side.
against the double toxic screens on A.
Of this matchup. And they're grouping up towards mid. This is something G2 likes to do a lot on their pistols, is put mid pressure
Yeah,
down. It doesn't matter
but I
what
think the
map it is.
important thing is difference is that they put a fade eye early to really stall and get info,
A tiny little tick of damage taken there.
and then they force this,
Meantime,
and then they go for B because they didn't see anything on A, but it's going to be the wrong move. It's going to be the wrong read.
Gave away so much information there with just Trent's little peek. But now, Paper X, I like this. Trying to
Are we
come-
mirrored? No, there's no raise. Okay.
Only flanks to come through here for Paper Rex. HL's not going to be able to find too much damage. Just going to barrel their way down through elbow.
Oh, shoot. How does something get that?
Responding in kind. Patman feeling one back to back, flushed out. Now it's all down to Patman. Top of the spike, the swing.
Oh.
Trent is good for
Oh,
that.
Trent is shutting the haters down from the pistol. Let's go.
I mean, just everybody trying to
I mean,
fight
listen,
for
I
that
like
moment,
Paper
that
X, but
toxic
I
screen.
am so
That's a
sick
great
of the
placement
Tejo
there.
Merchant
Keep the
narrative.
positions hidden just a little bit extra longer for G2. You can really line up.
Honestly, Meteor Yordan. Meteor's Euro was also pretty good, but I think like Jemkin, dude, Jemkin's Euro usage like got real good throughout stage one. Like I think he's the only one that I see consistently utilizing like every nuance of Yoru, like every map he plays. The way that you can flash, like Yoru has so many unique aspects. The way you can bounce the flashes, the way you can do long range flash support, and like, yeah, like a lot of people still do that. But then like combining that with the ult usage, maximizing ult's distance, utilizing ult sound with line of sight. I don't see any pros really utilizing that as much still. The only thing he hasn't done is a fake clone, really.
Left on the floor. Divide does get picked off.
Yeah, it's a nice find. Let's see what Paper
We're gonna
X
get
wants
some
to
rest.
do.
Toronto people better.
They're gonna really make a go for this. Sometimes they will, but most teams will just die to the spike here, or at least try to. Real
I mean, yeah, I think you just wait
danger
for the
players
exits.
leave. Let's see if Paper X is gonna be ready for that. A tremendous lurker. Never know when he's gonna show up.
The Leaf is going for the lurk. That's incredible.
Delay with the util.
Maximize the ult points.
Further cycling them back. Leaf.
Forsaken was kind of ready for it, but the timing.
Forsaken does get taken down. Himself can go ahead and
Ooh,
upgrade this
Sheriff
shield now.
upgrade. Dude, he has got him pinned.
Ult charges as he
They
swoops
know.
around the back here of Ali.
Or Leaf knows.
Coming in.
Okay,
Patman
well.
does manage to find it. Picks up back kill. Pushes to the corner. finds
Really?
it. Patman gets another nice shot.
With the Stinger, okay.
Overall clean kills here for the Fate
So
of
they
PRX.
maximize 3 rifles, but they prefer ult points. Granted, it was only on the Omen, so I don't...
Yeah, pretty stock standard stuff for G2 so far.
I actually think that was a little greedy on Valen's part, no?
See any space on the map, they're going to immediately take it. They're a hungry team.
Omen killed.
Patman doing his best there on the back line. Overall, G2
Hey yo,
able
no
to
void?
keep a couple of those Guardians and Bulldogs in, a little bit of a buy-up as well, but see what Valen wants to do if he's going to go
course
for
he wants
anything.
a Stinger.
Stinger, I was going to say, I should know better.
Leave the dream seer to me.
Least shocking.
What about on
purchase.
Lotus yesterday? Lotus yesterday.
Trent sending out the Hawk here to see if he gets any kind of reveal. Is escort forward towards ramp. Not taking any chance of.
They used Fault Line as well.
Not even just TPing back across and through main. Sounds like after this minor exploration, G2 going to look to change it up a bit.
Yeah, already a little bit too much contact for their liking. And that's a team that is, this is a team that
They're
is
very
diligent about
fast,
those kind of
though,
things. They are
right?
so smart.
Pressure
about
ramp, and then they
identifying
make noise until the
who is
last
where.
second, so people can't immediately re-clear.
What kind of opponent
Or you'd have to
setup
use
they're gonna be
util,
dealing with,
and by then you already
looking to
started
find
exploring
the
mid.
weaker side, and they
Listen, I'm not
seemingly
trying to
have
glaze
done so
them, but the
again,
expectation is that
PRX
G2 should be playing well. Unless I see something that's like a big question mark.
Forsaken, otherwise not able to find too much damage. Does get a glimpse, but able to bounce out.
Ooh, good spam.
Take it down. Joggle up onto the spot here. On Device going to be overwhelmed. Talon arrives.
Yeah, Device a little overwhelmed, and then you still had Jonah P. I mean, dude, this
Putting up the
is...
heroics, looking to do some more. Stem the bleeding as much as humanly possible. Shock. Right of the rope. Push over the top. Balance does end up falling to the wayside.
Oh. Yeah, that burst. That's rough.
PRX will get themselves a win here.
PRX, I mean, they get by.
Lose out on 3 players.
Yeah, I mean,
PRX has to watch out for that, though.
lack of mid control this time.
If you're basically...
not able to figure
What
out
G2 does there is Forsaken spams the one way, right?
push is going to be from G2.
And as soon as that happens, they just flood from heaven, because if you're focusing heavy still on main, you're not going to have a very strong site, because they were already in heaven. Otherwise, you would have heaven guarded,
Is able to show up just in time.
and you already had mid control. So PRX has to kind of watch out for that. If you're going to keep eyes on mid, I think at a certain point, you have to be ready to commit and push fully out of mid, or main, sorry.
Get him a bit entrenched here in garage. One way now on the setup.
Where's the Korean Oh my god, I totally forgot. Nobody called me out during the pistol. That's my bad. I'll do it next round.
Eats a bit of damage, but is able to go ahead.
I'll do it next round. Wow, I totally forgot.
When Forsaken's done that before, it's been a hold around the corner or in the cubby that Jogamo's looking
You
at. This is the
did?
first time we've
Oh,
seen him use
what?
that smoke to jump up on top of the box. That is
That's
a
my
great
bad.
change-up from PRX, and it costs G2 dearly.
Player advantage for now going to be.
I was too excited for the match.
Divide playing closer to Bale's going to be spotted. Chingy in the line share damage, but on the re-swing. Finds Leaf, and now it's all down to Jogamo. Divide. Johnny on the spot, hounds him down, and that is PRX tying things up 2-2.
All right.
One of the ways you can disrupt G2 is if you can find the timings when they're thinking about doing their executes, when they're thinking about trying to use some of that util. Forsaken
That
there
was a good push
works
out.
his magic. That is absolutely brilliant stuff from him. Divide there.
All right, thank you to Snoggy for redeeming the Korean cast. Sorry I'm a little late, but we'll get it this round.
This is one to be scared of if you are PRX. It's just
자, G2가 이러면 역시나 스팅어 바이를 하겠죠. 스팅어 4개. 언제나 3개 이상이면 성공률이 되게 좋았던 G2인데 스팅어라는 거는 속도를 되게 빨리 올려야 되거든요. 와, 아니 셰리프 한 자루로 지금 장거리에서 찡을 잡고 발린이 벌써 더블 TP? 아니 근데 이 정도면 벌써 영역을 너무 많이 먹었어요. 이러면 지금 사이트도 안전하고 포스트도 지금 좀 넓게 벌써 양각을 다 만들. 아, 요루 궁까지 정보 완벽합니다. 한 명 일단 잡아놨고 밀어놨어요. 자, 나머지 한 명 찾는데 지금 헤븐까지도 없으면 이거 A메인 의심하거든요. 벌써 알고 있죠. 조나피가 알고 있어요. 아, 이러면 이거는 PRX가 정말 순식간에 그냥 당했습니다. 그러니까 2킬 하나 때문에 찡이 잡히는 거 하나 때문에 다 무너졌어요. 근데 뭐 그거는 뭐 찡의 잘못이라기보다는 트렌트가 총을 너무 잘 쏴가지고. 와, G2 매섭습니다. Damn, the good old G2 Stingers. Honestly, why does this matter when it's foretold that Nongshim is winning champs? I mean, we let the other teams have a little fun.
Absolutely nasty stuff. Like you said, Valen, way ahead of where
I mean, to be fair, chat, the kill on Jing is just a nice shot. And then, literally as soon as the kill happens, Valen just TPs into heaven. I mean, it's just so fast, you're not expecting that. Because he double TPs, and at that point, if you still see people in ramp, Valen knows he's safe in heaven. If you don't see people in ramp, maybe Valen dies, but you get ramp and sight. So the best thing PRX could have done is just completely back out, but that's hindsight 2020.
The trap play doesn't come to fruition. Batman now going to be slowly creeping his way through the spawn to try to set up a flank here.
G2 is going fast. They're not letting PRX try to find the timing.
Reading the plant spot. Finds a headshot on the
Yeah, that smoke's that's a bit of a miss on the smoke.
Gives you the man advantage too.
Spike planted.
1 drop checked, but there's the timing. Jogamo swinging.
What's going on with the audio?
When it's the worst possible moment, there for something.
Is the audio?
Batman needs his flank to be big, but it is being watched, and it's just going to be taken down.
Something's weird about the audio, no?
Player advantage now. Here for the side of G2, the push into the smoke for Sick, able to find
Maybe it's just a certain observer that's like audio's.
Arriving on the Raptors and finding Jonah P, finding them all.
What the heck?
Divide gets the 3K. PRX gets to the fuse, and we stay tied up at 3-3.
Forsaken's creativity on the Omen is something else right now. The way he uses this smoke to set himself up to initially delay the plant, give themselves that man advantage.
I think one of the observer or a couple of the observer feeds are
trying to come out of alley, and that sets up Divide for the nice bait and switch. And
sending like the audio channels are broken.
Drops the elbow down on top of G2. Got some ults to work with though now. Got a Nightfall. You've got a pit there for G2. You're one away
this
from a
one's
Holy
fine.
Thunder. Close to some big ones.
Great play from great play from PRX though.
From a dimensional drift, so a lot to work with here for both squads in terms of the ult economy.
Might just be looking to up the pace here once again. Pressure here.
Dude, this is turning out to be a really good match because now G2 is pushing up the pace. Like they're both reacting to each other real fast. Okay, the TP to force him out. Dude, they are setting up Valen so... Dude, everyone else is being the distraction, and then Valen just sneaks in, man.
Whizzing past the enemy Omen. Stays alive.
What the heck? Oh, NT. The Nightfall's huge. Huge retake.
And that is going to be PRX. Once again, scraping by with a retake as things get chaotic and regaining the lead by 1.
Well, their mechanics are looking really strong right now for PRX. They're flooding together. It didn't work early, and now it's starting to really come together for them. A few kind of off-kilter moments early, and it maybe looks like G2 is going to be able to hold it down.
Yeah, that peak from Jog was rough. I think the peak itself was okay, honestly. I don't know. I think in his position, the peak timing probably it looked pretty good.
Controlling the front of the site. Really nicely done. G2.
Oh, there's timeout.
They want to take a timeout to think about this. I mean, I can't really fault G2 in a lot of these rounds so far. I think they've been doing a lot of things.
I think the problem G2 had in the past couple rounds, even the ones they won though, is that they came in with the mindset that they're gonna get info, pressure all 3 lanes fast, and then get map control. And since PRX answered back by suddenly hitting fast on 2 extremities, their response has just been to go fast in another area. And probably something they want to talk about is like, let's slow it down a couple rounds, right? Wait it out, draw out their util. Then we take the re-clear on a timing, and then we get map advantage on a timing rather than like within the first 30 seconds.
That's without Jing being able to find a huge amount of impact. Killers for the moment has been involved in these eliminations with the 4 assists that he has, but that rocket seeming like maybe the best.
Oh, you gotta tell us what you had for dinner, Yugi boy, when you come back.
For sure, it just was a kind of an awkward situation there. You know, G2's trying to play ahead of the Rocket, but I think you can give Jing a bit of a pass as long as he kind of steps it up a little bit, because he's been their best player so far in this event. So for sure, not the end of the world. But the bigger thing here for PRX is they came out ahead in that ult economy, and now they can use this Viper's Pit to completely make mid unassailable and stack up over on one side.
Patman just threw the wall,
big read from Batman. Huge.
Realistically from G2, how do you try to pivot from here? What does the play look like when you don't have that Yoru to try to cause disruption and chaos on the entry? Valen's shown that he's more than willing to go double TPing forward, but without those added layers, those flashes in behind, it can be a lot more difficult. It seems like they're going to
I mean, you had to expect the pit to come out in mid, so I think they were just expecting aggression from one side, and they tried to go slow here, but
Spots out one trench, just quickly traded back, drops the pit here in mid.
It's
a big pick.
Of open space on the map, just going to be Forsaken, potentially over on the A side. Patman may be thinking about sliding back over into a 2-2 here.
I mean, PRX has Euro too. They should not be losing this round no matter what.
Any contact. G2 still a bit away.
Cycles the smoke out here onto the main entry.
30 seconds.
What are you gonna throw? Just a haunt?
Ready, util in hand, trying to set
Paranoia. Ooh, they know he's on site. Huge counter paranoia, dude. Forsaken. NT. I think the zoom in was a little weird there. He would have gotten that kill if he didn't zoom in, I think.
Tuck around the corner. The nade going to be sent. Time seal delivered. Jing will go ahead and get himself on the board. As PRX this time able to avoid the sting around.
Yeah, they read this round really, really nicely. I like using the Viper's Pit right away. That's a part of the map that has given them problems on some of the rounds they've seeded. Here, Patman. Nice. Oh my
what
God. This makes a good read. G2 doing a little bit of homework though. The last time that PRX was on this defender side against Team Liquid, that's the corner that Devi was tucked
Doll. You had prawns for dinner, now you're making me crave doll. That's why I love hearing everybody's menu. Just makes you want all the different foods. I love food talk.
Now in play.
Yo, Godshot. Final score? I mean, honestly, I wasn't expecting PRX to already have 5 at 5-3, so I probably would have been wrong no matter what I said.
Line swing out here from Devi. Jogamo tagged up. Something on the opposite side. Able to go ahead and flush out.
PRX is being very proactive. It's great to see.
Into a 4v4.
As soon as he kills Leaf, something's over to the other side of the map. Reads this.
You finally unlocked Waylay. Now you can finally play the game. Okay, they know. Oh. Dude, Yoru flashes are OP.
Leading the way. Jogamo instantaneous with a headshot.
Holy.
Gets rid of the operator. Gets rid of Jing. As he is still absolutely frying. Patman swinging around the back. Jonah P perfectly ready for it, but like he had to read, but able to have the shots. Up now, scooped up here for Jogamo. Fake teleport. As Patman will reroute up in towards B Heaven.
I think Patman gets the kill on Trent here if he peeks.
Trent gonna be the first line that he has to try to cross.
You should know. Oh, never mind. That's a nasty angle to be holding from Trent. What an awkward angle to be holding.
Keeping things close.
Holy.
PRX tries to go for some early aggression to deny the plant. The judge up front gets denied by the clone. This is a jog round. His Yoru on the biggest of stages is one of the best. He is so tricky to deal with.
Oh, that's on the op kill or the op death.
Frustration there from something.
Damn.
Feels like he probably should have had that.
Who are you rooting for? Honestly, I'm rooting for Trent.
In some ways, but they just weren't quite coordinated enough.
I need all the Tejo merchant narrative writers to shut up.
Over on the A side, Jogamo going to go on a dimensional drift.
Second one of the half.
Jing's in trouble.
Leading forward, and he's going to be able to spot quite a many few players here.
That's a lot he's found, though. What do they do about Jing?
Out of this one, and Jogamo somehow comes away with the kill. Something taken down. Jing just get flushed out. Not before he's able to find one.
How does Jogamo win that?
Pit now invested here on the site.
What?
Divine Forsaken swooping around from main versus 4.
Oh my God. Jogamo's shutting everybody up, including me.
The spray just a hair off from being able to find Jonah P. But Check in from Devi. Couple tags, but kill not found. Trent lingering forward. Forsaken trying to get creative with it up and over the top of the screen, but eventually does get found.
I mean, we consider a save at some point, yeah?
Got the shorty at the ready. Looks like Devi's going to want to try to exit, but he will not
Oh my
be
God.
allowed to. G2 take everything from them, and they tie us up at 5-5.
Yeah, I mean, again, such great stuff there. Off the dimensional drift, getting so much information.
And then getting the kill on the exit.
Yeah, just absolutely brilliant stuff.
Dude, what?
He's doing everything in this round for G2. You give Valen that much information, and he is going to rip you apart. You have the pit for the post plant. Tremendous.
Damn, dude. John was killing it, 12-6.
Certainly are.
Where are you?
In a spot where this could end up being a 6-6 half. Launch over the top, Valen. Rest of the team
Jog does have
immediately
swagger.
Chase here at ramp,
Like,
firmly in their
actually
control.
the word swagger.
Position though for the side of PRX.
The other two didn't get hit, right? Yeah. G and Forsaken didn't get hit. The Haunt. Well, that's rough.
As the night falls, who's up? But this is damn near everyone. Devi a hair off, being able to have the angle. Something spots everyone on the exit. Doesn't have the time to double back to go for a weapon, just trying to intercept.
Fake teleport for fake teleport. I mean, they know.
Just all about timing here
Okay.
or something. You can see Jonah P aware of it.
I almost saw it. Yeah, you gotta wait now. You gotta wait for Patman.
Patman now arriving.
Spike planted.
You have two flash. You have everything.
Three with just the one rifle between them heads going to be spotted.
Ooh,
taken off.
dude.
Something will collect the weapon.
Oh, they were not in sync for that.
The silent drop. Two flashes available to try to utilize. A double stack at backside. On the peak, nothing noted there. Sends the flash.
NT.
Able to turn it, able to find the kill.
Do you think teams can really be getting away without Raze on split right now? Both Sen and G2 are trying to skate with Solo
Even
Euro.
though the beginning part of this round looks like it's going to be really dangerous for G2. Got the full 5-man stack for
I think it's fine. I think Yoru
not able to catch a player on the
Yoru
exit
gives so much map presence on defense. It allows you to play more aggressively on defense. And then on attack as well. You now have extra options for lurk and rotates. And then the ult is, I think, really good. I think the ult is really good for split.
On those lurks. He has really done a good job. Even if he doesn't necessarily win the battles, it's still about having that info and having that awareness.
I think Raze is simpler. I think Raze is easier to execute. But I don't think Yoru's ceiling is any lower.
See Valen looking for it. Wary of it.
Yeah, that same smoke cost him dearly. He's gonna be
I think something
aware
had
of
one
this
of them
time.
full flash, but the other one was only half, I think.
Jumped up on the box. A little bit of spam in mid. That's gonna maybe shift somebody over. No, okay. PRX opts for a different angle.
And something is not on the correct one if the swing comes through. Okay, does
Yeah,
send out
PRX
shots. They
wants the
noted each other.
6-6 desperately, to be honest.
Towards vent here from Jogger.
Granted, I mean, they're playing double duelists, and like Jing's Raze is really good, but
Ride that right side rope up though. Continuing steadily.
Ooh.
Push for a bit little moment there.
Ooh.
Quick peek.
ooh,
Should be a flash.
doesn't know. He's got to be quick.
Back away, but just gonna be the
He would have been quick.
So does get information. They know that it's being watched. Two players set up here. Inside of B Heaven. Divide. Jing. Looking to try to hold this line. Jing able to find one. Blast packs across the way.
Oh, okay,
Towards
okay.
safety. Paint shells to try to buy some space.
Good backup from Forsaken, but I mean, every time on B, G2's so fast with how they get the crossfire going.
Having to do everything.
Dude, the
They cannot make it
jiggle,
happen.
too.
7-5. G2 are out in front of the half.
Little bit of a run there early for PRX, but G2 punching right back with 4 in a row of their own. Really found their
Okay, but the
groove there
Sentinels.
as
Okay,
the
but the
half wore
Sentinels
on.
thing isn't a Yoru thing.
Already some incredible scenes.
I think
Great back and
Yoru
forth
Sky
between the two
Breach
teams.
is
G2
just a
have the lead
very
for now,
attack
and we'll see
pilled
what
comp.
happens when we come back after halftime.
I think the combination of Yoru Sky Breach is literally, we're just gonna overwhelm you with util. You have like you have 1.5 chances at a trap play on defense, and that's all you really got, right? Because Sky's not really good for info anymore either. Sky's not really good for delay. Breach can be good for delay, but someone has to get him info. That's the problem with that comp. It's just meant to be a very attack build comp. They got fake cloned by Kama, and now they're shooting on. That's true. That's true. Yeah. No, you once that happens to you once, you always shut it down. I think PRX has a tendency to get pushed and pulled when they lose more than 2 in a row. Yeah, I mean, I think they just generally, that is still one of their weaknesses. I mean, it's the same thing in my opinion with a Cypher as well. Like going double controller with a Viper, you just need a really good Viper. But if you have a really good Viper, you have more options. Although I would argue that Viper, Cypher, like Cypher can do just as well. I think Split is still considered a defender-sided map in terms of how it plays.
Take a look at the econ report here, sent by Coinbase. As Patman has been doing wonders for the team, but Jogum on the opposite side, he is running the lobby.
Just shouldn't surprise anybody. Coming into a global event, Jogamo always steps up.
Yeah, it is more comp dependent than it was in the past. In the past, it was like no matter what you did, it was a defender-sided map. But I think the map design itself it still lends to a more defender-sided map.
He pilots that agent. Then on the other side, something again struggling a bit here on the Yoru. Needs to pick it up, both the duelists for PRX here on this attacker side. This should be their opportunity to start opening things up.
Needs to be, but one of the things that's been very rough for PRX at this tournament has been the pistols.
Yeah.
Haven't been able to get too many of them across the board and dropped the opener here. We'll see now that they shift over onto the attacking side, if they can find an ever-important pistol win.
Double blast pack, half armor.
This is a very crucial one for them.
No frenzy though.
Right back in the game. A nice start to a side of the map that you feel like they should be pretty strong on, but G2's defense always something to be feared.
It split the perfect map.
So good.
No shot.
Right decisions at the right time. Early util dump, but a fault line to back up the main forces of PRX. But this is
I mean, it might be the most balanced map. I don't think that makes it the perfect map. I don't think a perfect map has to be balanced.
This is just them trying to set up
in terms of attack defense.
But G2 wise to the game, playing pretty far back. Want to give PRX a little bit of false comfort. But you've already seen some of the initiator util.
What's the point of the econ report?
Go towards the safe side. I mean, you've got the flashes,
It's
you've got the
sponsorship,
fades,
and we should be happy
util,
for it.
stuns,
It can be better, but
it's gonna be tricky.
the narrative that the talent should try to build around it isn't just being like, oh, well, he's got a good econ report, he's been very good. But it really just should be about, like, is a team really utilizing every piece of util? Like, is every piece of util having impact or not? You can really build that as an overarching narrative on extremities. Oof, he gets 2? Oh, that's rough. To me, it's like similar to ACS. The most of the scores aren't going to matter, but the narrative you should be building is like, yeah, you know, generally, like if you're like 70 and above, like you're really utilizing every piece of util you have, and then like once someone hits like a 90 average, it's like, okay, well, like this dude is like supporting the team in every assist and kill. Like that should be what it is, but the real purpose of it is more sponsorship opportunities for the broadcast, which we should all be happy for.
On the initial one, gets 2. The second under Forsaken is ridiculous. He had taken 30 down to 34 out. Jonah P there at the end holding the line, but they were just kind of playing back the whole time as G2, just trying to mirror the movements of PRX. And they put themselves in a phenomenal position to take away PRX's map pick. Little cheeky combo there off the rip, but mostly just
the audio's dead.
Of the orb. They will grab it. Devi, Sheriff in mid.
The silent film.
Opportunity, but Jonah P.
This is PRX versus G2.
Paranoia at the ready.
Friggin' 1930 colorized. Oh, we're back. Well, just in time to hear the stinger.
Knows how to make that stinger sing. Push out of the smoke. Second has him dead to rights as Devi able to try to make this a little bit more costly. Tag to 77. Jiggle Peak not going to be spotting much, but here's the Prowler coming his way.
No, that's what I've been saying, Pragmatic. I think the graph is... I think the graph makes the sponsorship look bad. I think the econ report and the numbers is fine. I think you can actually build narratives around it in the long term. The graph is silly because they should know no econ graph in a game of Valorant for a single player, an econ rating graph, is going to look good. But what they could do is do like loadout value. That's what I've been saying. Do the econ report for econ rating and then show loadout value of the team like over the course of the rounds. Because then even if it flatlines like top or bottom, that tells a story of like, well, like these guys were just, you know, they were capped for the whole game or whatever.
All right. This is a very big round for PRX. Do or die, it feels like at this point in the map. Oh, that last little transfer from Valen. Absolutely filthy. Does a ton of damage there. And they just don't ever really clear out the back of sight. Alex is not thrilled with what he sees, but...
I mean, not seeing a timeout quite just yet. First half was close. Probably wants to see how this bonus goes.
All right.
I mean, I think
this is the big one.
You're fine with 5 on defense for PRX. I think that's why he didn't pull the timeout. If this one doesn't go their way, 100%, there should be a timeout.
I mean, I think PRX in a vacuum is fine with 5 on defense. The real problem is what are you doing against G2's defense? To be fair,
opting to try to maybe corral
G2 has shown weaknesses before against SEN on defense, but I think that's been remedied. Complete empty on A. Long range retakes. Yeah, as long as you have control of ramp, which they didn't give it over at the very least. G2 probably wishes they had a bit more control to start with, but they'll isolate that first. Oh, they're gonna have Leaf try to lurk around on the ramp with the judge. But they're already in, so now he just watches from heaven. It was good. He doesn't have a gun. Massive round from Jing.
Just being attack-sided Rays, but Jing comes alive when they need him the most. And tries to mitigate the losses. Still 2 players lost from PRX, but they deny the bonus conversion.
Yeah, PRX able to hang on despite some trickery here from G2. They make it look like they're going to push down ramp. They send a lot of their forces that
Still think they should have a loadout value graph. It's stylized like a stock. Make it green for buy, red for sale.
It does actually probably give them a few extra kills there. PRX not quite ready. But ready enough.
I'm having trouble
on the back of sight.
Identifying what that would look like. How would you have a... You just mean like a sale on a stock graph. Red for other team wins. The thing is
a little bit scary, but
on the main broadcast, during the game, I don't think you want to get to inside baseball.
To try to deny access, Jonah P with that
unless the game goes on for like 10 years plus.
Send some flashes on the jog.
I think the audience is too young and immature. Not as in like character immature, like as a human, but like in terms of their knowledge of the game. Like people will always argue like, well, baseball gives a lot of stats. And like, yeah, but baseball's been around for like, I don't even know how long. Also, that's like kind of all there is to talk about with baseball is the numbers.
Striking with the judge. It's just Patman and Forsaken all alone now. Just Patman with everything to do.
I mean, it's Pat. Oh, oh, dude, he makes this decision. I was about to say, dude, Patman's been good for these. Dude, you know what Patman does? Whenever he gets these clutches, is he goes full solo queue mode. He's so good at turning on that switch. He stops thinking about like what the teams might do. He just goes full solo queue and says, well, I just have to take the fight. Yeah, he goes very fast. He just says, well, I have to take the fight first. I just have to get the first fight. He doesn't wait for them. It's so good. He's actually so good in clutches because of that.
Hobby leader. Again, into a bit of a half purchase here for G2.
It's insane. The fact that he just stomps forward there.
This is so dangerous.
Just takes the first fight, haunts, and then takes the second fight. No hesitation. So good.
All of these players here in garage.
Nasty, risky angle from Valen.
Needs the bullets. He backs away. Boombot gonna get clear.
Yeah, well, now they know there's a stinger here. I don't think you have to go here, PRX.
No one ends up taking too much damage. Just a little bit there on the Patman. And with the orb grab, Jing now does have a showstopper online.
I don't think we have to go here.
Gate crash,
I really don't think we have to go here. Okay, okay, they're in. They're in. They're okay.
Up the Raptors, spray and praise, finds one, and Nate's gonna go out. Trent already dead. That leaves just Jogamo here with the classic. Dead in something's hand.
They did, at the very least, they took it step by step, right?
Just one round separating the two.
So,
This is
I'm fine with that.
monstrous for PRX. They're able to fight through a G2 that is pretty well prepared for this hit to come. And you don't use the showstopper either. You're able to get through this round extremely clean. Jing now starting to heat up on those entries. Need those first kills to go his way.
Step by step, track by track.
Here and there, but I believe, yeah, absolutely.
But Alex should not have done this.
The yin and yang of PRX.
I agree. They did the best they could with it, but I don't think it was the optimal decision.
Escort things forward.
Something. He had to win that, and he does. Ooh. Okay, dude, Jing is picking up in the second half. All right, Devi's taking the long lurk, so they got it. These two have to find a position where they can hold for long. We'll go for the early peaks. The Leafs, I don't think he's going to expect vents. But does he check ramps? I don't think Devi's going to check ramps. Oh, now he might.
Wall to fall, Devi seemingly
now he does.
Down the options. So where his counterpart Viper could be.
Looking for maybe just the full
Honestly, I didn't expect this will be this close.
Cleanup comes through. 3 players surviving. We are tied up 9-9.
We'll see if it goes further. I said 16 points total, right? I was thinking like 9 on one map, 7 on one map. This is PRX's, and I would also think that split was the better chance for them. So this, but I agree because I think they're gonna get more than 9, even if they don't win. So it is closer than I thought. That's such a real reaction.
Second time out here for G2 Esports. PRX still going to have both of theirs. So this is going to be interesting. That was
How are you feeling about MIBR going 0-2? I mean, you know, the most plausible explanation is that very inexperienced roster, but to be fair, the first time G2, the guard, went international, they did really poorly, right? So, yeah, like, I guess the inexperience, I guess, but PRX hasn't timeout yet, no. So I guess the inexperience does make sense. It's just these days we haven't had a team that's like that inexperienced that's not an Ascension team.
To make their buys. The real question is here for G2. What are the change-ups? Do you get aggressive at the mains? Do you try to contest some of those early orbs, some of that early space? Or is it just a, hey, let's make sure we're not trying to take challenges at angles we don't need to, at moments we don't need to. Let's make sure we're waiting
this music,
for the
man.
reinforcements, because that's
So
where they were
groovy.
really hot on their attacker side is when they were coming in 3-4 strong. PRX would challenge them one at a time. It's going to be an early pit.
Is Alice just avoiding giving G2 a timeout? No, I don't think so, but I think it's one of those cases where it wasn't dire enough. Like, in a vacuum, 5 was fine for PRX on defense. And then you were able to catch up, so it's like, you know, there's no reason for a panic. And, like, even in that round where they, you know, I don't think going B was the right choice, but at the very least they played it well. So it's like, I don't know if, you know, that doesn't really call for a timeout because you just won it. And it's like, at least you didn't just go in completely stupid. You didn't win by luck. You just didn't play it optimally.
If we can't convert.
Wow. That is a nasty plant against Stingers. Now you just got to hold long ranges. Okay, you know one's close. The paranoia. Oh, he dodges it. He dodges it. Huge sidestep.
Not allowing these half buys to find purchase, to find value. They regain the lead by 1. It's another rifle round with just the pit expended in the previous round.
Yeah, now you're going to have the operator again for Jogamo. PRX didn't even run into his side of the map.
Lined up.
That's huge for Patman. Gets the Nightfall off the back of that too. So it's a really nice pickup there for PRX to buy 1 away from his ult, so he can get the plant down potentially.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder and Nightfall for G2. Only Nightfall for Patman.
He's going to try to snipe there on the ramp, but Toxic Screen was up.
Off gets pushed back.
Meanwhile, PRX
G2 spammed this early, though. Oh, but look at this. So good. Very fast reclear with the Prowler, and they plant something. So good. And he has another gate crash to get out. Very good reaction from PRX.
Those other ults that are going up against them with that Rolling Thunder, with that Nightfall.
This Prowler's big, but the Nightfall's ahead of it. It only tags 1, which is a bit unfortunate.
PRX anticipate this. They hug back.
Okay, but they actually don't go, so this baits G2 to go back to A. This is a good call from PRX. The Rolling Thunder was actually like too fast. Dude, the bait from Forsaken?
Divide didn't have the player advantage here for PRX. Jogamo again, the operator. How do you get yourself back into this? And do you commit a Nightfall to try to identify these players' positions? Goes into the peak with a flick. It's just a hair off. Reposition comes through and something in behind them. Double pumps the shorty. Survives with
damn.
PRX get up to 11.
Great awareness here from PRX. Realizing that Valen had TP'd behind the box. He wasn't still behind pillars.
Kind of feels like the Breach Euro.
Getting aggressive there.
A little bit, but I don't think Raze would be the fix. I think if anything, if you're not liking what you're seeing from Breach Euro, you change the Breach. The Raze gives you a chance to delay, but they'd have to go to your site for that to happen. It's the same thing with, you know, once the Yoru gets the op, if they don't come, you can't delay them, right? I think the bigger question you would have is for the Breach. I actually like the comp, but I do think both SEN and G2, I would like to see them be more willing to take risks if you're playing Breach on defense. Relying on or go like full retake, which would again imply you take a risk on the other side of the map.
G2 decent position. Fallon ends up getting taken down. The pit now in play. Just go ahead and try to seal the deal on this. Divide, clip leap there, right in the leg as he goes bounding forward into that pit. Jonah P now, no other recourse but to try to
I think swapping the Breach for the Raze is infinitely more valuable.
Look to try to chase him down. Forsaken, storming his way through the vents, taps the rope, rides into the top.
I disagree. I just think it makes it simpler, but I think in all honesty, obviously you should play to your level. But if there is one team that does play good macro with the Breach, they beat the Yoru, or they beat the Raze, in my opinion. So like the Raze might get you to top 4, but in my opinion, if the Breach comp is good, it beats the Raze more times, not 100%.
On this attacker side, one more to close
so to me, yeah. Also, I mean, yeah, on G2, I guess the other question is like who would play the Yoru or the Raze outside of Jogamo, but that dude, you feel the distance being cut on the Yoru ult. You used to be able to get fully into sight. 2 more seconds.
Away from the angles, the paint shells fly.
Divide. I think he knows that Jogamo's back there. Might have heard the TP. They're bringing the rest of the forces over there. Too much resistance at B.
He's got a decent lurk, and then G2 should be aware that
Jogamo.
they didn't spot him out.
He's got ult too, so he can take an aggressive angle.
I don't think they're going to be ready for him on site, though. I think they think he's still at screens.
Trying to line up
He
Jing.
tries.
Shorty
Oof.
get a bit of damage in.
Can't believe he tries for the shorty.
Vine here in heaven, quickly going to be backpedaling.
Ooh, trying to fast flood? Valen's not here though. I think this ult is too fast. I think G2 kind of goofed this up.
Trying to go for this ult send.
Oh, this is not okay. Gets onto the site. Leaf is staying alive is huge.
Ends up blowing down to 32 HP, but Valen is able to find a buy at the same time. And now the site looking to be in the hands of G2. Something
No shot.
dealt with. It's all on Jing. Finds one.
Oh no 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 no!
Gonna be too late. The defuse has already come through.
He just got it.
G2 break the win streak.
Oh my
They
god.
persevere as they look for 2 more wins to take us into OT.
Another big round
Holy.
here for Jogamo with that dimensional drift. And then Leaf striking at the perfect time and doesn't overcommit. Doesn't find a kill, but that's okay. Still holding this angle, and Forsaken just kind of gets.
Are we asking who on G2 should play Raze when Leaf is right there?
Screen's position or deal with the lurker, and he pays the price for it.
But well, yeah, I guess Jonah could play the Viper. I guess.
Not to be seen.
I think that would kind of drastically change how they play each position, more so than the agent. But
To sort this themselves.
I guess so. But I would still argue.
Able to find those moments, those
I think the Raze simplifies your playbook a lot.
get a little bit aggressive towards mid, and again, G2.
But if you have like really good firepower, you can get by with that. But I don't think it is the theoretically higher ceiling. Now, some teams, you know, that's what I've always said for like PRX even. Is that like you got to play with what you're good at, right? I mean, you should adapt, but
Go ahead and let them know that the operator is going to be in this position.
so the optimal comp may not always be optimal for you, and that's fine. But
Maybe had gotten away from it. Either way, they're not able to play off the back of it. Forsaken just TPing up top here for the moment.
take one shot.
Events angle here.
Ooh,
for PRX.
wow. He wants to hide himself in the off angle.
Might be what they want to avoid.
Made out from one angle, sees onto the other. Gonna peek. Still a fault line at the ready.
Oh my god.
Shorty swap. Forsaken. Not checking this. Not ready for it.
Ooh, makes noise. No gate crash though.
Jonah gets ready to buy. Able to go ahead. Equalize it at a 3v3. Some spam damage on the Trent. Puts him to 33 health as the spike now gets planted by Patman.
Outlet util for either side. Paranoia for Valen. Flash for something.
As everybody committed into the site.
Trent's so low. That's the real problem. He's gonna haunt, but
His way down ramp.
Leaf has Snakebite actually. They have decent.
It's hit by the Paranoia, but he's not the player at risk. Divide. Finding another.
They heard something. Oh my goodness, Leaf.
Knows he's there above, but Leaf
Oh, he's so weak. Nice. Steps onto the Snakebite. Damn. Big win. Big win. I do agree. I think G2's defense was pretty weak. I expected it to be a lot stronger. But I think they didn't have good answers once PRX kind of disrespected the early map control. Damn.
So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, okay. Overall, very good game, though. I mean, I am very impressed with PRX learning to, like, match the opponent's tempo. And then also, like, good re-clears and stuff. Honestly, though, that Patman clutch, that was pretty big. That was pretty big. All right, chat. We're going to run some ads as well. I might go make some more tea. And then we'll be back for the second map.
Let me show you how the fuck done. Oh man, I was just getting warmed up. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Red Bull gives you wings.
It won't be long before that day. It won't be long. It won't be long. It's coming.
What a fantastic start for PRX. I'm now joined by their coach, Alex. Now, Alex, that attack side was phenomenal. There's so many great things we can say about it, but from your perspective, what is one thing that made you the happiest seeing that attack side?
Yeah, I think the composure to close out the game, I think that was the most important thing. When we played Team Liquid, we were very, very jittery, nervous. And this time we played together, played composed, they comms very well, and I'm very, very proud of them.
It's nice to see you smile. Good luck on map 2.
And W Gaming gets themselves a W here to kick things off in Toronto during playoffs. What a start between these two teams. Absolute fireworks from start to finish here. But of course, it's going to be PRX who walks away with the victory. And oh boy, that was getting a little heart palpitations.
It's crazy to think about how both of them have started because PRX managed to close that out only with G2 winning both of the pistols and having a very good understanding of how to play against PRX. They were their own worst enemy in so many occasions, and still, just because of that attack half, they managed to close it out.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of heroics that we've seen across the board. Let's actually start off with our Verizon, a high-speed moment from Divide, because we talk about those individuals, Mimi.
All right, I'm back.
And this is what you're talking about, Bayad. Look, they're up in a 5v4 here. No one
That's
else
a men's
is ready to
vitamins
take it.
tea.
Something flashes into hell, dies for it, and then this flips out of the control for a second of PRX. It looks like G2 is going to close out this postman.
We just need to win 13 rounds in the next map. It's that easy. That is true. That is true.
That was all the story of the first half. PRX finding solid positions, maybe making a mistake or two and losing a player, and still having that individual skill to close things out.
13-15 confirmed.
In my mind, once we got to that second half.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was very scared because we saw.
Oh my God, Curie. You didn't have to do him like that. 13-15 confirmed.
It was even deeper, so it was was not looking good for PaperX. Coming out of the Swiss stage, they were the team that was doing the worst in 5v3s. That says a lot about how they lose that kind of like head in the game that they
What are we talking about? G2 and their branding?
On this attack side, I think the team fighting looked much improved with this Yoru Raze composition. The synergy was on point on those dives on A, and G2 just could not figure out how to hold that site. They tried to go for more hard anchor rounds towards the middle of that half. Towards the end, they were going back into playing a lot of retail.
I forget if I was supposed to chew this powder or drink it. I just drank it, but now I'm thinking maybe I should have chewed it.
To just win out, pounding a round after round.
Yeah, and one of those individuals, we talked about him briefly, right, making his debut.
I mean, my stomach will figure it out, right?
It's Patman, who just looked unbelievable.
Snort definitely snorting was not what it was. Those were not the directions.
We were seeing the slays come out of this guy, and it was impressive.
I mean,
Well, it's like, it's not full powder. It's like really just granular, small grains.
With him getting that first kill is not only how comfortable this is. Oh, here is the 1v3.
I didn't. Those are meds from like a while back when my wife and I both had like a sore throat, and we needed to obviously speak.
Advantage that they have. He was the one keeping PaperX in the game until it got to the second half. And I think we also need to talk about the Jogamo versus Something, because Something was a massive difference.
Why was Leaf watching main in the last round?
Especially if Jing is not having a good day.
Well, apparently he was deafened by Fade. Honestly, the last round. Oh, from Heaven? No, yeah, Something didn't fake TP, but
He's on a team with Something, with Jing, with all of these like big name players who've been the best at like international events before.
are you trying to jinx Wolves by wearing their jersey? Unfortunately, not their jersey. I mean, listen, I'm down, especially just because they did it so well. I'm down for Wolves to do well. Like, I'm down for the underdog story. I'm not rooting for them, but
we're heading to G2's map pick next, so I wanted to ask their coach Josh RT, how much did what happened between PaperX and Team Liquid influence you in this map pick, and what is it about PaperX's Lotus that you feel like you could exploit?
I think their comp has some weaknesses that we are going to try to exploit, of course. And also, we're always a good Lotus team. So I just look at the relative strength between the two and felt like that's a solid map pick for us.
I can't wait to see it. Good luck.
Hey, and I cannot disagree.
RQ's about to ship me the Wolves jersey. I'm down. I'm down. Jonathan, Ewok, Warbirds, if you guys are listening. I'm just saying. I'm down to DM you my address. I'm just saying.
What do you make of that one, Kukuka? Do you feel like Josh RT's given us some info there? Not much.
I think that he has a great point, right? We do not expect him to be playing the Tejo, but they have a lot of record.
Good point.
In fact, before the composition that they play in,
Surely they just go back. Surely they just go back to
the Viper and the Killjoy. It was against PaperX that they played their last map before swapping around.
Raise Fade.
I think that they have a good read. I want to see what they do against that double duelist. Again, if we see a different face of Jing
well, yeah,
on
I
that
guess. Do they
attack,
keep
that
the
would
Yoru?
be a very, very big tell for the side of PaperX. But on the other hand, Split could have also been
I wonder if they play the Vice.
Overall, this veto favors them a lot.
So something that I do want to point out, though, is you could really see, though, as well, the momentum that PaperX do lean on, especially in that split game, because that could have gone either way, Mimi.
That's like the whole thing.
Well, what about Juicy? He'll be sad if they lose. So will Jemkin?
With this train thus far, just coasting their way into the playoffs. Agent select up. I expect a very similar thing here from.
They are going to play the
like
Viper Omen, though.
Just sub in either that Sova, probably the Fade is what I would expect.
No way, Lay. It's going to be Raze. Sova. Neon. Okay, if you're going to go so... Okay. Wow.
The effect that it's going to have with those two initiators behind you.
Despite
wow.
This year, Jaw has had one of his like lowest individual performance years ever in his career since he's been a player at that international
Reach
level. That's
Neon.
Not he's been bad. It's because he's been playing Neon, he's been the sacrificial lamb, he's had to be diving into all these different things. But now he gets to play on one of
No, I expected this to be a 2-0. So PaperX has already exceeded my expectations. Sova and Lotus can be good. There's no strong combos with it here, though. Well, I guess you have Snake Bite, but Sova can give really good long range support.
Thank you very much, GB. I don't know.
Still have the drone for ops on attack as well.
All right, we'll see if G2
So I think Sova Breach is like, I think Sova Breach can do a lot in conjunction. I think they can set up Jog really well. But the question will always be if PRX gives them the time of day to get that long range setup.
Once again, PRX pistols have not been kind to them.
It looks like it might be a full 4v4 scrap here early.
From the flash, shot him on the peak, dead.
Ooh, 5-man. 4-man push. There was a 5-man push. Holy.
Of the entry power out of the hands of G2.
Huge pistol setup from PRX though. Look at this. You still got the Razor Vines. You got Yoru who already TP'd over. Oh, where's the other one? What? That was a Divide. That was a bad Razor Vine. What? What?
Divide ends up losing his life. A 3v3. From a very strong start.
Oh.
To a bit of a lopsided round now for PRX.
Like I get why he didn't activate it because he had sightlines. And they weren't sure if everyone was like if it was a pinch or not, but since something was already on site, I think you had to activate it and then peek.
Gets down there by the fault line, clear on the recon dart, and they have to re-pivot back. G2 quickly evacuating, breaking down the baby door, but already you've got PRX arrived here at upper. Look at the try to take them down.
Oh my god. Okay.
We'll get 3 of his own. PRX claim their first pistol here in the playoffs.
And this is the side of the map.
Isn't Vice better than Viper?
It's crazy to think
Vice is better in solo queue, but Vice has better stall, but for just that one part. But the idea behind a Neon Breach, like if you were on defense, would be that like you're able to force a fight and force him to the other side, but you need some other form of map control as well, because once you use your util, you're kind of you don't have much else, right? So you need ways to still be able to cut up the map and get space elsewhere as well. Because Vice just kind of has to, like, you're good at stalling if they come to you, but you can't take the space on defense.
Backpedals, avoids the fault line. Space gonna be taken. Wall does get popped, so Spike cannot be brought forward into the B side quite just
Because without a Viper, then you only have the Omen for smokes. So then you have to use both the Omen, and then you have to use the Omen smokes purely for delay as well.
Sends out that paranoia. Players arriving here from Maine. Jonah P. Tag down low. He and Lee both eating an immense amount of damage. Trent though finding his timing.
Big, oh my gosh, it's coming back.
The spike is on the floor. Patman's pushing forward. He's catching a timing, but he's also catching a stray headshot.
3v2. Oh my gosh. The stingers are too good.
And the force from G2 works its magic.
And early on, they had a great plan to get themselves ahead of the curve, to get past the Vice wall. Because
Practice your stingers. Practice your stingers, chat. Stingers OP.
PRX guessing a little bit. They have to pause. They have to wait this out. They don't have any information on what's going on. And that just allows G2 to set up for those late lurks, to take that early space. And that's a great call there by Valen and company. Jing gonna be having the Bucky.
Why did G2 play correctly, man?
Play their bonus.
The most real statement ever.
Just opens up some space.
Fast mound pressure. They can always retake A with the double stuns.
Trying to get that rolling thunder at the ready. Still just the 3 charges thus far.
Oh, that's nasty. The speed on that with the flash?
Something gets caught up by Waterfall and trying to go on a timing. Does get noted by the enemy breach.
You seem, we'll continue to keep an eye on it, but it would be impressive if G2 picked up from Split that PRX, especially Patman and Forsaken, they've been looking for these timings. Timing peaks, timing spams. Ooh.
Not going to sing. 4K for Jonah P. That rolling thunder now just 2 charges away. G2 gain the lead in flawless fashion.
Yeah, this is just so brilliant from G2. So ready. something to try to make that aggressive maneuver. Jonah Pete ahead of the curve. It's Patman as well, and a 4K for the Professor. Yeah.
Mind Freak. I love watching Mind
Got
Freak in the
a little bit
cams.
frustrating, but really, I think PaperX could have done a little bit more damage there if they're a little bit more patient. Wait for that retake and then flood, but it is what it is. Forsaken going to go for that Odin once again here on this defender's side.
High player stack as well. There's a paint shell lobbed
Big
in.
flash from
Jogamo
something,
a good amount of damage
but
from it.
that is a nasty fault line.
51. Forsaken. Looking to further delay.
They all dodged it.
Found. Flushed out of the corner. Shot going to be committed there. Get him out into the open. They're able to collect the kill, so they're an advantage now here for the side of G2.
That's
They
the
are
Rays
more than
gone.
Satisfied with that on this side of the map, and now look to maybe pivot.
Dude, they're purposely making noise. They rotate on B, and then they take time, and then they can still have someone watch B late. Yeah. Look at this.
Leave Leaf to his own devices.
Because now you're going to think that they're going C, and you drone. All right, someone's watching on B. Okay. The thing that G2 doesn't know is that the wall is on B, and that's what allows PaperX to kind of still focus on C, because Patman can just walk past the wall and delay with it.
Spray at the ready. The orb grab though, Channel P.
So G2 knows that they should have made some rotation over to C, right? Because they delayed the rotate from B to C after making noise. Then they droned, but then they make noise, and they still haven't gone B. So they have the right read, but do they know about something? He's been here since the start of the round. They do check, but it's like... Oh, shoot! Nasty headshot. They're trying to see if someone's going to peek on him on a... Dude, they're so wary of the timings. You see that?
Locked in here by the wall, but Patman does manage to find one as Valen gets taken down. Had to pull up the plan here for a brief moment. Now is able to stick it, but cannot go with
Huge from something.
PaperX with 3 surviving. We'll tie it up at 2-2.
Yeah, I love this little change-up of positioning from something. We haven't seen him tuck into that corner quite like that. You know, PaperX will leave a player hidden somewhere over on A more often than not. It doesn't get read by G2. I don't think there's any tape of him doing that. And then it's just great coordination here. That's something PaperX is going to need. Because G2, you make any mistakes against them.
Whoa, I've never seen so much emotion from Jing. What?
And it almost looked like maybe G2 was just going to have this great methodical classic round where they work the map.
All of our mods are volunteers, chat, so if they got IRL things or whatnot, they won't be around. Also, all of our mods are Pacific, so we'll probably need to find some people who can help out from other time zones, but most of our mods shockingly, chat. I know it's crazy, but it does seem like a lot of our mods are actually responsible adults. I can't believe it either. But they always talk about, like, having to go to work, like, take exams. It's crazy.
G2 winning on all fronts. Looking to set themselves up with another flawless.
Except for No Void. No Void's usually, like, the most responsible one going to sleep at a reasonable hour. No Void's the only one here right now, as I say this.
Normal scout spots nothing. No one's home. As Divine is going to be rotating off. The call to save has been made.
Definitely the right one.
Yeah, early save.
Some head scratchers here for PaperX.
Take your losses.
Something going for that swing onto Jogamo. Had a fair
VCT's worth it.
Really dialed in this round.
You need some jobless mods for real. Wow.
Questionable. Just not really reading the map well there. A lot of times G2 is going to be rotating in force. So unless you're thinking you can catch Leaf in that spot.
PaperX definitely had a faster pulse, like right away round to round on split.
Leaf is looking to
But
catch them.
the larger maps are still going to be a little troublesome for them, I think. Dude, Omen looks so funny with the Odin like that. His hood is so big.
Will rotate from Device, so should be able to dance around this as we wait for the spike to go off. So 2 weapons still going to be retained here, it would seem, unless he hits.
I never knew his hood was so baggy.
Here's the footsteps and stays tucked back. So flawless round. G2 regaining the lead.
Yeah, just really good stuff here from G2. Maybe going to be a timeout. The first one being called by PaperX.
We learned everything from Chobra, all that is good or bad, like staying up at 1 a.m. in the morning. Please don't learn that. It's not good.
Was finding their moments of contact.
Yeah, first time out. Here we go.
Plays against MIBR. and as well against, against Team Liquid.
Sort of reminds me of a certain SEN
Those
choice.
were working so well. Obviously 11-1 on their defender side, but they would get contact. They'd let him take mound, and then they'd open up the door and swing from 2 angles. They'd let them take B, and they'd collapse on him. They had all these great ideas. But
Yeah, no, even Novo knows. That's a terrible habit to pick up, staying up late until for games.
Again, looking for those early advantages, looking for that first kill, and then they're going to start working.
Seems like G2 is pretty big on the breach. Which honestly, I'm kind of big on the breach.
PRX, to be very cautious at the start of these rounds. You really have to make sure that you understand the utility where it can be, when it can be. You know, Jing getting flushed out by some of that breach utility earlier caused him to go down early. Something just taking.
I think breach pairs well with all the duelists right now.
You want him to have that confidence. You want him to have that ability, but a little bit more backup behind it.
As long as you're making money, then it's fine to stay up the whole night, right? Well,
What you'd be looking for.
I mean, how much money are you really making, though?
Still has enough to get rifles. Obviously, the
If you're making an average amount that you would make from not staying up all night, then it's probably not worth it. But if you're getting paid, like, you know, night hours, then, you know, then I guess so.
We'll find a Guardian here for something. Standing ahead. Pretty low on funds. Econ over the top. Not going to spot anything out.
PRX faked the Seek pinch. They sent out the Paranoia and some of that Fade util just to see what the response would be.
Yeah, and I guess you know, I assumed the implication was you were sleeping during the day if you're staying up all night, but...
Go for those early aggressive plays. D2 very ready for it.
That is true, Snoggy. Statistically, Breach has been one of the worst characters. That is true. I think that is unfair to Breach, but it is a fact.
Little exit from something.
But I also think Waylay Phoenix should be tried in a VCT match, so take what I say with a grain of salt.
Slowly creep their way forward here. 5 players about to be stacked at Mount.
It's a great smoke timing from Forsaken, right as they're coming towards C. That could buy them.
Welcome, Paradox.
Plus, there's the Vice Wall on the other side.
Go for the backside, rolling that are going to be SEN.
Okay, the Vice Wall. That's something that G2 is going to always have to kind of figure out. Yeah, this... It feels like G2 didn't think about the Vice Wall here. This was very uncharacteristic of G2. It feels like they didn't think about the Vice Wall, nor did they think about the Nightfall.
Looking fantastic from the timeout.
10 seconds left.
Trent will try to see if he can stop this from being...
I mean, well played from PaperX, but this was absolutely a G2 blunder, in my opinion.
Wrestled from G2's grasp.
This is a great change up here. Very nice timeout by Alex for PaperX.
But the reason I say they weren't thinking about the Vice Wall is, well, it's one or the other. Either they weren't thinking about the wall or not thinking about the ult, because if you were thinking about both, then you would know that you would have to take the wall out, and then they'd have and then you'd have to position away from the ult, you know? But like the wall stopped them, they were running out of time, so they rush in, and then the Nightfall comes in, and you're just screwed. Granted, maybe they thought they hadn't worked the map enough that PaperX was going to take longer to get there, maybe. But that's a bad assumption. That's a very non-G2 like assumption.
This is just
no, I know Device switching the wall from B to C, but that's my point, is that if you are going to play around where you're going to go to C site with less than 30, like with 30 seconds left, you have to have worked it somewhere or assume it's there. You can't assume it's not there. And you're specifically playing a comp that struggles with Vice.
You're sitting on for ults now.
So,
It's the Hunter's Fury here
like,
for G2, so
this has to be in your mind every single round.
out of timing, wants to spray just in case there is a rotate. They're going to seed the A side over here. Our PaperX. Not sure if they even hear that drone. Forsaken will sling over to stairs.
Position. Maybe try to spray through the wall, but the wall is not raised. And on the Jiggle Peak, we'll be able to spot out a multitude of players. The question is, G2, do they pivot?
Again, a lot of fake pressure on C, but the wall hasn't been tripped, so there's no concern about a potential. I mean, also this was just smoking that off, so it's not like you were safe from peeking from waterfall. G2's getting routed. PaperX is, after the timeout, PaperX has really kept them on a leash.
The loss of Jogamo in the early stages of the round leaves G2 reeling. They fight back. They're showing their tenacity, but they're just not able to find the round win.
Well, you're seeing an extra little bit of patience here from PRX in these last couple of rounds.
Damn, nice shot, Denji.
Scratching his chin a bit, trying to figure out how they're going to deal
The
with
last 2 rounds are very good from
Good
PRX.
flashes this time. Jing on the point of attack, holding the line nicely to find 2. A great flash and just a smothering here. PRX coming from every
I think G2 might call a timeout now.
Re-clearing that space on
Really?
really nicely, or Forsaken.
Hopefully you like what you're hearing in the comms, because that's 2 rounds in a row where
G2 though.
you got completely macro outplayed by a team that is not historically known for macro.
That spam is doing a ton of damage.
Jonah down to 31. Hunter's Fury sent on the prowl and Forsaken dead.
Okay.
Trent able to find value there. It's an early kill. And that's the smokes that you no longer have to be concerned about.
Tap at the door, try to get some kind of reaction here out of PRX. Throw the smoke as well. Something likes to play up in these a bit.
They're going to just pop flash and push out of this one. And that's going to be Valen taken
Oh,
down.
Trent lived and Valen died? Damn.
Was able to find one overdrive. Escorting forward.
Whoa.
Finds a headshot.
Literal laser beam.
Patman and something with 40 health between the 2 of them. Versus 4 players on the side of G2. Seems like
They don't know about something, but...
back these round wins.
Ooh, not stunned. Doesn't matter.
Will not connect, but something just
Oh, NT with the spike plant sound. NT.
Jogama with a huge round to keep things neck and neck. As he gets the pin reveal at the end. 4K here for the Neon. 4 rounds for G2. We remain tied up.
Yeah, that's a great momentum
Who's
swing,
taking
a great
that?
economy swing here for G2.
No Void's back with a vengeance.
Able to get themselves right back into the thick of it, using some of those ultimates to great effect. Jogamo, Desk was talking about his Neon, and he's showing you why. He is so highly regarded on that agent.
Something chill. Chill.
Destructive with the overdrive. Jing one away from another showstopper though. It's PRX. Looks to line up for another A-Rubble fight. G2's just been holding back on these, maybe sending Jog out a bit.
Oh.
Instantly able to find the kill. Forsaken again.
Damn, dude. The short slide for the early peak.
Having a rough go of it.
That is rough.
Thinking about it, I'm not sure. Yeah, no. 0 kills. 0-6 and 4 at the moment here on that Omen.
It's been a bit of a struggle for the emotional leader of PRX. Valen goes to check the A site.
Doesn't stick it. Just seeing when he can spot out, trying to garner some interest from PRX towards A side.
The wall. What are we going to do about the wall, G2?
Something.
Hey, the drone to keep him alive. Okay.
Of this team spotted on the leg of Defy.
Where's the smoke? See, now you don't have a smoke.
So much damage and take it down.
It's okay. I guess they're just going to...
Valen clearing the
So win aim
still
duels.
watching for this angle, but not able to win the fight.
That was rough from Valen.
But Patman now flushed out and swing in. Needs something all alone. Find a little bit of additional impact here, but Leaf holding forward catches him unawares. It's G2 now reestablishing the lead.
Yeah, just a little minor
Forsaken has to be the unluckiest person ever on this map.
G2. Just look for the pick. Throw out some util to make sure the area around the orb is just not
The rare 064 from Forsaken.
for the players of PRX.
He's not playing poorly. They're not playing poorly. He's just not in a position to get the kills.
On these entries. Jing does have a showstopper.
Yeah, G2, they're working the map faster without as much util, and then they are, you know, saving util on the execute and then using it against the flood. Now they expected PRX to fight this hard, even on an eco. Ooh. That's how he gets his first kills in this map? That's crazy. Oh, they do not want to give these weapons. But do you want to peek this again? I think you gotta give up the weapons.
Forsaken's gonna walk into this smoke. You just have to suspect it as G2. He's just gonna grab the gun.
Weapon gonna be picked up, juggles it back.
Oi, rough for G2.
Playing this with the Bucky. Does eventually backpedal. Something holding here on the close angle. forward, but Valen.
Well, G2 got out macroed for the 2 or 3 rounds in a row. Before that, G2 was giga out macroing PRX, and now it's back and forth. But even matching the macro, I think, is very impressive for PRX. He goes back in. Dude, what a play! He got pinged and on the second ping, he goes back in. That's insane. Dude, one single Bucky. One single Bucky. Holy.
Finds his first 3 kills with a Bucky.
I thought he was going to ace with it.
I did too for a second. I thought when he started pushing that corner, I'm like, oh boy, the Bucky ace. This Masters will have everything if he pulls that off. That's a hell of a round for PRX. And we've seen them do that. Usually it's with the judge and a little bit of a stronger buy to back it up that they'll go for that aggressive TP play at the front of A.
Now time for the one single Bucky instead of one single Leaf, yeah.
Something. Gonna be looking to see what he can get done outside of C. Slowly pushing up, but Forsaken, okay, well, looks like Bucky's gonna be the answer. Gets himself a rifle, gets himself dead. Off the start of the round once again.
The op.
Push forward, Leaf. Likely favored here on this peak. Something gonna have to be Johnny on the spot. He is.
That is.
Closes out the kill.
Oh.
G2 realizing how much lack of
Unfortunate for Leaf. Something's just too good with it. Holy.
You can still expect that maybe Patman. Oh, something.
Unfortunate for something.
Through the corner of the wall there at stairs.
Rough.
Vito in his own right. A clean upper a lot of the times, but just cannot hit that hospital flick.
I mean, now we just group G2, right? G2 just groups. PRX kind of would like to group, but
Fully expecting that repeat.
Jing similarly could be doing very much the same, and the spray is just off.
ah, yes, the 1x1. Oh, I mean, nice try.
Can't get the kill. G2 find themselves with 6-round wins. One more round to go, the half.
Yeah, just G2 so aware of PRX's tendencies. Again, getting those players just far enough out that they can find that opening kill.
That's a mistake from something though. That stare angle.
Great job, 4K for the IGL.
Mind
Great
freak.
one, and yeah, I think you got to be a little bit frustrated there. Again, PRX just kind of falling one by one. You have this showstopper, and it's a weak buy. Forsaken,
Yeah, Mind Freak's like, is that what they've been doing when I'm on the other side of the map every time? They just go out one by one and die?
Very wary of that showstopper. And see if it's going to be pulled here. With Jogamo, that's the last target you want to have. That Neon has the escapability. Get away. Just a lot of patience being shown this time by PRX. Jiggle Peak spotted.
Heavy B pressure on a mixed buy round. Oh, it hits the pillar. Oh, no, you did tag him. Okay. Surely G2 rotate, yeah.
P1 audio list just sending out the flashes. The quick pivot across over towards the C side comes through. Forsaken trying
Can Valen
to
hear
chase.
this? Did Valen get hit?
Wants to try to catch them off guard.
No. They didn't hear it. That is, wow.
Forsaken.
Bad assumption from G2.
Playing it so intelligently, and you're right. Valen does
Honestly,
have the
that
shadows.
is on. If Val, I don't know. I don't know what.
Unable to do so. They know exactly where he's at. Patman on the corner.
Oh, dude, G2 was making a lot of assumptions. I mean, I don't think he would have won that round, but.
From both of these teams, you have to love the adjustments. You have to love what you're seeing from both squads. Really putting on a good show here. Some great fundamentals.
No, but honestly, if Valen, I wonder if Valen, did Valen also get hit by the Nightfall is my question. I didn't catch him on the minimap. Because if not, he should have heard him. Obviously, on land, it's tough. But
It is a very special experience being here, being able to watch
But,
these games live, and I'm bringing you guys a special
if they didn't have actual info, oh, Jonathan's brother. Well, I was about to talk about Jonah P. Jonah P shouldn't have held that. You know, he should have like covered the plant.
Stressed,
You
I'm
know.
a bit nervous. Not as nervous as I was for the final Bangkok. Watching at home, my hands were shaking. I'm probably still shaking a bit now, but I'm really excited for him and all of G2. And I know they can do it.
Now, you've supported him every step of the way through this journey. What does it mean to be able to watch him on a stage like this in Canada, you know, in his home turf?
It's amazing to be in Canada, to be at home, to him being the representative of Canada for the G2 scene, and also being able to come here because we're from
Valen wasn't hit by the ult. I think he should have heard him last second. He might have just been out of range. But either way, bad assumption
Is there
then.
anything you want to say to him if he could hear you right now?
I'll just remind him what I said. G2 has boss energy. They can't be like if anybody can come back, they can do it. He can do it. I believe in him. I know. Every time we used to play together back in the day, everybody accused him of hacking every single game. So he just has something special, and I know he has it, and I know he has it in it to win today.
That's right. We believe in G2, don't we, guys? We believe in them. Thank you very much, Justin, for joining me. And let's see if G2 can close out this map.
I love that.
We shall see.
Authentic
Neck and neck
energy.
between the two teams here. PRX 1 and 2 in pistols. Let's see if they're going to be able to find themselves a second here on Lotus. Granted,
I mean, on paper, an okay, a fine half for PRX, but we'll see.
Concerns to be had, but
You still won the pistol. You still got that going for you. You came out 6-6 on that half. You know, even though, yes, you were crushing on the defender side the last time you played this map, I think you should be more confident most of the time on your attacker side as PRX. G2, phenomenal on defense, no matter what matter.
Even with G2 win this, it's proven that they'll get out-called by Crazy Guy and Munchkin, who are both really good IGLs. I think it's more likely now. I think that's I don't think that's giving enough credit to PRX and Forsaken, though.
For Jogamo, for Valen to go out there and get the job done at Rubble.
I don't think PRX is like just doing basics. I think they're making some really good adjustments.
So nasty, especially when he shifts over to C. Not going to be the case in this round, but Leaf is just so good holding those tight angles, finding those kills, and then just dipping.
Yeah, I've heard No Void. I think there was like a couple right before the tournament started too. I feel it's more G2 underestimating PRX. I mean, I actually don't think they would have underestimated PRX, but I do think
back in towards B here for G2.
they kind of had bad reads and it took a little too long. I am surprised that G2 seems to be taking pretty long to adjust from like round to round. But we'll see. I mean, G2's, I don't think G2's, you know, untaintable. But I don't think this is, I don't think this is indicative of the best Valorant they'll play this tournament. Let's put it that way.
PRX is going to use that instead. They had a couple different options. This is the one they're going to roll with.
But now it's going to be a double re-clear of this tree position here from G2. Want to make sure that they haven't actually lost control of this, but something finds the instant one tap. Trent backpedaling.
Something gets his revenge on a mistaken angle.
It's a hit onto the shoulder.
Oh, Trent.
As he re-swings into backside,
Okay.
King is there to collect. Now we go into a 3v3. Spike being planted here by Patman. Fault line not available. Flash is expended.
Gotta worry about this really.
Oh, Valen, a little shaky. A little shaky. A little fidgety.
Valen with the paranoia as he gets closer. Boombot.
He doesn't have time for the paranoia. Oh, that was
Oof. And they gain the lead here.
That one's hard to pinpoint for G2. I don't mind the slide past the boombot to try to get a pick, but once Jog was on the site, there you were kind of stuck. You were kind of stuck.
Something there. Does a nice job. One of the things that G2 does against PRX, they do these little shoulder peeks to try to get them.
Yeah, and then the eye keeps Jog from going further. I mean, it was good from. I mean, every time the thing is every time it's like good from PRX, and G2 kind of getting caught in certain situations. So in some sense, maybe it's underestimating. Maybe it's them thinking they can just outpower them in certain situations, and PRX makes the right call to adjust, and they pay for it.
Stack over towards C. In the meantime, backpedaling over towards the rope. Jing going to be collecting the orb. Halfway mark to having that first showstopper of the half online.
No charges.
Good shove back here for the moment.
Dude, 5 stingers on defense force is crazy work, by the way. But this is what G2 would have wanted, right? If it's not going to be C, the whole point of the stingers is you can fight close quarters. A is the best chance for that. Oh, big paranoia. Huge Marshall shot, though. Got a small crack past that. That's that smoke.
Trying to follow the action. Leaf able to find one. Slides down into drop. Jonah P will lose his life, but is now
Huge cover.
this time, not dropping the anti-eco. The force buy from G2. Only
No, Patman is so good.
Yeah,
Patman's real good.
That G2 dipped into that well twice. That is dangerous stuff. Giving PRX a huge economic advantage to start this second half. And that is a great find from Something. Right as Jogamo's trying to dash in. This is what you need from Something. That sniping is his calling card. That and shorties. He needs to be impactful.
It would be
in that
cinema
role.
if PRX gets like the reverse revenge, right, on the playoff pick.
Shoved away, and he's gonna push forward. Finds one.
Would be absolute cinema.
Jogamo will be able to collect the kill. Pushes forward, and that's going to be a solid amount of information gained, given that you do have Leaf lingering.
And they have the Marshall now too.
This tells them everyone from PRX.
Valen, he's only got a classic. What's the plan here for Valen? You kind of have to empty it. You don't really have a choice, do you? Uh-oh. The Vice wall, dude. The Vice is wrecking him.
The two-person flank.
See if they're ready. Tight angle being held here by Jonah P.
No prowlers. Have to check the old-fashioned way, and Jonah P.
Oh.
Holding just a little bit too high.
Oh.
This is right over Jing's head. They're gambling onto
Damn.
the side of the map here. Leaf with the Bucky. What kind of position can he get in is the question. Seems like it's just going to be a backside affair.
The cam's broken. The player cam, it's stuck.
Shot flying, but still too much distance.
The Leaf is just not hitting the Bucky today. I mean, that was mid-range, but had a couple rounds of the Bucky.
So many of the little things here for PRX that they're doing
All right,
much better.
time to drink some water. Thank you, Curran. And thank you, Novoid, for redeeming the Korean cast. We'll do that next round. Round 16.
Done. Patman on the hunt. Patman's got him with the stinger. PRX goes up 9-6.
Still waiting.
Able to hold on against the force buy of G2. Claim the follow-up.
G2, I mean, overall, G2 today looks pretty, you know what it is, though? It's kind of very similar to the games that they lost in Americas as well, where they kind of look like the moment their first plan doesn't work, they kind of, they have to take a lot of time. Anyway, here's a Korean cast.
Something is getting that operator going.
자, 2번이 중요하죠. 이번에 이제 포스바이 때문에 G2가 이번에야 이제 총기를 풀바이를 할 수 있었습니다. 근데 페이퍼렉스한테는 이게 타이밍이 너무 좋은 게 이게 지금 데미 장식이 준비되어 있어요. 그러니까 이게 사실 속도를 올릴 수도 있고 뭐 아니면 리테이크 상대로 살 수 이거 지금 체킹 안 되는데요, 코너? 아, 리프. 조심해야 돼요. 자, 2명도 벌써 많이 잃었습니다. 페이퍼렉스 이럴 때일수록 더 냉정하게. 그렇죠. 일단은 시간이 많아요. 아직 시간이 많으니까 뭐 어떻게 보자면 이게 사실은 재활용 라운드라고 생각할 수 있거든요. 그러니까 침착하게 여기서 우리가 할 수 있는 게 뭔가. 포세이큰이 일단 B를 다시 클리어를 하러 나오나 지금 확인을 하고 있는데 지금은 C를 가느냐 A를 가느냐는 약간 5대5거든요. 그러니까 이거는 그냥 가위바위보 싸움인 거예요. 가위바위보 C 선택했고 와, 타이밍이 예술 같은 타이밍이 올라오지만 아무도 없었다. 페이퍼렉스는 근데 지금 겁에 질렸죠. 왜냐면 이게 지금 연막들이 약간 타이밍이 너무 이상하게 잘 들어와가지고 와, 그 사이에 B메인을 타이밍을 잡아서 확인해주는 리프. 이렇게 되면 사실 페이퍼렉스 입장에서는 체력도 없고 이거 한 2명만 더 잡아도 괜찮다고 생각해야 되거든요. 체력이 안 좋아서 이게 지금 최악의 경우는 한 명을 잡고 궁을 썼는데 지는 거예요. 이거 냉정해야 됩니다. 자, 거의 오히려 저는 다행이라 생각해요. 오히려 다행이다. 왜냐면 잘못했다가는 팬맨이 궁을 쓸 수 있었기 때문에 오히려 그냥 어쩔 수 없는 해프닝으로 넘어가는 거 괜찮습니다.
Breaks this minor little streak here from PRX. G2 themselves back on the
Someone
horse.
investigate Achilleos. He has insider knowledge.
Yeah, this is just one of those rounds where one unchecked angle basically ends the round before it even starts to make matters worse.
Maybe that's how other people feel when we switch to Hindi from English in an office. Oh, like watching someone speak in a different language? Probably.
For PRX.
Like Koreans think someone speaking English is like crazy cool, but people think Korean is cool. So
it's going to be the full buy now. Again here for G2. Pit available for Leaf.
that is what I said at the end, because I was talking about how the worst case scenario would be that if they got one kill, Patman used his ult to win the round and then they lost it. So I said it's almost actually better that they just lost.
PRX in control here for the moment. Sheer wall set up. In case anybody goes on a deep little lurk.
Actually going to use the TP deep towards A.
Oh, what? That was sick. That was some moves from something.
Spraying across, balance dead. Trent trying to push the smoke, but Jing's already there. The sheer wall, noted Leaf. Divide, looking for him. The headshot does come in. I mean, Leaf still demanding respect, but still had far too much put on his plate. He falls to the wayside, and PRX prevent G2 from building up momentum as they hit double digits.
Yeah, G2 needs a timeout here.
Once they make some contact,
Otherwise, I think PRX just runs away with this.
and then it's just everybody heading to the site, and immediately ult gained, ult popped for something to check in towards B and C link. And then the rest of the players very aware of the space that he's not checking. Ready for
I will say, I do think PRX, like, all 5 members are super locked in. So that helps. I do think, like, across the board, they are playing at a mechanical better level right now. But that's not why they're winning. That's why...
in the last 2 times they played.
That's not why they're winning. That's why they're not losing. Or, like, allowing a comeback, if that makes sense.
Again, it's all about
They're winning because their macro is better.
PRX is cleaned up, and today I'm seeing them make quick adjustments. When something doesn't go right, they're not collapsing. They're not kind of just trying to...
Why does Leaf give you a heart attack even though it's only 2 out of 5 kills? They were clean kills, that's why.
Let's try something different, and let's make sure that we're a little bit more diligent. Make sure we're playing off of our utility.
Our pick'ems are trash? Match ain't over, chat. You act like it's the first PRX game you ever watched.
First timeout call here from G2. A pit available. Hunter's Fury 1 charge off. The players, the coaching staff, knowing that they need to prevent this momentum build up here from the side of PRX.
Nightfall still online for Patman.
TL situation occurring once again.
Nope.
Didn't happen
This
on
is
split for you.
Seemingly a different PRX today.
So once again,
Okay, fast fight on Rubble.
Committing to the Rubble control, and will be able to force the Aura away.
And then they pit.
To be invested here from Leaf, looking to try to make them reroute, and the Hunter's Fury
Whoa.
similarly trying to catch them on the entry. The PRX, they do okay, man. To grab the orb, but Patman
What?
just gets struck down. Solid kill, top of the door, forsaken.
How did... What?
Grabs the spike, but for now, G2 in control.
That was so... That was such a weird play, but it worked.
Still sat here on top of Rubble, just with the Stinger, but if anybody can get value at that range, of course is going to be him.
See, the problem here is, yeah, you don't... Never mind. Trent. Oh my god, Trent. Holy. Because I was about to say, you don't have a good exit out of Rubble if they choose to refight this with a Sova. Because you can't delay them like a fade. But I was wrong. Trent just has to shoot him.
Sometimes G2 will make quick rotations.
Oh, the fact that they see the spike is big. And he checked Rubble as well. But it doesn't matter if they didn't see Jing, because they know the spike is here.
30 seconds left. That spike out in the open, no smokes to utilize. It's dangerous. Divide does grab it, but I don't know. There's just not enough time.
Yeah, with 20 seconds remaining, no information of what awaits them beyond the doors. We'll just stay clustered together, hold on to these weapons. Conning on the rest of the players, otherwise.
Trent's on the TV. No, I just meant more that Valen, like, was in trouble. That there's no way to get Valen out. You, like, have to fight. You know what I mean? So it would have been a 4v2, but Trent's just good with the
Now
angles.
just 2 rounds separating.
And he barely gets the kill, right? If Valen dies there, even if Trent gets the kill, I think this round looks a little different. I don't know if PaperX would have won, but
But here, back on the Sova, his old quintessential agent. He's stepping in and finding value when he needs to. Valen up on top of the Stinger, doing some real damage. But that's just a classic round there from G2. Take A Rubble control, you pop the pit on the other side, and you force your opponents into some really tough decisions to make because you don't have any map control. You're gonna have to find ways to fight out of it. PaperX here.
all right. So that was an ult round from G2. Conditioned them to respect Rubble early on, and then you one way to try to delay.
On the B site.
But you heard the gunfire, so they're trying to re-clear B. So it's not a B to B and C pinch. PaperX heard the drone, so now they open the doors so they can re-clear B. This is very good for PaperX.
Lack of vision that they have. They were just trying
So they force anyone who would have been here to back out. So now G2 still has no info here. Yeah, PaperX pings here because it's like you don't know what's going on Rubble. You know that they use some early info util. So you assume at least one is there, but you know you tied them up on B a little bit. They'll go for an execute. They have Nightfall. They choose not to use it. There's no util reaction early on. So Patman's going to use Nightfall for the post plant. Oh, and they push out early too. It's risky, but it's a good move. Forces out the paranoia. Now your Nightfall has so much value. Okay, they use it early just to get Waterfall. Since you got the paranoia out, I would have liked it as a reaction, but... Oh, that was... Oh, you got all the info. Oof, that flash. Damn, dude.
G2 continuing to run this back 2 rounds in a row.
I think that Nightfall was too... I think they were trying to get ahead of it, but I think that's been what PaperX has been doing. I don't mind it because it's been working for them, but basically PaperX's motto has been to take a timing ahead. But I think since you got the paranoia out in backside, you could have just waited. Nightfalling that neon once they started sprinting in would have been huge, you know? But what they did was they pushed here. You only saw like one. And so, or two. So then you say, okay, the others should be Waterfall. Let's push this fast. So they Nightfall it, but you didn't tag anyone. The moment you didn't tag anyone, you kind of gave up your entire hand. And then Jog played it real well. Jog and Trent played the 2v2 and Waterfall real well.
Play how they want over on B and C. Kind of overstack that side a little bit. Granted, that last round was all about just the retake, just understanding the utility that was going to be coming their way.
Being able to avoid the Nightfall allows them to get back in that much faster, that much cleaner. Rough tidings for PaperX. As the final timeout gets sent.
All right.
See what they're able to scrape together, but for Jogamo, he's got an operator in hand now. Looking at these early advantages. It seems like he's going to
one away from Showstopper.
Over towards A.
Off here for Jog.
For PaperX. They're spending a lot of money here.
So they're just going to hold with the op. Since there's no Vice. Okay, that forces the Omen smoke. But that gives you a bit of an advantage to try to force a fight on C. Valen, you're in trouble. Ooh. Okay, the Haunt makes it kind of even, but PaperX feels okay about this. His fault line's down for another 20 seconds. You took out the Snakebite as well. So delay on C is weak. So they would either have to stack up or take a risk and rotate. Trade is big for PaperX. This is good. Fault line still hasn't come back. They know they have a timing. They know the smokes are down. They know the fault line's down.
They juggle it over. Answer's going to be no. So Showstopper not going to be built up.
Oops.
Rare little oopsie from Trent.
Rare Trent Wifferino.
Initial chip value.
Ice Wall gets tripped.
G2's going to try to use that to their advantage. They're going to try to fight 3v3 on the site.
Devise responsibility.
Toxins going up.
Ooh, they want to try to get a crossfire on Rubble first.
Timing for Leaf.
The haunt sent, nothing spotted.
Leaf has to go first. Doesn't win that. That's the retake over. Okay, maybe not.
Carry them forward. Jing at 32 HP.
No, they don't have time.
But they have them surrounded. They have them split.
I told you, chat. I told you the retake was over.
11-9. They denied G2 the tied scoreline.
And it's a little bit similar to their pistol round, where they're going to use something early to get to that tree door to open it. But this time he TP's back. They go for a stacked push. And that's a great call because they're able to shut that operator of Jogamo down and open up the site for themselves. Just some great ring around the rosy here. Forsaken and Jing in lockstep there. That duo so good together. Played together for so long.
Side forward, Jogamo.
Oof, dude, Jog just says I'd win.
Out of the equation. That showstopper once
But this is how you should play. Not just Neon, but I feel like a lot of breach comps. You got to take the first fight somewhere.
Telling the story here for Devi. He will just stay in position just in front of B. Something pushed up forward.
Oh, they wanted to drone it too. That's... I mean, something was way deep in. You do not expect someone to be there. So now them emptying C site is kind of biting them in the ass. Now it's 4v4.
To go to A again, to try to double down into what had been working. But PRX wisely changing up strategies here. And they're going to have info on the lurk potentially, and this is going to have to be pretty pacey from G2. It's going to take them a long time to get to the other side of the map.
Both teams worlds apart. Curious and Forsaken tries to send them from the shadows, go for a scout here, but now sheer wall is there, cuts them off.
Oof, wastes a lot of time too, because that's all of them.
Something looks like he's going to go sliding forward towards that one-way smoke.
They're making noise on both sides. PRX knows, 100%. Now the pinch doesn't work.
We'll find the weapons of the two on the opposite side of the door. Recon going to be cleared out this fault line.
They know one's on mound, but they don't know about the others. Paranoia is good. This retake is cooked. Damn, dude, G2.
Up 12-9.
G2 are getting wrecked.
One away from knocking G2 into the lower bracket.
Damn.
Really good calling from PRX.
This was a good round. This was a good round from PRX.
Are absolutely befuddling G2. They're seeing a very different PRX today. It isn't just full-on early committals. The first side of contact not always going to be where PRX is going to go.
See, that one Alex is happy about. I'm telling you, it's just like it's the same. It was the same with Mini. Even if they win, if you're not playing optimally as a coach, it is frustrating.
And that is something that we were not seeing versus Team Liquid. It was something regularly getting punished off the rip, misjudging how much free space.
Imagine G2 and Sentinels in the lowers. That would be crazy.
Trying to clear that utility and then just getting picked off, completely unawares of his surroundings. This has been something that we've known and loved for quite some time. He's finding that impact on the regular. Right there alongside Jing, who is leading the lobby. A big bounce back from what we saw. For G2 now, though, an all-in send. 3 rounds needed in a row.
I don't think G2 wanted to pick PRX. They wanted to pick SEN. They just didn't have that choice.
As they look to try to extend this over into a third and final map to still have an opportunity to keep themselves in this upper bracket.
A couple big ults to play with in this round. You've got that Hunter's Fury, you've got the Rolling Thunder. Trent has been so on point with these Hunter's Furies. He's always seemingly good for one.
He has been. But that thrifty impact, that forced buy, hasn't been getting as much value for G2. It needs to right here, or it's all going to come to an end. Outlaw in the hands of something. TP, top of rubble. Opts to not stick around, doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Backs off, and they're able to avoid the gamble here from G2. Plant will provide a nightfall for Patman.
Yeah, and then they would have picked Wolves, if not.
The Rolling Thunder out the door.
Oh, but Forsaken?
Smoke gets cycled in with 100 series.
Never mind, he's dead.
Forsaken's gonna be taken down. Showstopper lobbed in to no avail. Something just managed to find one. Jonah P gonna be traded out. In the end, as the dust settles, it's a 4v4. But G2 have successfully staved them off.
Yeah, this Outlaw, there's three players left with 50 armor. So it isn't going to kill anybody in one shot except Valen. So this buy, see if something.
G2's playing too safe.
Great lineup there by G2. Just
They're over adjusting to their mistakes.
Easy angle with the Hunter's Fury onto that choke point that PRX is trying to force their way through, but
It's just the Yoru. What's the call here, G2?
Leaf trying to reposition.
Okay, so Leaf is basically playing counter lurk, right? He says, if you want to lurk into the site, I got you.
Something looking for the second shot. Wow. Able to find him in the end.
Through the aim punch? Oh, no time, though. No time. What?
Winning the fight. But the time is just not quite there.
Yeah, okay, no time.
The pick, and that is going to be the round over. Nothing more that something could do. Just 2 HP.
Dude, I cannot believe something hit that shot on Leaf.
With the win, they find their stability.
Holy.
Perfect. And now they need 2 more rounds.
Dude, that was an insane shot.
This is a great call here from G2. Willingly giving up space on C to set up for this ult combo. Who works a treat, and then just PRX just kind of not accounting for somebody being at the door. And yeah.
They don't have timeouts, right?
It, not even checking it.
Yeah, nobody's got timeouts anymore.
And that's a tilter for sure. You're also giving.
But that's another big ult round from G2. PRX still have 2 more chances. They should be okay. They got big ults.
PRX is, yeah, a little bit scattered.
Oh, we're gonna do Yoru B to A.
Time for Jogamo to try to go for that outlaw, but wants to play pacey. Speaking of which, dimensional drift.
Ooh, okay. He let them know that he's in B. Oh my God, he goes for the kill on Jonah P. The paranoia. It's huge.
Overwhelmed. A 2v4 with Leaf for the
Oh my God. Oh my God, Valen. When they needed him most. 9 HP. Oh my.
The 4K. The dominance. As we are 1 round away from being taken to overtime.
Another just round where it feels like PRX has a good opportunity, and then one position.
Damn, dude.
One by one, they swing.
Calm down, yeah. They
fall, and Valen.
Oh.
And that's got G2 right.
Calm down is the right word. That's oof.
To change a map for G2 has been that one play, that one clutch from one player we saw from Jogamo.
Oh, now it's just a B rush. No, you do not want to B rush on this round, PRX. That is the biggest mistake you can make. B rush is not it. A desperation B rush never works on Lotus.
One away from the Steel Garden for Divide.
Peeking Jogamo, able to spot out multiple players.
He's got that overdrive to boot. That is so scary. Saw what he can do with it earlier.
Blind spray out. No contact found, Patman.
Risky peek from Jonah P.
Tap on the door, Jing.
Jogamo's going to stay on site.
Pack, the judge in hand.
That means Jonah P has to come help. Yeah, the flash to... Ooh, okay, the flash to buy time. They're going to empty because they got the flank. The double team. Devi gets 1. He's not ready for the second, though. Okay, but these guys now have to... Yeah, they have to play Heaven. I wouldn't like it if they left 1 in tree, but...
Hasn't meant a ton for them in these past couple rounds, but the paranoia will stave them off here for the moment. The 2 players
okay, PRX is playing well, though. They're playing to meet the rest of the players pushing in. They don't know how many are coming through tree. Into another trade. They have no idea where Jonah P is. Huge Patman. He keeps it locked down, dude. Patman for the win. Holy. Damn.
The circle of time from last year to this year.
That's crazy, dude.
Was beaten down by G2, and they find their
That is crazy.
and they go forward into the playoffs. The Pride of Pacific, PRX.
PRX should just go to the upper finals now then. Whoever wins this match cruises, no?
What you could call a heartbreaking loss or win.
Alex is not happy.
Would have broken some teams.
Not
and they
happy.
came right out here and they beat one of the favorites to win this event 2-0.
The mirror image, the reflection is inverted. PRX take down G2 and keep themselves in the upper bracket. They will take their bows in front of these elated fans.
Track by track.
As they have pulled off something
Damn.
that not many people thought was going to happen here today. Do you know what? He's abandoned the train. I'm happy to take the reins. Ladies and gentlemen, all aboard. Choo-choo. Full steam ahead.
Damn, Achilles, own it.
PRX
Own it.
immaculate. We're going to go ahead and send it down, though, as we will hear from our players in the Verizon
The W Gaming.
post-match interview.
Track by track, this PRX train just keeps moving, and as they pick up their first win here at playoffs, I'm gonna try and grab Devi over here for a quick interview. Hello, come and join me, come and join me. Come and
Devi's
stand
like,
over here.
oh no.
First of all, congratulations, Devi. You get your revenge on G2, you pick up this massive win here, but my question to you is, how did you mentally recover what happened against Team Liquid? Because often that is the most difficult part.
I mean, after the Liquid game, it wasn't easy, I would say. We went back and we had a team talk and everyone was saying their parts and we tried to understand from each other's POV, and from there we worked on that because we knew that coming to the playoff is not gonna be easier than the Swiss, you know.
What was your reaction when you saw the G2 pick Lotus? Because it's still a little bit traumatic, right?
I mean, we kind of knew that when G2 got the third pick, they're gonna choose us because I think at the moment everyone wanna avoid Genji, so we knew that G2 gonna pick on them in that moment. But I mean, you can't really complain much. You just have to work harder, and the better team win, you know.
When it comes to the conductors of the PRX train, there's a few of them, but I want to ask about Mini because throughout stage one back in Pacific, we heard you guys talk about Mini's helping you a lot with your defense side. So coming into this tournament, is he still helping you guys? What's he been up to?
Yeah, he's still helping us. Usually after matches, he would give us like some notes to work on it on individual.
That's gotta be huge, though.
Especially on CT, I mean on defense. So yeah, I mean it's working out great, and hopefully even though we close out 2-0 today, I'm pretty sure there's some notes that we can work on.
Oh,
so, yeah,
there's a lot to buy.
go back and read his notes.
Well, what notes did he give you specifically? What did he say you need to do?
I mean, usually for me, he just focus on the ulti because sometimes I don't really use the ulti much because I was lurking and stuff. So yeah, just the utility wise.
Very last question. 3 Pacific team in the playoffs. A lot of people underestimate your region. So what is it about Pacific that you think is so strong right now and is better than the other regions?
I think, I mean, every region has good aim and stuff, but I would say just in terms of aggressiveness, I think the Pacific play better in terms of the other region when it comes to good day, you know? So yeah, I think in terms of aggressive. Yeah.
Well, it's a very good day today, Devi. Thank you very much for joining me. We'll see you again in a couple of days. Up next, XLG versus SEN. Don't go anywhere.
Just saw a man fall to his knees in Toronto. Damn, GG well played. GG well played to PRX. Actually really well played, though. I think the fact that they didn't win purely through, like, W Gaming and aim duels, like, it was a good match. I am disappointed in G2, not because they didn't win. I do think G2 was sluggish in their adjustments. It's very reminiscent of how they lost to Sentinels and the close matches they had in the lower bracket, where they actually started trying to, like, go for these duels, right? They weren't, like, communicating with each other. But I don't think that's why PRX won. I think that's why G2 lost. I think PRX won still because they had better calls overall. But I would have expected G2 to at least push one of those maps to overtime, given how the first part played. So we'll see if G2 can pick it back up. But overall well played from PRX. I think just because we know the types of mistakes they always make, even if they played well, it's still just as frustrating if they made those same mistakes. So I get where Alex is coming from. Now, do you have hope for Chobra? I mean, I had like hope. You make it sound like I think PaperX is trash. I don't. Chat, I don't think you guys ever understand. I'm just talking about what I'm seeing. I'm not a fan of PaperX. I have no obligation to cheer for them emotionally or contractually. I mean, I would like all the Pacific teams to do well. I did say 90-10, and I stand by that. Was I wrong? Well, no, because I gave 10, so the 10% worked out. I mean, you know. You guys make it sound like, you guys make it, every time some team wins. My favorite was when RQ fans came in and they're like, oh, like, what did we tell you? I'm like, oh, yeah, because I didn't tell you that for 2.5 years. Like, what do you guys want me to do? Like, people, like, I mean, I was wrong, okay? Like, my prediction was wrong. I mean, that's great. that's fine. Like, what do you? I don't know what the expected response is here for me to like grovel. Like, I don't know what. Like, coming in and saying like you're happy that PaperX won is fine, but being like you didn't believe in him, it's like, well, no, because I'm not emotionally attached to PaperX. Factually, I didn't believe in him. I'm happy for him that they proved me wrong. Well, that's all I have, you know. My pickups are pretty cooked though. That's true. That is true. Anyway, chat, we're going to run some ads. Thank you for the hydrate. Everyone drink some water as well. I'm going to drink some water. And we will be back for the next match.
well, you having Midi coming in, a player that does not have that much experience. And yes, we could say that for some of the players in this team, but especially having that change.
I am back.
Into this new meta, knowing the Tejo usage that already the team had, plus Midi being a player that mostly has been playing on the Tejo, leaves us with a lot of questions, right?
More than mid, Midi joins
I think the most,
XLG.
like, simple way to sum up how they play is they are a squad that is built around letting.
Curious how he's going to
fly.
play.
He is
I
a
am
star player. He had the
not
best
big
stats
on
in
him,
pretty
but I
much
am
every
cautiously
metric of
optimistic about
anyone in
Midi.
China for stage 1, and a lot of their play, especially on the attack side, is just like 4-1 lurks with a 4-1 looks with a lurker on one side, and then just setting up a ton of util for Rarga to go in and have
The
these
clutch from Patman on
massive,
split, that was a
massive
big
rounds.
clutch. I mean, Patman had some big moments. Patman's so good for the Paper X. Patman's actually so good. Today we have oh my god.
But what I do know is that Rarga should be expected to perform.
I paused because well we got sweet potato
And
chips
look, I'll be honest here, right? Rarga's coming in here with a lot
from your very
of
own
weight on his
Nongshim.
shoulders because not
But
only is he coming in
I
with
was
a lot of
surprised because
hype,
they
but also,
have
let's not
the
forget, we just saw the
nutritional
#1
facts
seed
printed on the
America's
front.
team lose on stage. Why? Because who knows?
But I'm wondering if
maybe
that's
Paper
like
X had
a
more time in the oven, more time to be able to work on some
and then the
stuff.
back is
Sentinels
just
had
like
that
I don't know
same kind
QR
of
codes
time as
and
well.
a
And
funny cartoon.
XLG are coming into this one pretty much fresh.
So
because
weird
they've
to
never
see
played a
nutritional
global
facts on the
event
front of
before. So
packaging.
you're looking to really see Rarga step the hell up and carry this team potential. Not carry, but really shine.
The thing that is definitely going for them is having the extra time to deal with all the things that are against him. Like
Patman actually looks like a top 5 player.
Bringing him in, also learning from what the things
I mean, top 5 is very competitive, but he is looking.
We have to look at
I mean, I would
G2 and
argue
what
that Patman looks like a top
against
impact
Paper X.
player.
I just pray that them picking
Patman also got something killed 2 days ago by not prowling the left corner, you know what I mean? So, like,
Yeah, I hope so as well.
Patman,
For this team,
Patman looks like a top
historically, when we've seen
impact player.
non-EDG teams come out of China, a lot of the time people think of a squad like FPX, who was crazy, who had like their own like super unique style. I think XLG have been playing like really normal meta Valorant. They don't play a ton of super out there comps. They've been pretty into the Yoru. They were super into the Teo. They're just a fundamentally sound team with a.
They call me crazy for letting Patman.
Maybe arguably
I don't think
spot duelist
in
player
any
of
world I
their
would have had
profile.
Patman in my top 15, but I would have had him in my top 5 impact players, I think.
Had some excellent showings. They don't do a lot of crazy stuff, but they just have.
Yeah, I'm
great
very
players
curious
that
about
just follow
XLG are
the
going to look. I really like this XLG team, but we'll see.
They'll have to lean on as they take on the Sentinels in just a little
VFL?
bit. But we did get
Yeah,
an
we can
opportunity
show it
to
before we
catch up
start.
with a player who, by the way, I think top 3 names in the world, because it's like one of my favorite fruits.
Coconut.
Standing
I
by
knew he
with
was going to say
you
that.
ahead of his Masters debut. Let's have a listen.
I'm now joined by Coconut from XLG. Now, I think the question on everyone's mind is, being seed 1, why did you choose Sentinels out of all of the opponents you could have had?
Well, today is our coach Hoyo's birthday, so, we got to give him a good birthday gift.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much and good luck.
I do sincerely
This
hope
is my VFL
Now,
team.
Of course, moving forward, though, we have Sentinels who took down 2 Chinese squads to qualify for playoffs, and now they have a shot
Kayak,
to
Ash,
shut
Bang,
down the
Xfero,
whole freaking
Devi,
region.
NRG.
But of course, I think it's safe to say, Mimi, the road was not a cakewalk for Sen City.
No, they had a pretty rough kickoff, missed out on being able to do that much at Bangkok, going out in the first round at that tournament. But now they come back here. They make another American.
The only thing I don't like
final.
about Valorant is we can't actually trash talk Americans the same way they trash talk APAC.
And made it out of the group stage.
Whenever Americans lose, they just walk away?
Of how that would
What?
go, 'cause they weren't
What does that
number
even
one.
mean?
They didn't have a huge amount of time to
Chobra,
prep for this
eat
event,
shit.
and
Oh,
they were
well,
one of the
thanks.
biggest KO teams, at least
Hope
coming
you
from the Americas region, but they looked
think about
really
how that's
strong
probably
in
not
that
the
group
first thing you want to
stage.
say when I wasn't ever hating on Paper X.
There was narrate. I think that the fact that the
You guys have to, you guys really have to calm, like, gloating is fine, but like, you guys make it sound like I was, no, literally people come in, like in YouTube comments and even in chat, like people who aren't the small regulars, and you guys come in and because I predicted someone else, you're like, wow, that dude caused a hate crime against us. That's actually not how predictions work. There's 2 teams and to choose one. Literally, the closest I've come to hate watching any team is Billy, and even then, I wouldn't say I really hated them. So, everybody needs to chill. But like, I say this even after timing people out, because I think it pays to remind everybody, whether it's the lurkers, even the people who don't do that in chat, so everyone can keep each other accountable. Like, there is a difference between trash talking, there's a difference between being passionate, and there's a difference between being a weirdo. And you're being the third if you do that in anybody's chat, not just mine. Right? Like, going in and being like, you're a piece of shit, or like, eat shit, or like, wow, you're garbage, you should quit your job, right? Like, how did you become a coach? How are you an analyst? How are you a caster? That's not how that works. Like, that's not how that works, ever. Like, you just don't do that. So, you can come in and be like, there's so many other ways to trash talk. You can be like, now you look like a fool, and it's like, okay, like, that's fine. I mean, I wouldn't, again, I don't know what I'm supposed to say to that anyway, because like, I guess I looked like a fool, but yeah, you could say, Chobra, eat poached eggs. Poached eggs are okay. At least you're not making me eat scrambled eggs.
Them being able to just get up on very, very high highs, if they are able to keep
But
that
just
up
don't be weird.
having a very flawless round, a very solid tournament up until
Chobra eats scrambled eggs. No, not the scrambled eggs.
The man himself, the Vibes Merchant, to get his thoughts ahead of the match.
I've got the Vibe Merchant himself, Zelsis from Sentinels, with me today. Now, Zelsis,
Man, do we think Sentinels is going to look good today? I have them winning, but I don't know if they'll look
against some of the
good.
SEN teams, and now you're running the gauntlet, this time against XLG. Tell me, who's going to be your bestie in this one? How do you win them over, but without losing your perfect record?
Raga, I guess, is going to be my bestie. I mean, I'm going to try and get in his head because I think he's like their superstar. So I'm choosing him as my bestie.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you and good luck.
Zelsis has the strategy to get in.
Chobra, you fool, you predicted the wrong team. Now you're going to get thrown into the engine? Nah, Sliggy had his chance. He missed it. I'm too slippery.
I love that lower third. Best one we've ever done. And look, this has really been interesting because, guys, I don't really know what to expect as far as level. I mean, we've seen a lot of Sentinels here, but I just don't know what to expect when it comes to this match.
You caught me so off guard. Sarah New redeems, choose the next agent. And I'm like, what? Chobra, make Sentinels choose Waylay. I know you have the power.
Morocco to Canada to go to school in Montreal.
Yeah, I'm down.
Kind of got the opportunity to get into
I'm down for some Waylay.
playing with M80 in the online era, and then finally got this opportunity with SEN.
What if media is just Leo 2.0 or 2023 KC shit?
Gets to come back to Canada, play
Chat, I've watched this guy play.
as this leader and
I'm cautiously optimistic about him, but he's not Leo.
Yeah, it's a full circle when we look at also the where he has come from, when he started to where he is right now, ready to be one of the best IGLs in
What
the
the?
world.
Oh, that opened it in the browser. Oops, sorry.
This is one of the pivotal parts of Sentinels that you have to deal with. It's not even only about superstars here and not.
PRX finally break their losing streak against NA teams. Holy.
Predictions again for this one?
The only prediction
Dude, it's crazy
Yeah, no, I hate that guy.
that friggin'.
Yeah, you had Sentinels winning, right? Mimi?
I did as well.
Dude, it's crazy that it's not this one. It's not this one. It's not friggin' this one. It's friggin' this one. That's crazy.
That's just how stacked all of these players are, folks. But you see that time ticking down. It's now time to jump into our second match of the day. And let's bring out your two teams. You have the Sentinels and XLG.
Has been a while.
Versus Sentinels.
They beat EG at LA uppers? Yes, because they were in the uppers. But that's why it was counting starting from Champions Grand Finals, right? Year and a half in the making.
All right, everyone. This is
I love that his jersey is elite. I love that Huya is unabashedly an uncle. I love it.
Can XLG shock the world and be able to pick off
Nary.
against a prolific
He's
team
like, let's go, let's go, let's go.
That is one way to start a tournament and to have a global debut. But for the side of Sentinels, with G2 already losing today, this could be a terrible
Sunset from XLG.
XLG will pick into
Sunset.
Historically, this has been a fantastic map for
Sunset.
Sentinels. If you look back at the previous times this was in the pool, this was always a home ground for them. But it's been, you know, kind of a
Wow.
XLG. That was not in the pool in China, so they're going to be coming with something fresh on Sunset.
Yeah, and then Sentinels picking onto the Lotus. If I look back and I think about what XLG were picking, especially on that
Damn.
it was that Lotus. But
Okay.
now Sentinels get
I
to
mean,
play
you
that
should have known the
Sunset that they
Lotus
have
pick was
already
coming
played in
from
the past.
Sentinels.
And that Lotus, I do not know how
So
to
the prep
feel
is
about
probably
the
there.
Sunset pick. I want to think about the time and then wanting to bring a surprise.
Oh, he's starting.
Ever the showman.
Why not?
You
It's
look
What am I
at this
eating?
team,
Sweet
I mean,
potato
It's
chips.
in his element.
Those XLG players, they're stepping on a stage like this for the first time at this scale, away from home. And for Celsius, it's just another day. He's so comfortable in those positions, trying to get in the heads of those XLG players.
I still think it's wild that XLG picked Sentinels here, but you know what though? There had to have been a reason.
Imagine
There
XLG
had to
still
have
had
been a reason for
Crystal.
them,
Oh boy.
confidence-wise. They felt like they can take them on. I mean, obviously they said it was the clout match, all that stuff, yada yada yada. But I also think, from a technical perspective, there might be something here that XLG could very well be keeping under the hood to maybe catch Sentinels off guard. Who knows what that could be? But of course, Sentinels, they have a lot of hype here. And what I'm worried about is if that hype begins to die down because XLG starts winning those rounds, how does that
I just
play
don't
out?
know if
Mental,
XLG
how
is
does
going to
that work out
be
the server?
like
A lot of
cleaned up.
question marks
This
here.
roster move was
That's
pretty
the
sudden.
growth from Sen, from Bangkok to
It
now.
wasn't
players
planned.
Like John,
Good point.
like Zels is really stepping up in those moments to keep the team in it.
Yeah, no, very good point there, right? What a turnaround that this team has had. And of course, they're no strangers to going up against Ascension squads and needing to deal with those teams. So this is, of course, going to be some familiar territory-ish, but at the same time, some confidence for Sentinels. They've been playing for such a long time here. But now Kukuka, XLG, this is it, right? Your debut on the stage, lots of hype, fans cheering you on. It's a lot of pressure.
So I have a mixed thoughts about this Sunset. Like I like the fact that they can come in with a surprise, that there is no way that Sentinels can prep for whatever is on the other side. But Sentinels have already had such good showings in in the Sunset. So for them, this veto is looking so favorable. But at the beginning of the day, I thought the same for G2 and PRX.
Yep.
Like that veto
Exactly.
looked too good for G2. And it feels like on the other side of the world, things are looking
Chat,
too
I
better
got-
for the other teams.
It is interesting
Crumb's
to
stuck in my
consider
throat.
XLG's position here. Most of the time when you're a debut team at a tournament, you have basically no pressure, right? Maybe you squeak in as a 3rd or 4th seed, but they won their region. And now they have their chance to live up to that, to do what EDG has done in the past. And looking at the composition here, seems like XLG, as they did
Why
in
are
the past,
you?
kinda going
I don't know
meta,
so much
a
about
double
whether he was,
initiator look with
you know,
Margo on
calling
that
mid rounding, but if you look at the way like he would
Very
set up his
vanilla in that
teammates,
sense. I mean,
like
I
yeah,
the
kind of
fact
like
that
Simon.
Margo's going to be in something
Like I
that
think
gives him
he
the
was such a
ability.
big part
I
of their
believe he was
setup.
the first waylay
And
that
then
we
he
had
had
in
good
Tier
clutches
1,
too.
Back in the moment, so the innovation is definitely there, but they're playing it pretty safe for what I expected them to do. I expected something like, I don't know, the deadlock.
Yeah, I figured they would play the breach as well.
On this map.
Yeah, that was kind of perplexing. We saw the draft come in and
These are all comfort roles for XLG.
XLG. Wait, XLG picked Sunset. Wait, they're debuting on stage. This is a gamble here that XLG are running.
But I don't think there's a better comp to set Roger up to shine in his opening match here. He gets to play Neon, which he is excellent on. He gets to have both initiatives.
Does Achilles have the longest
They
prediction
totally
streak? He might
turn
actually.
into supporting him. This should be a really good map for him to start hot.
Sentinels waiting to lock in their final agents. Should be doing so in a minute here. Don't expect anything too crazy. But of course, anything is possible in Valorant, as I've come to learn over the years of covering this game. Pressure's on, though. Sentinels just had to watch.
Well, he's at 11-0. He's not 12-0 yet.
Lose in that opening matchup. Can they bring it back for the Americas region?
But XLG had to watch the same thing.
By elimination, the only team I can theoretically hate watch is
Both
RRQ, but it's Pacific, so I don't want to do that.
the Swiss stage, trying to get
Oh, that's so
revenge
nice of
for
you,
the other
Kami.
teams from their region.
Narratives. we got it in spades over here.
You want one narrative?
Hit
This
me
is
with
the
the
first
narrative.
time that we're even going to see mid lane breach on an official. I know that we're speaking about setting players up and whatnot. Well, this is no YOU.
Uh-oh. All right, folks. We're all locked in and we're ready to go. Toronto, let me hear you as we send it over to your
Did Seth predict XLG? No, he predicted Sentinels.
Uber and Wyatt.
Honestly, I'm kind of down. My pick'em's already ruined anyway. I'm kind of down to ruin Achilleos' pick'em, his predictions, his perfect pick'ems, with XLG winning. I'm kind of down with that.
From China, 8-match win streak. That includes beating Wolves, beating Billy, beating EDG, the biggest favorite to be here, and now replacing them as the Titan of the region for their international debut. First showing for all of these guys.
GLA Gaming, the last line of defense to redeem a whole region. It is the Wonder Kids from China versus the unredeemed Sentinels. Make some noise, Toronto. Let's get this one started.
Now Sentinels just the other day.
Ooh, super weak A. How's the fast rotate? You got Cypher on B.
An all-time 75% win record on this map.
I'm gonna eat sweet potato chips this game. I know, daring. Let's go Coconut. I do want Coconut to do really well. I really liked Coconut in I keep forgetting their name. What was their name in Ascension last year?
Neither particularly proximate to the site as Happyway steps up first, going on a bit of a
I really liked that team.
He's able to sidestep that relay bolt and aware that Zekin is still on the corner, and eventually there's going to be a multi-swing coming his way. He has to know it. Viva's still not here. Happyway's fighting for himself right now.
Oh, Happyway starting hot? That could be big for XLG.
The link, no, going to double up. XLG opting to play together here.
The RA team? No, not Rare Item. They were in Pacific Ascension.
At some point they've got to give us a tap. Here's Zelda's on the swing, but again, the spacing.
The Hong Kong Taiwan team, right? I think. Oof.
Red Bull clutch for Zekin. Picking up where he left off.
Yeah, that was a 20 for 8 that he dropped on Billy.
I'm told, Godshot. So I'm told.
Played Sunset in this tournament. He was lethal in that game. White hot right now.
This is how it plays out. A lot of individual moments in this pistol round.
Really comes down to John here. I mean, you can see the XLG players. They are swinging for each other there. They are double-faced into him, but they just can't connect the shots. And the IGL, who has also been individually in really good form, got a lot of multi-kills in that aforementioned Billy game, turns up already too.
Watch out for Chile Gaming on these eco rounds, folks. Astonishingly effective when it comes to the thrifties. BLG felt it firsthand, getting thrifted 5 times over their last series.
Oblivion Force. Yes, thank you. For whatever, you know what's funny is in my head, OnlyFans popped up in my head and I was like, but that's not it. But I didn't connect it to their abbreviation, OF.
What I like from XLG on these rounds is that they play it basically like they still
Oblivion Force, that was it. I really liked that team.
Really great trades. He's also saw this late lurk in mid though, wants to find a timing with that stinger after the spike's been planted.
And he's heard the obvious rotate through Boba.
There.
Sen, no, she
This event, I feel like everyone who's standing up is winning. Don't tell Alphair that. Don't tell Alphair that. It's not going to be true for him.
Son Midi and Coconut. Sheriff for the latter. And Midi says, you know what? Yeah, I think we're probably pretty cooked here. John, though, would love.
Isn't that a team that has curiosity? Probably. I think they went out with 0 wins, but they were a team that couldn't scrim regularly and stuff because they all had to like go to school or go to work.
That's XLG all turned into all dwarves.
Like one of their matches online, they like played. Some of them played with their like dress shirts on because they just got back from work or something. I was supposed to see some good quality Valorant from G2. The funny thing is I think we saw pretty good quality Valorant in that match. We just have come to expect better from G2. But to be fair, I think it's very similar to the weaknesses we saw during America's playoffs. I just figured they would have, you know, learned their mistake and not do that. But I was wrong.
I'm interested to see how effective Midi is going to be in this breach debut for him.
I think that could be a little bit true as well, QT. I mean, I think PRX was also, I think PRX was doing the same, where they were just getting ahead of things, and G2 was kind of getting caught off guard by that. I think G2 assumed that they would be able to play their game. PRX did a real good job of not letting that happen in the rounds they won. Ooh. Okay. Clean retake.
the party, but his team has paved the way.
Look at that from XLG, the way that they all just swing out of that dark cover together. What is so impressive about this team, the fundamentals. Their players are...
Can you specify what you mean by G2's weakness? In America's playoffs, once they lost to SEN, the match they lost to SEN, and then the other matches in the lower bracket, they start, like, if their initial plan at the beginning of the round, like, if they weren't allowed to play their initial plan, they would suddenly get very scrappy, and their like, teamwork would break apart. Like, players would go for heroics without communicating. And it was kind of weird, but it almost felt like they were kind of at a wit's end because their idea of, like, textbook Valorant wasn't happening, right? I think they remedied that in the grand finals, but I think that was part of the problem. Valorant said PRX executed so differently from what they've seen. Honestly, I'm going to call them out on that. Yes, differently in general. But if you've seen the high notes of PRX, I think a good team should have adjusted mid-game once you caught on to it. You know what I mean? Like, PRX played really well today. They were making, like, really good pacing adjustments round around, etc. I'm not trying to take anything away from PRX, but I think while that can be true, I think it's still an excuse you need to learn from. I don't think it was unavoidable, you know what I mean? Oh, dude, Zekken is on one today. I think it's, like, to me, that would be an acceptable thing if it was, like, the first match that we saw PRX play like that. Then I'd be like, you know what? Yeah, who could have seen that coming? But, like, yeah, while they've gotten even better in this match, like, now we kind of know that it's possible, you know? PRX have been doing solo heroics without communicating since G2 were in diapers. Can't beat them play like that. Feels like a bye-bye XLG. Well, I mean, I think, well, Zekken's 9-1. That helps a lot.
Win an eco and then come right back barreling into the game. Got a few sheriffs here. Raga with that ghost.
No, Glansdorp. I try not to watch things that would really ruin me as a human being.
Coconut's got up standard to control this area of the map.
Try to stay away from
always be looking to double or triple up.
Degrading media,
even in this sort of pistol round.
like Sideshow's butter.
Those XLG fundamentals have been instrumental in turning them from a 5th, 6th place team in kickoff to by far the #1 seed. Only dropping maps and a cheeky series to BLG. Coconut here caught by the fault line.
Where are you?
Now it'll slowly scale into that area given up.
There.
And just Sentinels is giving a lot of respect too. They're respecting that XLG can shoot. Honestly, it's almost kind of unfortunate for XLG that Sentinels had only the Chinese teams to play against. While XLG doesn't play like most of the other Chinese teams, I think Sentinels have just, like, come to really respect every part of it.
Sentinels had to have into the site like this. No free rounds, no clean rounds against XLG. Zekken will be waiting on this now. Coconut sets up, of course, with a smoke over all to B main. That does leave Zekken as the sole player in the site.
I do agree that PRX, now that they beat G2, I think... What? Oh, dude, Zekken is just... He is on one today. Holy.
Of course, that overdrive develops. Fast lane, you think he'd get around, but somehow Mini's just picked his spot perfectly.
The headshot.
Didn't have to, really,
That's so poetic. That's so poetic.
Overkill. Mini just going to fall to the spike here. Sen will be very
I do agree that now that PRX beat G2, they should be, like, in the upper finals already.
Narrate that plant earlier, so we got the nightfall for the next buy round.
That match was so much more stacked than this one.
Sen realized they really have to wager a bit to get into market. They're going to be forced to fight for it fairly doggedly, but the fact that Zekken's been able to get out to 11-2 after 5 rounds, that is exactly exactly what you need from Sentinels.
Trent played well. What was the... I saw the Reddit comment during the break. What was it? Trent proved that he can play without Tejo, but unfortunately his team couldn't.
But he feels really, really good about the rest of that series.
It's brutal, but it's kind of true.
So far on this Sunset map.
Oh my god.
But
Yeah, Trent avoided the Tejo Merchant narrative, but it was actually the team that was the Tejo Merchant.
Great system that has created a very consistent XLG team in there.
Seth had G2 winning, but changed it because he had a gut feeling he knows something that we don't know. Is that what he said?
Gotten a few ultimates to their name as well.
I mean, honestly though, if there is a team to put your gut feeling on in this tournament, is it not PRX though?
Stage 1 of China. So, Coach Boyer's
They are the most gutty of gut feeling teams at this tournament. Wolves, yeah. Wolves is more like a faith thing. But Wolves feels more like a punt. Like, I mean, like, to like switch a pick last minute, it would be PRX. Wolves would be more like, I'm like believing in these guys as dark horse type of thing at this point. RRQ, no, I think RRQ is a team that you're either believing in them enough or you're not. I think RRQ's. I think RRQ deserves the like solid belief, honestly. It is crazy that Seth has 11-0 and looks like he'll be 12-0. To be fair, both those comps would have been better if they did have it. Oh, I mean, well, sure.
XLG are just cut down. A fertile harvest for Sentinels as they walk into an A-side bereft of defenders.
I do think they underestimated how much more setup you need for the breach to be effective. Like, the breach is still the only place breach is guaranteed to be good is like trap plays, right? Like on defense here, or like split mid, right? On vents. Like, that's the only time you're like guaranteed value from breach. Otherwise, you actually have to work a lot. Tejo makes the breach really easy because you can basically force them into the breach trap or vice versa. So you need a lot more work. That is true. I'm still a big fan of breach in terms of overall map control, but like, I saw some people saying that they think the 0.2 second nerf on his stun was big. I don't think the duration mattered, but I do think his stun was avoided a lot, which I think that's, again, lack of prep on the setup, or it could be a case of like, it could be a classic case of the optimal way to play it is the highest ceiling of Valorant, but like, it's so hard to play it optimally that it's not worth the effort, you know what I mean?
We're going to be talking about him all game now that he's up to, well, a nice little 13-2. XLG have the 2 rifles.
So it could be that. Could be that.
Late weapons for this half buy. Still so many ultimates to play with.
Waylay is actually the best agent, but it just takes too much work for people to learn the agent, so maybe it's just not worth playing her, you know? I get it. I get it. People are scared. People are scared to practice. I understand.
Just how dangerous XLG have been on rounds like this in our home region. So far, Sentinels have respected them, focused on their own protocols to clear some of these more dangerous parts of the map, like that multi-push into market, for example. It's quite clear they are extending every
best agent is
necessary
Cypher.
ounce of respect to their opponents, the #1 seed from China.
I like Cypher.
Quite passive at the moment. They
Don't know if he's the best though.
Come towards A main. Narrates Prowler reflares. Zelsus just
He does have a hat. Killjoy has a hat.
Nightfall is going to come through the site. A second extending through elbow. Second Prowler used to clear all of this out, make it safe for him to get right into this site, take the space for his team.
I love that. Happyway reluctantly gave up elbow as the U2 came in wide, but he never really left.
Happyway, you're killing me.
Able to take a clean duel against Bang, who was trying to get through that one-way dark cover. Look at Zelsus on absolutely mad flank. He was just chilling in B main. And now, John looks like he wants to get out of
30
dodge
seconds
from
left. Jordan, come on. Into spawn he goes. Coconut with only a sheriff.
Ooh, coconut sense is something. The angle's not good for Zelsus. Oof.
Cybercage there for Zelsus. He might look to play around that neural theft. Also, John holding it down in mid-time.
Oh, John needs help.
And he's brought down by Mini. Zelsus would have to try and salvage.
Look at Raga go, man. Raga's gone.
He's just on the run with the movement. Catching off the spike in mid. John was operating slowly, a little hesitant to cross. And by that time, XLG have already began.
I have the same problem with no duelist iceboxes. I mean, I think the thing is I think I mean G2, let's give him a couple more games to see, you know. But for instance, this was the argument a couple years ago with like DRX playing DRX comps in Korea and then every other Korean team trying to copy it. But it was like, you're never going to be as good at DRX comps as DRX, as Vision Strikers. So like, why not pick something that suits you? And like, I agree with that. I agree with that logic. I just think this tournament is a little early to call that because it's a new patch. You know what I mean? It's the first time all these teams are like, well, you know, maybe some comps are being brought back, but like it's the first time they're all playing it like in an actual official. So I think it's too early to say that it doesn't fit X team. But there could come a time when like, well, this team can do it, but like other teams can't, so they should change it. I agree with that. But I think just watching just watching it at this tournament and being like, I think that comp is not good, is I think too early.
They don't expect him to be so far forward, and he's like a second or so early.
But maybe for most teams. Which of those teams? Obviously, we don't know. Wait, was YU their IGL? No. Viva's their IGL. But YOU was really good with the util. He was very good. He was very good at setting up his teammates, and YOU was very good. He was actually really good at being kind of like solo as an initiator and getting space and getting info. And I think they're kind of... That's what I was afraid of, was that they wouldn't be able to flow as well without YOU.
SEN clearly realized the time for subtlety is well and truly over. Al Drone Zekin wants to get ahead of it. This is a little bit dangerous. He's having a back off the line. Here comes a rolling thunder. Narrate.
Dude, what is going on? Wow, that's the time that he gets taken out.
And XLG now with these sheriffs, recovered rifle. Raga still working with it.
Oh, I don't know about that, Narrate. Doesn't matter. Bang, bang, ace, 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 ace. Give me my VFL points. Let's go. Viva. Viva, give it. Oh my.
SEN have still made it a 5-round game. SEN have done an excellent job at stopping XLG in the choke points where they're trying to get back into the site. That Hunter's Fury just did not net any value.
What if DRX picked up Liquid Kiko and just ran 2 smokes except Kiko raisins? Mako Kiko.
Really well done.
I don't know why XLG got meaty when they could have gotten Simon. There might have been reputation damage, but also it sounds like EDG's holding onto his contract until stage 2, right? So maybe the buyout was too expensive. Meaty was kind of like it felt like Meaty was kind of on trial for Trace, so it might have just been easier to get Meaty. We don't know that. We don't know if it's the reputation or not, because like Simon's technically still under EDG.
This time over on that B site, if Sentinels execute in here, there are 2 kill trips that Happyway wants to play off after Shark forces out.
And XLG is I don't think XLG is a big org even outside of Valorant, right? So
like Coconut just made use of from the shadows for information.
Can't imagine that Simon would have been a cheap and easy buy. I think people are releasing Raga too much.
Second at least knows mid. He's up in mid.
I'm just saying, I said this. I think Raga's good. I don't think he is a I carry no matter what. I think he feels like Jemkin 2 years ago. Very good. Plays like generally the best way he could in his situation, therefore gets good numbers, but not in a way that's winning you games.
Decken has already gone to work on the defenders. There's Raga turning up. Found a moment to get top mid, dealt with Zelsus, and then followed through.
As we say that, he gets a 4K.
What a round. Love XLG's play towards mid there. Throwing in some proactivity.
To be fair, no one other than 2023 Ospas is I carry no matter what.
When it comes to this site,
Well, hold on. We haven't seen Kayak yet. Like, hold on. I mean Crashies. Sorry, we haven't seen Crashies yet. Like, come on, chill. We haven't seen Fnatic Crashies on the international stage yet.
XLG can definitely hang, but they've got a bit of a deficit to work on now. SEN definitely in a position to buy for this round at least. This time they show a little bit towards A, where XLG characteristics.
I mean, that's probably part of it as well, Snoggy.
Make use of Raga to stave any push off.
I mean, I'm just saying we don't even know if they even like thought about Simon, if they even tried. Like, if the buyout was too much, so we just don't know. Oof.
He is punished for his aggression, his recklessness even.
Yeah, with Coconut already forcing.
Yeah, call him out, Wyatt.
Really feel like XLG.
Viva wants to get here, only has the Sheriff, and now SEN opt to just take the time. Still a minute on the clock, no reason to force things. Again, dark cover just used to obscure the view from top mid Happyways, but it needs to go.
Oh, Happyway at the very least is not taking like long to warm up. Sometimes he has really slow starts, but that's good to see.
But look at the insert from Zekin all the way towards elbow.
Door closed over towards market side. Coconut not spotted on that flank. It's going to be John. He'll have utilities hands. It's an easy kill. Oh, it's the spike as well. Now they can refresh to one way. Paranoia comes in.
Oh, I mean, Zekin is everywhere.
With the omen that comes
Dude, Zekin is actually playing up to Wonder Child levels right now.
They want to swing on the spike.
The friggin' Wunderkid.
Neither can the XLG players. Aftershock going to force him right into the fault line. Second in danger.
It's bang though, that's really under pressure. Cosmetic stun. Apparently the fault line is. And this is more time. Narrate's now been.
I'm a tech fan because of RB. What's RB? He took a break from the like Evolution series, right?
Bang, caught by that one. A whole 46 points of health stripped off of him, and now it's down to Narrate and
But he was IGLing at the end of stage 1, is what he said, right? I'm kind of curious if they stick with that.
Going to have to bring a world-beating performance to deal with this. Crosshair positioning broken. This is no problem. 5 health for Happyway. Narrate needs to get in.
Yes,
here
to stick it. Yeah.
Sentinels keep it a 5-round.
No, Zekin's on one today.
A moment away from being
But chat, I don't think XLG made a mistake picking SEN because like, who were you gonna pick? Wolves? And have the Chinese fans hate you even more? Like, that was the only other option because you aren't picking PRX or Gen G after what they looked like.
And the attempt from Viva to throw up the recon so the player on site would have to turn, look at it. That was good. But Midi swung.
Dude, look at that beanie. Look at that Valor Masters beanie. That's so cute.
The wall was fired off.
We got to contrast this with the starts for Sentinels in their last 2 games, Wyatt. They started slow. When questioned about
Yeah, damned if you do, damned if you don't.
The reasoning for it. He really felt it was important that the boys.
I mean, it's just one of those situations where it sucks that we had a sudden roster change. Unforeseen. It's just, there's an asterisk. I'm not saying they would have won no matter what with YOU, but, you know, it's just kind of like a, well, but also Zekin's just playing out of his mind. What's his KD right now? He was what, 9-1, 10-1 earlier?
This information for Happyway. Top mid play. I mean, he just might want to swing. Yeah, this trip would have to be broken. No, that'll give up the game. Second wants to go through. He wants to split this B side from 3.
Happyway knows he's safe for market. Huge setup from XLG. Very big.
Cosmetic stun if I've ever seen one. Rogo wants to get into backside. He wants to anchor Happyway. Duo, the 2 stars of XLG, the best aimers here to anchor.
Yeah. Okay. Raga now just needs to play his life. He needs to play his life. He needs to play safe. Good from SEN, but numbers still for X. Oh. That is brutal. Ooh, Coconut. Let's go, Coconut. He's 20-7. Holy. I mean, you had to know that the pinch was coming. I think Raga was just, he got distracted too much by Chunky T. Not much more he could do there.
Easy MVP shout for this man.
Good start, yes, but it's about how you close here in Masters Toronto. We're going to second half of Sunset coming at you.
I would say PRX looked quite great. I would say G2 a bit of an off day. I wouldn't say like a massive off day. Bit of an off day for G2 compared to expectations, but I would say very good showing from PRX. I hesitate to say great just because like if I think that actually should have been a cleaner win for PRX given how they played. But but yeah. Drinking an Americano and it tastes good. I might have to get some coffee at some point. Met the GOAT, by the way. Good luck, King. Doesn't even tag him. GG. Unfortunately, the internet doesn't think so. What, that I should have a coffee? Really don't think you can take away from PRX for that. I don't take it away from them for the win, but as someone who would want them, this is me being an Asian parent, but like if that was an EMEA or America's team that I had no attachment to at all, like zero attachment, like not a Fnatic or anything, like if that was a Team Liquid, I'd be like, oh yeah, like they played really well, you know.
A number there that is
But
very large.
with PRX, I'm like,
remember, this econ rating is a measure
I
of
would,
how much damage
I
they're able to get
don't think you can draw conclusions. Have you seen some of those rounds?
20 kills is obviously
Even the ones that they won? Dude, I don't think I'm in the wrong here seeing Alex's reactions. Knowing how they can play all these other rounds, those rounds are frustrating. And I'm not saying it should have been a 13-0. I'm just saying some of those should just not have happened. Some of those should have just not happened.
You look at the timeline, XLG, they're just getting one round win every couple, then broken economy again.
We've got to check in with XLG, who have been called upon by the whole
But I'm not saying that they're, you know, I don't think that should take away from their win. Like, I don't think fans should be like, well, they got lucky. I don't think that should be it. But as someone, like, I'm not an emotional, like, fan of PRX, the team, like, fully. I like them. I like the team. I like the players. I think they're fun to watch. I like Alex. But, you know, I'm not, like, it's not like they're, like, Nongshim or, like, I'm, like, an actual fan of Fnatic or even RQ, right? Like, it's not to that level, but I still have some attachment to them because they're from Pacific, and I'd like to see them do well. And the story's great. So then I'm like, well, I would like them to do better. Mostly because I think they could have.
It's not there to break another potential trip to market that's also not there. It's just a cam watching, which Raga will delete.
But I like this early round activity for XLG, just trying to take this Sentinel util off the map.
Look at this on the opposite side of the map. Happyway he's in the B site while the team is trying to execute.
Dude, he's still creeping in.
Delsus is aware.
Oh, he's not. Ooh, this is a long pivot through spawn though.
He's been the star so far for XLG.
I mean, they're almost thankful that Sentinels is respecting Happyway on this, and smart from Sentinels because Happyway is one of the better players.
And now it's actually Raga who's
Oh, the Raga lurk. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Narrate's gonna wait. Okay, now he has to break it.
Goes down, planted for B main on the stairs.
Second hoping an opportunity might present itself, but XLG disciplined in this post plant.
Yeah, Midi has a full kit to play with in this post plant, just ready in B main with the stun.
Aftershock already getting drawn out now. Relay bolt.
Ooh, good cross. Oh, what?
But all of a sudden, Sentinel's back with numbers.
Dude, what is that? Surgical. Hey, they know where. Yeah, that's great flash in the jump peak. No, does he think? Okay, he doesn't. He just goes for it. That's smart.
He's just like that, so late coming back to the side.
Damn.
Forced into a horrific position because the team were just failing to win duels against SEN.
This is important. Have you seen Sideshow?
Midi
I like to keep my entertainment clean, chat.
Desperately
I like to
needed
focus on the
pistol
game.
round pickup for XLG. There are some smiles too.
Chobra, does this win solidify Pacific as the best region?
Close one though. Sentinels
I don't know if this win solidifies it.
before Raga got to them.
I mean, I think already most people would have still agreed that, like, overall competitiveness Pacific was at the top this year coming into Stage 1, or coming into Toronto. And then having 3 in the playoffs kind of proves that.
That was a wave of utility, a nice trap setup from SEN, but simply not the weaponry to capitalize off of that effort. Zelsis all alone and with little to no hope at this point. XLG do a great
Oh yeah,
job
Sideshow
fielding
is
those
0-11.
swings.
How is he
Stalled up,
0-11?
dealing with Zekin, who was sliding his way in there, creating space so the follow-up swings could arrive.
0-11?
It's not enough to do anything. Just a bit of damage to MIDI. This is exactly
How-
what XLG need to get back into this half.
How is that even
They're
possible?
Right back in the mix.
Zelsis.
How is...
Trying to get paid, trying to get a little extra cash from the bundle.
Listen, it's about just maximizing
Oh,
your
yeah.
cut per second out
He
there.
picked-
Oh yeah, he was min-maxing the classic 1v5.
He picked Wolves over... There's no shot.
So Sentinels trying to go
I mean, MIBR over Gen G, I can excuse before. Heretics over PRX, I can excuse before the tournament started.
Flawless now, giving XLG
But these two?
prime
There's no
opportunity.
shot, man.
Avert your eyes, Cuban, if you're
There's no shot. And then after watching these matches, he picked PRX over Gen G?
Opportunity here for a bonus round pickup from
That's
XLG.
crazy.
Buy is pretty solid with a couple full up.
That's actually crazy.
First recon to get towards elbow, broken however, and Raga wants to slow down.
But for how long? Sees what he needs to at that shoulder peak. Fault line comes in and Raga tries to soar into the side, but Narrate clips his wings.
What a sick off angle from Narrate. That was lovely.
Okay, they know they're still there. Bangs just gotta chill.
With him, it's still a possibility.
They have long range support from the breach as well.
I think Zelsis has learned his lesson about leaving that B site early.
He just throws down a trip straight up in main, which are pretty easy to break now. You don't have to commit a paint shells or aftershock.
I bought into the narrative that PRX made it because APAC were crumbling and they were secretly a bad region. There were people saying that. There were people seeing that.
Though that cam is going to cover the full cross. The one he's got thrown up in market as XLG taking their time, peeling away from A, working into mid.
Zekin likely going to be in a 1vx scenario in a moment.
Cam broken. Happy way working his way into B.
He knows he's on the right side.
I like that idea. Let himself be pinged, but the timing doesn't quite line up. Zelsis realizes, yes,
Oh, this was such good positioning from John. That one wins them the round. If John wasn't already passed, because I think XLG assumed that it was 2 here. So you might have been concerned about this, but you were not concerned about where John was.
Zekin made a nice rotate there to pick up the double face with Zelsis backside. Take them on stairs to my halfway. This high impact kill. The angle that narrates.
Bangkok was G2's to win. I mean, T1 played out of their minds, but Bangkok was G2's tournament to win.
Not at all. Love the way he plays that.
He went all in on Heretics and G2. I mean, before the tournament started, I mean, I don't know if I would have gone all in on Heretics, but I was all in on G2.
That recon bolt not exactly having the intended effect.
Pretty similar open.
Chat's talking about DRX. Where are the DRX stocks in chat for stage 2?
Towards A early. And they love to double back and just apply some pressure mid. This time, though, inserting Coconut into elbow, but it looks like Sentinels want to go.
I mean, DRX is so solid, no matter what the roster. But, like, that's where it stops. Ooh, he got pinged. Dude, and that means the Prowler, because you only pinged 1, you know you can take this for free? Really good map control for Sentinels. Second. But still 50 seconds, so I like this. I like this from Marga. He's got to slow down a little bit. Got to wait for his teammates. He's got to wait for his teammates. There's no trade. Now you're all stuck, man.
You really declawed XLG with that pick off on the Neon. Viva very patient on this line.
Oh, Viva really wanted the free kill. That's unfortunate. Okay, the positions aren't... Well, okay, now they're bad.
What a timing! Sentinels looking dynamic here. 2 rounds in a row after a shaky start to the second half.
XLG just getting far too disconnected from each other. Raga running all the way up through mid.
There's no stocks because Nongshim's gonna win. You're right. You're damn right, chat.
I was talking about in the press conference the other day that
Chat, I'm so excited for Nongshim in stage 2.
showing at Bangkok early in the year. He was so focused on his individual play. And it makes sense. When he was in EU, he was much more of a star with K-Corp. But on SEN, realizing his time has gone on, he just needs to support everyone else. But he's still...
I'm very excited to watch Nongshim. I think I might have a chance to...
But he's not forcing it.
He always talks about how strong
I might have a chance to like sit down and talk with some of the players too for like casual interviews before stage 2 and see what they've been up to. So if we can make it happen, I'm talking with Nongshim right now about it, but we can make it happen. Maybe we can have the mukbang with Persia that people wanted.
XLG now just stuck in elbow the entire Sentinel
Ooh, dude, second 22-9. Holy.
On one of these rounds with the opposing team.
Chobra, not sure if you want to talk about it on stream or plat chat at all, but have you heard the murmurs about Riot not crediting fan translations?
Get into the site.
Huh?
There is none of that breach util for the attackers to
I have not. What is the what is it?
Team on defense that is respecting them enough to hold these lines, not good chasing kills.
Like, are they using fan translations from social media in their official like teasers?
Overextend and push into elbow, but it's simply not going to be the case. The hope for XLG is going to be this next round, the full buy, where they have both initiator.
There have been fan translations that they just grabbed from Twitter and not crediting.
Going to be the exact same case for SEN. Maybe dealt with happy way.
In what media though? Where would they have needed that? The only thing I can think about is the teasers.
That's going to get him the rolling thunder. Next round looking to be explosive.
Oh. Like, you mean when they show like so and so said this and they like show like the text?
Really see anything of them prior, and have just started to see Sentinels pick this map themselves after banning it in their first game in Toronto.
That was a ridiculous first kill from John. Just spam through the box and caught a headshot on Raga. That is tough.
Not the first time it's happened in this game. Happened there on the attack side, and Raga was walking up for a swing.
Riot apparently reached out to the fan translator and apologized. Oh, well, there you go. Resolved.
Realizing that, yes, Lotus is a great map for
Bad mistake.
Happy to pick into them. They're really hoping to show us a little bit more.
I assume what happened is they. Well, no, graphics is a poor excuse because you could have had at least the desk call it out. You can always have the talent say, by the way, shout out to so-and-so, thanks for the translation. If the graphic doesn't have room. But I assume it might have just been a case of like someone, you know, grabs it and they're like, hey, can someone confirm if this is correct? And someone looked over and they're like, yeah, so they just assume, like subliminally, they just thought that therefore it was cleared internally. I don't know. But hey, if they apologized, I mean, at least they admitted it. So there you go.
The last round was concluding. This is going to be an explosive round. So many ultimates across the board. The initiator ultimates at that.
Bring them down.
And likely XLG's last chance to get into this map in a real way. Absolutely throwing themselves at this. Harness Fury, Rolling Thunder, Neural Theft. Plenty to work with, especially if you can find an edge, a first kill, a ping on someone with a recon.
Autumn Buzz, thank you for the gifted sub. What is this the down payment for?
Some work that needs to be done to set
Thank you for the
up those
support.
win conditions for XLG.
Dark cover being thrown down there.
I mean, you should always, especially because technically they are commercialized, right? So you should always be giving credit. I don't think there's any international law that's like protecting, you know, Twitter tweets, but it's not a good look.
Happy Way actually pushed up the left side at the same time. So great.
His tweets are
explosive moment there for XLG.
technically,
Again, it's Happy Way and Raga leading the way.
I think like if you're using it online for online media, I don't think that you're protected. I don't think your tweets are protected like for like a business purpose.
Someone off guard.
Right, will make a correction when he does. God, he's been good here. Trying to back away now.
But it's a bad look.
The attack is XLG want to disrupt Sentinels as they make this push out of Link. Timing is everything though. Rolling Thunder. God, they're using all of it as well. Nightfall expended now by Sentinels. Narrate not quite ready to get up
Oh,
on this
dude,
line.
Coconut
Good
just
damage through the wall, and Zelda's has
stood
come
there
to
for
rescue.
so
Now,
long.
the Faith can keep moving.
It's Raga.
Halls alongside Viva.
Get a shock dart, no recon. Ooh, Raga, you cannot die here.
Down to 8. These next couple of shots critical for the duelists. They do get second. But now
They're low. He knows they're low. Oh, he needed that wall spam. Oh man.
to get himself to map point.
XLG just could not extract enough value out of the Rolling Thunder.
That was just this was just because I like you as a creator. Oh, thank you, Autumn Buzz. That's so nice of you.
Even stunned up. There it was launched into the air. I thought spotted, but spam never came through. Coconut just fully isolated, wrapped by the flanking Zelsis, encircled, dealt with. And then trading things out in the 3v2 are SEN. They are too clean on this map. It was a bold choice for XLG to take them here. Historically, a home for Sentinels since the John Cutie and Zelsis iteration of this team began. And they are as good as
XLG, can they get at least one more? Oh, okay. Sorry about that, XLG fans. I didn't mean it. I mean, dude, John QT's the real deal. Well, never mind. They don't check for Zelsis. Dude, he gets another 4K.
And on a fundamental level, there's not much of a game. Sentinels,
Damn.
China's #1.
Sentinel's literally farming VCTCN. I mean, listen, I like XLG, but it's looking like Sentinels has the easiest road so far. It's crazy. Actually, their toughest match was Wolves. It's crazy. Hey, Angle? Angie? That's an I. Angie. My pickups are screwed. Thanks to PRX. It's actually just the day of the Philippines. Filipinos are actually just the best gamers in the world. That's so funny. Patman and now Zekin. That's actually so funny. All right, Gamba. SEN win. Let me set it up for the second one. Let me run some ads while I do this. Bear with us, chat. We'll be right back. Start prediction. Map 2. What was map 2? Lotus? Sentinels' toughest opponent is actually their food cost because apparently food is too expensive in Canada. Is it? I never knew that. A lot of the rounds could have gone either way, but some were just on top of it. I mean, SEN were like winning all the duels. And Zekin went crazy in the beginning for the momentum. It was kind of insane. Oh, we can listen to Vans.
Do we have any She-Life fans in the house? Ooh.
Some.
Sentinels fans! I'm already pasty. I'm yelling way too much. I need to drink some water. It's time to hydrate.
Hey, it's
everybody.
hydrate time.
And let's have a little sip and make sure we hydrate.
So funny. So funny that they have a real life hydrate command.
Why is everybody so shy? Just start drinking. I'm asking you to drink. Yeah. That's going well.
It's so funny.
Put your cups in the air. We're gonna try to find you. Just drink like it's Harbor. You know, Harbor's all full of water. There we go. Oh, we're going back and forth. We're going back to me. What's going on? Come on, let's cheer for Settles one more time, chat.
Honestly, USA food is crazy expensive too, depending on where you live. Oh, for sure.
Don't be shy. It's
But
okay.
in general, oh, actually, I think I remember that when I was in Vancouver.
That's good to go. You don't have to cheers. Get that sip. Get that sip in. Get that sip in. Chat, do we know how to drink? Do I have to give rules on how to drink as well? There we go. There we go. How's that water? Oh, got caught off guard. All right, all right.
I keep winning Gamba, but at what cost? Do you think if XLG had YOU, they would have won Sunset? It's really hard to tell because SEN were frying. SEN were frying, but I think they would have looked better. But there's no point in really. This is why it feels bad because there's no point in talking about it anymore, right? Because it's not like it's like. If it's like, oh, he had COVID, so he couldn't come. It's like, oh, man, like, do you think they would have done better? Like, hopefully they look better in stage 2, but it's like, he's off the team now, so it's like.
I think at this point, you're an expert on a VCT CN team. So tell me, how different or similar were XLG compared to Billy Billy and Wolves?
Similar in the sense that we're confident no matter what. Different in that so far it feels a little easier. Kind of nice. They, you know, picked the map, smoked the team on, picked us, and let's see if we can prove that was a bad idea. Keep it up.
It doesn't get better than that.
He's feeling confident. I think he's feeling confident though because they're playing better.
I mean, guys,
This is like, I know it's XLG, but this is the type of gameplay that I was expecting from Sentinels.
And it just felt like XLG were scrambling to find any kind of an answer for what.
Does Toronto have the worst venue? So I've been seeing that a lot. I actually kind of, I like the vibe of this venue. I like that it's, I like that it kind of feels like a convention.
We knew we didn't have to speak about him in the pre-show because we expected to see this place. We were speaking
And they're going to move for the finals anyway, so I feel like this venue is kind of nice for that.
This performance, this 4K here to
This is the SEN that beat G2. Yeah, actually. They're playing much more decisive. They look a lot more confident. Zekken's freaking frying.
7 half for him. A huge impact in every round. And when we speak about setting your superstar
401.
up,
Holy.
showed up for Zekken, and
3.3 KDA.
Damn.
Raga was the
Oh
win
my
condition for
God.
XLG when they played back in China when they won the trophy.
Dude,
of the CN
Zekken
League. But
just
here, it was
fried
all
him.
about Zekken. This was
Cooked
an
him.
absolute takeover of a map from him, and be it the nerves, the pressure of coming to a big stage.
Dude, the
and just
Carmine
having a
Corps
substitute
arena
player
is
in.
real
I think
nice.
You have to say that
I think that's so
XLG's
hype for Paris.
fundamentals were slipping. They were not clearing corners. The trading wasn't perfect. Some
Yeah, I
players
kind of
were
like the
winning,
vibe because like we see like the crowd like engaging and stuff in the back, but then there's like people like all around the stage as well. Like I like this. Now I think for the finals maybe it doesn't feel good, but what I will say is I see what people are saying comparing it to Bangkok, but I think down the road if every Masters was more like this, where like everything up to the finals weekend was more like a convention, and then only finals weekend, you know, top 4 were big like main stage, I think that would actually help differentiate Masters and Champions as well. I think it'd actually be good. Masters would be more like a like an opportunity, and then Champions would be like for the glory.
We're in great positions where when that Neon dives in, Raga is sliding into a crossfire. He goes down, and because it's Neon, it's really hard to have perfect spacing with that pace. So Raga dies, and then there was just a ton of 4v5s.
It's nice, but apparently the seating is semi-bad, plus not be able to watch if you're not in the main area. Oh, are there no like good screens set up elsewhere? That's bad. That is a miss. Also, if seating is bad, that's kind of
Sets
rough.
the stage for what you saw right there, 13-6 Sunset. So we're going to put that one in the drawer for now. Let's go ahead and worry about Lotus, okay? If you're XLG, all right, you know what? Forget it. Hey, we lost that first map. Let's bounce back. We're still the #1 Chinese team coming out of the region, so let's go ahead and see if we can
Chat,
win out on Lotus. But
I need Nongshim to get to Champions so bad. I want to be there for Champions in Paris. I think it'd be so hype.
Exactly. They feel very comfortable. They've already played it twice in the tournaments against the 2 Chinese teams already. And to me, as we were seeing in that graphic, Sheila is going to be starting on the attack. It scares me. The Sense has the same read and is going to have the same effect. I love the fact that Happyway was very confident in getting some of those picks, especially on both sides, on the attack and the defense.
Yeah, I mean, I like the vibe that is shown, but IRL it could be different. The experience in the venue can be different.
But another worry that I have for the side of XLG is the fact that with the Tejo out, I feel like we're going to see a repetition of the composition that we just
Did Nongshim do any roster changes for Stage 2?
Right, which is what they were running
I don't know.
running the Tejo and whatnot. And I feel like Sentinels are going to have such a good read.
I mean, I don't know what changes you would make, to be honest.
Could very well be the case
But
here, of course.
I will say I'm pretty excited for Nongshim in Stage 2. I've got big hopes.
I'm now joined by the XLG coach, Havoya. First of all, happy birthday. Second of all, that was the first time we saw Midi play on stage with your roster. Tell me what
Is
we
his
can
birthday
expect from him role-wise and impact-wise on map 2.
Is his birthday actually today?
Oh, sorry. First of all, thank you for the question. Thank you for your wishes. And, you know, Midi came too late. I hope we had a little bit more time to adapt everything. But I think so far in practice, he did pretty well. So I think map 2 is like, for us, map 1 is warm up because we haven't played on international stage yet. And I hope we are doing better now.
I hope it's a good birthday gift for you today. Good luck.
Hey, well, happy birthday to Coach Avoya there, of course. And, well, we'll see, though, what happens, because he was talking about hope. And I think that I don't want to hear hope going into a map 2 situation like this, Mimi, because I want to know that these guys have the confidence to be able to force this map 3. And
Who did you pick? Sentinels in this one.
Yeah, you need to see that.
Yeah, Hoya. I don't know how to actually pronounce his name.
Got beaten on this map.
He's very soft-spoken.
A player I
I think he's very cautious.
Just the way he's popping off on the stage. But Zelsis, I think, is a monster on this map. If they play another Neon comp and try and go into C-hits, I think Zelsis does a great job as an anchor on the Vice there.
If Nongshim goes to Champs, who would be the other 3 teams going in the current landscape?
For Sentinels, as you're saying, there's no reason to change up their composition.
It's kind of hard to not think about the 3 that are at Toronto.
So this is exactly what we saw in Sunset. This was what I was expecting.
They're looking so good.
Moving away from the Tejo, and a complete
Well, we haven't seen
repetition
RQ yet,
of what
but
we saw on
they
the
looked
first
good
map.
in
And
Stage
as I was
1.
saying, if Sentinels already had a read, the Viper, the Omen, the Vice,
Nongshim Carpe
they're
to
going
secure
have
top 2 Stage 2 playoffs.
They have all the things, all the ingredients that they need.
Not sure if this is a crazy take, but PRX with good mental, like booster level mental, right, might actually be one of the strongest teams ever.
Most of the top teams on this map
I think Patman actually does that role quite a lot for their team, from what I can see.
On attack side, it's harder to get lurks into A. It's harder to go for some of the re-clear plays there. And
I just realized they added these diamonds. It's so tiny. It's like, do you want me to see it or not?
They're going to be a little telegraphed on this
Give me,
attacking side.
I don't know,
You
put it
don't
somewhere
have
where I
as
can
much
see it
variety,
better.
and you can't create quite as much of a fog
What the
war
heck?
as you can with that Viper.
It almost took me a while. I was like, is that timeouts used? I was like, what?
Zelsis, he opts to go for that Vice. Very good. It's going to be a great counter for the Neon as well here.
So weird.
We'll see.
So
the
passive.
Thing that's worrisome to me here, Kukuka, is that this
Raga
is the same
Neon
composition. We just saw it happen.
again.
We saw
Yeah,
the
it's actually the
struggle with
same.
spacing. We saw all of those struggles on the screen. I don't know if they have enough time to fix it, man.
And worst thing is that Narrate is also having a very, very impressive
But they are going for the Sentinel over the Viper, so we'll see how that works out.
So many situations, so many circumstances for retakes and whatnot that I feel like, especially with Zekken on the race, he's going to.
But I think PRX is getting there. I think Forsaken's taking on the leadership role a lot too. I think he's doing a great job of it. I think the cool thing about PRX is I think we're actually witnessing like
Terrifying pistol and eco
maturity
play. Incredible fundamentals, trading and spacing.
as a
and,
team.
Well, Happy Way and Raga
Like
dominating.
coming together, like the maturity
Conditions
graph.
really outlined for Sealai Gaming at the
That's
start
kinda
of the
cool.
series, and only one of them has been present on that first map of Sunset, Wyatt.
And on the opposite side, we are looking at Zekken at his
Well, I think they use the diamonds because that's what they use under the names here, right? That is a diamond, by the way. Yeah, it's just this. So I like that it's the diamonds because you're keeping a uniform. It's just kind of weird. And then here it fills up from the center, but here it filled up from the sides. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird. I'm being picky. Whenever I see things like that, the producer in me can't help it, chat. Sorry I bring this to light, and now you guys will have to bear with it with me.
Ran the gauntlet, beaten every team from China. We'll move on to the next part of the bracket.
They're the only
They need, please, Alpha, don't stand up.
bracket remaining.
They need to glue him to his seat.
The rate has looked inspired today.
Yeah, we need the glue. We gotta ask Mimi for the glue. We gotta glue Alpha here down to his seat.
And the rest of XLG starting to file in.
Siggin's doing what Kong did. I mean, yeah, like he's been such a big emotional and mental leader for them at Toronto so far. Oh, they're not, because they can't spam this with the pistols. They still check.
Oh.
Spike down A.
Cells is eventually brought down. Narrate also both offenders from the defense side quelled, but the spike's loose. Zekken might have a timing here. Disrespect the poison orb and push through seems to be the plan. Yeah, I for one am here for it. Step up on the side.
Saw one. Ooh, paranoia's everywhere.
Along with Coconut, this paint shell definitely going to rattle the cage a little bit. There it is. Happy Way brought down by it, but Coconut and John.
Wait, how is John the last one alive?
John swings while paranoid.
What?
Coconut salvages the round.
There's some momentum for XLG. Disastrous open, pushing into Celsius.
I don't understand. How did Bang die?
Can't get the trade after Raga presses forward. I believe that was the patented Celsius arc rose in the top right that gets the blind onto
Oh, dude.
Zekken had a lovely nade there towards the end, but it was just John stuck in waterfall that entire
Huge.
juncture of the pistol round. No
Huge round.
Cut off by the dark cover one way.
But we need empirical data on whether Alpha standing up or texture ace goes harder. I'm kind of down to watch that, actually.
In VCT China.
I want texture to ace and Alpha to stand up because of it.
And Wolves. That being said, they've shown a lot. XLG
Texture aces, and then Alpha here stands up and cheers. And then we find out who wins. And then we'll know for sure.
Right at the top of their pool.
That is Kaplan pitting Sen's best pick against that of XLG. We have a dual marshal take on this round.
Oof, dude, the SEN bundle, man. How does he get so many with the bundle?
Also confirms there's only 1 to 2 players, so SEN have every reason to stay here on the C side of the map.
Viva got right out of that drone to get the trade. A lot of noise.
Viva already has so much space on A, though. Oh, I like that they opened the door. Makes them have to check B first, so that you can have more time to go to A. Very good.
As Viva on the opposite side of the map has been able to control the rubble area, hasn't been pushed. This is an easy rotate call into the very vacant site.
They're thorough. They haven't checked drop yet, but they got their eyes on it.
And I know we mentioned it a couple times, but I don't think it can be overstated how different XLG's showing on this Sunset map has been from their play in the lead up to this tournament. The same play that qualified them. Online, they never fought alone, had great setups, were always on a crossfire, or at least a good spacing double swing scenario. Can they find their footing here? They don't have much time to get it together.
And you really saw Raga online at his best playing that. Yoru especially, Chamberon's occasion as well. The Neon was so disconnected from the team on Sunset. That has to be rectified.
You know, now that Wyatt said that, that reminds me, that used to be their problem. That used to be why I wasn't ever that big on Raga. He was like Vukushu, but he had to entry. He was always kind of on his own. It got a lot better during the playoffs, but I think like, hopefully they can get a couple extra rounds here to feel a bit more safer. Because I think that might be what's happening if push comes to shove. Damn, happy way with the hype? Okay.
Raga has the Vandal into this round. See if he can do something with it. Early recon.
Two marshals. We see two marshals every now and then. We see like outlaw marshal or double marshal every now and then, depending on the map.
He immediately bailed. I think seeing the fast lane made him feel like he was not well equipped to take that fight head on. Important round to convert on for Sentinels. Great start. Look at that pop out of B, and there's 2 players sat on that line. Coconut and Happyway out of the game.
Happyway needed to get that kill.
Off the line. Bang gets out, realizing that Raga's coming for him now too.
I'm sure XLG wanted to get towards B, but realized they just have to get into A fast after all that.
Chat, I am going to be honest though. I'm kind of cool with a quick 2-0 from Sentinels.
Perhaps if they had real weapons, those would have just
because Path of Exile League starts in 30 minutes.
Could be enough for XLG to get back into this.
So that'll be perfect.
Definitely going to catch on the midi, decaying him down, holding in place, and so Viva gets overwhelmed. No chance for midi to try and trade there from lower pit. Gonna have to be a fast play now.
They can get a couple more.
Midi tries to gum up the wall. Raga
The timing.
and Sentinels give XLG just enough rope to trip themselves with in that round. Giving some space, waiting to double or triple up. Very nicely handled, that pace coming in from the attackers.
Yeah, there are multiple players stunned up. And that fault line comes through for midi for Viva to try and swing off of here. Look at that. 3 of them, in fact. Really hoping there'd be maybe 2 players up there.
Okay, I mean, that's just the bonus.
One of them is able to get out of the way of that fault line.
And honestly, SEN
There's also a Steel Garden.
play into the XLG bonus.
Only the Omen ult for XLG.
Even footing now into this round number 4. Steel Garden, developed by Zelsis, someone you mentioned was pivotal on this map, and their run to playoffs already been showing a little bit of that magic.
Yeah, as soon as he picked up the voice,
Okay, one away from Showstopper.
kickoff for the run to qualify for Bangkok. Celsius
Happyway
was
should have
putting
heard
up
that
some of the
too.
most impressive maps we have ever seen from him. Statistically speaking, it was Lotus, it was Vice.
They take the wall out real early.
XLG do a good job of getting this wall procced very early into the round. Not able to deal
No
with the
reactions from
force
Sen though.
that
This is
littered
really
across
good.
that
Really good
C
patience
site.
from
But
Sen.
at the very least, that will keep Zelsis feeling threatened as things progress.
We've seen how hard it is to sort of trigger that wall without, like, your
Okay, so
similar with these
attacker smoke here and the door opens, but then the smoke comes out for C main. So XLG reads this and says, okay, we can go back to C. They're not actually watching this heavy because they wouldn't have any idea if we went to B or not.
They want the full retake behind.
And then they go for extra reach. I like that. Oh, you got to make up your mind if you're going to fight or not. Oh, dude. Oh, we missed the fight back here. I mean, the kills on site were great, but Raga and somebody else here got caught because they wanted to push before the ult came through, and then the ult happened, and you could go into the corner, but you felt like you were going to get pushed, so they pushed back out, but I don't think they had their weapons out.
Enough to earn his showstopper as well. So advantages continue to cycle for Sentinels.
Yeah, they had their pistols at that point. Rough. Rough. Overall, a decent idea, a decent call from XLG, but
They're not able to push far enough to get out of the Steel Garden. They didn't have an opportunity to retreat to a little pocket that was on the edge of halls. So ultimately dealt with so easily as they just have classics in that scenario.
Another
Showstopper online.
defense side round for Sen. They feel like they're
XLG's
working
got
the
Rolling
attack side
Thunder.
sometimes.
Ooh. Wow, really? Against a half
Also being on
buy?
Coconut with the showstopper, and that's the Omen gone.
Damn.
No more control util.
Just going to fast cycle it. Okay.
XLG to get into any of these
I mean, I'm
sites
kind of down with that.
means they can't cover off stairs. They can't cover off B upper. They can't smoke for a
No,
safe.
Zekken like wants to win today. Obviously, he wants to win every day because he's a pro, but like he wants it today.
Down. Nothing to cut off Heaven. Raga, does he want to push for more? Going to slide across, trying to get someone to swing off of him. Relay bolt decent. Forces
Okay,
Sen
pushes
back.
him back out.
Spike down.
But they can't stall the relay. They don't have any dark covers. Rolling Thunder
Oh, the Rolling Thunder's huge.
XLG hoping to fight with him, but there wasn't really an opportunity.
Bang tried to jump ahead of it.
In there, down by Midi Stinger, and then Shorty
Oof.
will get the job done.
Good call.
Smoke there over towards that baby door direction. Viva needs to make a decision here.
He's got to swing on a timing, but
Timing with Happy Way, it's awkward with the Marshall to try and get a retake, and now
and he's gonna Guardian. He can't spam it. Unfortunate.
He's not trained on the mark.
Unfortunate.
Viva looking a little uncomfortable towards the end of the round.
Center winning Toronto. I actually like the Rays more than the Neon on Lotus. Me too. On Lotus, I do think the Rays is generally better. That is the part that I thought G2 would have ran the Rays. But then they had the Neon, so I get it. I get it. With the Sova, or sorry, they had the Sova, that's what I meant to say. They had the Sova Breach, so I get the Neon. Like, you're looking for more map control from longer range. I get that, but
gets aggressive, but bangs up and spraying down through the box. A good TP away, and Narrate picks up the line for it.
duelist-wise, I like the Rays better.
Very, very strong for Sentinels. And they swing around that corner. Bang is handled. Viva, though, low. Sen have given up this A site now.
Does G2 make a lower run? I'll take a look at the bracket. Who would they play against? Ooh, that is... Oh, timing on the drone.
Going in John's direction. He is able to slip past it.
Oh, great from Coconut. Huge. Oh, 3-3.
There we go. There's some of those good fundamentals that we are calling.
Is it the loser of this match? Doesn't it flip right from round one?
Execute is getting scary, chaotic. Center doing a nice job fighting backside. There was another great paranoia from Bang.
I thought it flipped.
They're able to still double up, fight together.
Oh, it is the loser of this match.
Silently wrapping downstairs. Well played.
And then it'd be our Q Fnatic or Gen G. Dude, that's brutal. That is a... I mean, the first match G2 should win. They should bounce back, but that is brutal. But I think they might be able to, because if they can take down either XLG or SEN, like, relatively more comfortably, maybe that's the confidence boost they need.
This time, no pomp and circumstance, no fanfare about this A-side take.
Sorry, RRQ, but now I really need Fnatic to win both of their matches. Or I guess he could just lose the first match Gen G and then make a lower bracket run. Raga's getting cut off from the team.
Oh god, no one is looking in Narrate. Once again, it's the timing that XLG are just not ready for. In this round, the round here is really going to hurt the Chinese #1 squad.
Oof.
They pop up for air.
They haven't been very good at checking all of their corners.
Packing again.
They just want to go
Once they get on the site, I think they've had, like, once they have, once they can get in position and they have a full execute, they're okay. But, like, on the way there, they've been having some trouble. Raga's 0-6-0.
Further kept at bay as the thorns are on the ground.
And people said that he's on the same level as Chemkin. Chemkin hasn't played yet, but I'm just saying.
Again, the XLG duel is being disconnected, isolated.
10 seconds left.
It was awfully quick into the site, but I think they
Little Vandal save.
There's a player of Baby Door on a cover of smoke.
So they should be fine for buys next round.
Hard for Rubble this round. We're going to let you walk.
Oh, actually, no, they reset, right? So, well, they'll be okay. They'll buy rifles.
Neri 2 just able to get in a nice close-up tuck position, hold a crossfire. Obviously, with good reason. We've talked so much about Zekin in this series. He was unreal on Sunset. But Narrate had so many high-impact kills. Didn't rack him up to the top of the board, but he was getting on several rounds. The most important kill. His util has been really strong.
I mean, to be fair, I think the Vice setup changing to A really caught XLG off guard here, so that's probably something they need to talk about. Just slow it down just a bit. Check step by step. Work the map a little more. Work the timer a little more.
He said undeniably Raga. So far, he has had the better of Raga in every.
Right on, Paradox. Get some rest.
You know, we've seen a similar story like this before at international events, where a team goes on an incredible run and then they debut in the playoffs because they get to skip the group stage, but they're fresh to the pressure, to the prestige of an international event, and there's nerves. They get off to a slow start.
Even
Man, Chad, you think RRQ is going to get affected by that?
When getting set up, we have had to work really hard
I just don't know.
established that lets us be energetic when we get to the stage. He said that's been a big reason why their starts have been slow. And
I feel like RRQ is a team that can overcome that, but
hard way.
it's very real.
Reminds me of the team most analogous to
Not being warmed up.
when now G2, the guard, debuted on LAN years ago after being on a sick run that's starting in the playoffs and struggling at their first event. Both of these teams, the two best ascended teams we have now. Hard to not draw comparisons.
This is XLG who are filling the shoes of
No way all the first seeds lose. Well, Fnatic's not losing, so.
That's the top representative from their scene.
I don't know why. I'm just so big on Fnatic.
As usual, SEN will allow for this. It'll be a flood behind the Nightfall to get back.
Good fast hit.
The two hero rifles and the two best.
And they chose the hero rifles. They didn't go for weird mixed buy.
Oh no.
Oh, but everybody's tagged. Oh my god, they know. Both left and right. Viva's position is the big one. Viva. Oh. Ooh. Okay, well now they know. The timing. The timing.
Wended his way behind Sentinels. It's all on John. Plenty to see. A lot of targets to go for, and he knows, of course.
Oh man.
Where he needs to look. Unfortunate. Happy Way gives him a tickle. He's got 3 bullets left.
He needs to draw him in. Oh my god, I cannot believe they win that. Holy.
Taken us a while, but
holy. Dude, they all get it by the Dude, Happy Way's lurk. Happy Way's lurk was so well timed.
During their run in China, finally able to flip the script on SEN.
Really good round.
Going, which has been a struggle throughout this entire series so far.
That lurk was so good. And that should now slow down, in theory, SEN's floods. So now if you go back to working the map just a basic level, you should feel better. We'll see what they do, though.
We've seen this from SEN on Lotus a lot in this tournament as a whole. Not particularly aggro in the early rounds. They're not running it down. They're not sending it. They're letting things come to them, letting the game come to them.
Sentinels always seem to play a bit more of a default heavy Lotus, to be fair. Heretics and Gen G were like the big fancy rubble fight people, I think.
Well timed on this pit. John throws down to stop.
Huge pit timing. But they're reworking rubble.
Used to clear him out, but he's able to get out of the way.
And then they leave Raga. Ah, dude, this is good. Oh, a little bit more noise? Just a little bit more? No?
Get through the pit. So this is a pivot back to A, where a couple XLG players are.
Now they shouldn't. SEN has a pretty good idea. That's why they've doubled up. You're watching stairs to make sure nobody slips on through.
I think so. Door toggled. Bang takes an off angle, turns the flash. That's going to be checked for.
Narrate has to watch for them. Yeah. Really well prepped from SEN. Not making more noise here or here really bit them. The pit made it so easy for Sentinels.
Not getting the connections with it. Relay bolt. I don't believe pings onto anyone.
At least you actually brought a Sentinel.
Onto the side through tree.
Bang just able to assist second, pressed up close.
Oh no, they got pinged off that recon bolt.
The recon connected, the relay did not. Narrates there so fast to pick up Heaven. He cuts off the other duo that are trying to wrap into the site on the split from tree and main. And XLG right back onto the eco for what feels
And now
like
the wall's back on C.
millionth time in this game.
The Vice switch-ups have been very good from Zelsis. The Vice setups have been very good. And he's top fragging. I didn't even realize. Well, he got like... He was the only one with multi-kills in the first 3 rounds, right? So.
Side of the map is a little more than XLG would like to see there. Oh, God. All right. Thought Marshall was going to blow some minds there. What can Zekken do here? XLG trying for a bit more of a meticulous approach to this bad buy.
Aggressive angle. Oh, dude, Zekken is ready to take every fight. Oh. Tagged? No? No tag. Rough. Happy Way has to go big. He has to stay alive. He can get spotted, but he has to stay alive. That way they have at least here and here, so it's 2 angles. They're playing close on Waterfall. Oh, I mean, no weaponry is rough. Doesn't matter, gets one. Ooh, now you're kind of stuck, though. John QT's so low. They're low. They're low. They're low. Oh.
6 defense side rounds for Sentinels. Have to make the coaching booth pleased.
Yo, what's your friend doing? Sideshow's just buttering himself up for every XLG kill. I don't have any friends like that. I don't have any friends like that.
More than dangerous. It seemed that XLG did enough, but
Yeah, I don't know, you old blade. It's we don't talk about it.
Isolated 1v1s.
We don't talk about it.
Not swinging together in that moment. Looked like Viva just couldn't get out wide enough through door, perhaps. Pretty disastrous.
No, I think they're going to be there for the final weekend or something.
Slips through their grasp.
Seems like they're doing like a tiered rotation.
They've got a rolling thunder.
Or maybe halfway through this weekend? I don't know. Maybe it's just per venue. They just have different talent pool per venue. I don't know.
A bit of rebel presence. It doesn't pan out.
He's going to slip on stage. He's going to be buttered up. He's going to be so slippery.
You're sliding past the shield wall. Where's the backup supposed to be for Raga?
Oh, dude, they... Dude, the... Oh, my...
The map, try and go for an execute late. These fast hits are just not going to pan out when you're not getting accurate information on the
I was so flabbergasted I had to yawn, chat.
Cannot run into Zelsis setups like that.
Are they assuming that Zelsis is at A again? There's no attempt to force that wall out.
Being forced to teleport away now, so XLG are going to get a bit of control towards Rubble. 40 seconds or so left on the clock. Still rolling.
They're gonna rerun back because they already took out the wall, but there's no rotate. I mean, they're hoping. They're hoping. But here's the thing: you're taking so much time, and SEN has a numbers advantage. So surely SEN has at least one person here to listen, right?
So much util here. Happy Way tries to find a timing. He does get in first, clears out some of the thorns.
Shell could end him.
Oh,
Zelsis gets to infer.
rough.
A com level
Rough.
play from Happy Way over the course of this map, but too low to do anything there at that site. That's a save here for XLG, whichever way you slice it. They'll have high hopes to make use of this Rolling Thunder overdrive couple in the last round of the half.
That's going to be their only hope, as the cash is lower than low. Raga is going to need to step up this overdrive. He has been so disconnected from the team. It's resulted in his 10
Just saying that SEN got this far by just facing Chinese teams. I mean, that is the unfortunate narrative that SEN's going to have. We'll see how they look against PRX if they win.
Rush some of these hits to try to get in quickly.
If that becomes a banger match, though, even if like PRX wins, I mean that would be cinema, right? SEN fights back against the fraudulent narrative. PRX still wins. It'd be crazy.
Actually, who's picked up the Odin right now.
No haunt pings, though, nothing yet to play off of.
They have dodged the Prowler that
You have to be Gen G to beat the narrative. Oh, hold on, chat.
Some false information.
Wait, are you saying that Gen G is like the lowest of the rest of the teams, or are you saying Gen G is the? Because having to beat like one of the stronger looking teams, strongest looking teams out of Swiss just to disprove the narrative is crazy. I think Wolves gave him a good run for their money, and I think Wolves is pretty good this tournament. Dude, Zekken is
He's doing it all.
What?
Not only does he stop the plant, but that's the Rolling Thunder gone.
Dude, Zekken is so decisive today.
And instead he goes to the Shadow Realm. Zekken and Bang are in no hurry.
No, I think that's too harsh that they'd have to beat Gen G to beat the narrative. If they beat PRX, I think they beat the narrative.
To try and make this respectable
If it's even like a crazy 2-1, I think they beat the narrative. I mean, I guess it depends on what your expectations were. If it's a close 2-1 to PRX, the current PRX, I think SEN would be slightly above my expectations.
And SEN complete yet another 8-4 half.
So it's like,
They themselves chose,
you know.
knowing full well that was XLG's best battleground.
2 of the rounds, XLG earning the pistol and initial anti-eco. By the way, the gun rounds dominant from SEN. They
well,
are playing
SEN
so well
cleaned
today.
up in the later part of the half.
A chance for XLG to take their breath, and they need it. Stick around and see if this Chinese team can find their feet and composure after this.
I have Wolves winning this tournament in my pick'ems, to be honest, and G2 have a second place curse, and Heretics only lose to first and third. Therefore, the top 3 have to be Wolves, G2, PRX. At that point, everyone might have to buy into all of those storylines. You opened all the Sanctum doors. Holy lightning. Grats. The grind paid off. All right. Let me log into Path of Exile. Wrap it up, SEN. Listen, we had our invested match of the day in the first match. If you don't buy into the storylines, are you watching Valorant? A good old stretch time, a little water. Thank you, Lightning. Everybody get your stretches in. Straighten out your backs. Oof. SEN are going to win Toronto. That would be crazy. Vargo was in Plat Chat top 10 players. He's barely top 10 in this game. I mean, I think that's a little extreme, but I didn't have him in my top 10. People said I was downplaying him too much, but
4 attack side rounds.
I think he's got the potential. Like I said, I think he's like Jemkin 2 years ago.
And you can see John QT especially looking very, very good here. But in general, the pressure on Sentinels has felt
no, that's not true. Because Jemkin, the problem was that he actually didn't play duelist for the team because he thought if he saw that the situation was bad, he wouldn't entry. But Varga is basically Vukushu as a duelist. But it's harder to pull that off as a duelist than a lurking Sentinel.
Resulted in just 5-man running into a site where Zelsis was posted up and everybody just died. So they're not getting really any value from the guns on those rounds, which unfortunately tells the story of their current state. They still need to wake up. Arga needs to come to life on defense right now, was finding himself so disconnected from the
the storylines have been okay. T1 had a great story at Bangkok. I thought that was kind of nice.
For XLG's star player, who dominated
China, EDG in turmoil. That's an interesting story. The rise, the return of Fnatic is kind of a cool storyline to start to follow in EMEA. EMEA otherwise is kind of middling in storyline, I do agree, but America's... Yeah, I got nothing.
Coconuts on a flank here, but they hear the footsteps, the pitter-patter. Bang is ready for it. Fever and steps up. John is just too clean with it. It's on Happy Way, who's not been able to reprise that incredible performance from Sunset. He too has been a little quiet.
Oh, Astos.
Good idea from XLG, sure.
The fans getting you to hate the team. No, I know what you mean.
Where are the trades? Where is the good spacing that we saw from them in their run? It just crumbles in that moment. Can Happy Way be a hero? Catches John on the cross. Isolated 1v1, but it's one out by Bang.
Do you think Pacific will get grouped in playoffs? Huh? You mean at champs? PRX literally just won the first match.
Got the flash out, not the gun out. Assist Viva.
Isn't Heretics choking a narrative?
Too far ahead on that initial swing.
Microcom. Ooh, Zels is calling for the microcoms.
And even though these rounds are being won by SEN, as you can see, they're not.
Yeah, you mean at champs, right? You mean at champs?
Seem a little bit more relaxed than usual.
I don't think so, because right now it's the overall region continuing to level up, whereas last year, like, the region did level up somewhat, but it was kind of Gen G carrying the narrative.
Well, I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
I mean, we'll see though. Who knows what stage 2 is going to bring us?
Praying to whatever god they believe in, that Sentinels blunder into the B side. Eventually, they're going to have to go hunting themselves. They have zero info. Outside of this cam that's watching Mound. So
Dude, that might be our Heretics.
Multi-push off this B main position, but halfway.
The beef is. It was such a nothing burger too, and then they both bombed out, which made it even a bigger of a nothing burger. The biggest nothing burger ever. Americans feasting on the nothing burger, I guess.
With classics only. The only one here to deal with him so far. Swing is going to come from Zelsis.
Proof that Valve fans are desperate for any kind of drama. We don't have good, like, we don't have good rivalry. I think that's the problem. We have, like, we don't have good rivalry and we don't have good heals. I think that's the problem. Because we've had some trash talk, but, like, if there isn't an actual good foundation for it, the trash talk just kind of feels immature and cheap. You know what I mean? But
could certainly imagine a scenario where they want to hit just a fast B execute.
Talon? I mean, kind of within Pacific, but until they reach a grand final, it's not going to have as much impact. They don't have to win, but you know what I mean? Until, like, yeah, they got to champions last year, but they're so middle of the pack, like, they're so up and down otherwise that people forget that they got to champions. And like Talon also, it's like, it's really Frost that's the heel, not any of the players.
Happening here in Toronto in this current meta wire. SEN especially have not gone for those early fights.
Demon 1 2023 heal arc was the best. Like, yeah, like that's like a good heal arc right there. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously it paid off because he won, but
Sentinels are opting to leave Zelsis in this position, keep their options open for a potential pivot back as they want to re-clear towards Mound in this mid-round.
yeah, like a team that, like, if you're going to be the heel, you have to at least contend to win. It pays off. Oof. It pays off even more for the story if they do win, but, like, you at least have to, like, pretend to win. You can't be, like, 4th through 8th and be the heel, you know what I mean?
But Viva had the stopping power of a Mack truck to take the raise out of the round. Bang, drill with bullets through the boxes. Narrate getting just the kind of engagement Stinger player wants. John's actually got a rifle to play with.
Enemy remaining.
He will be the last one standing.
Meaty?
Spike down A.
Right from Chris, John steps
Okay.
Like you mentioned, not a great.
Yeah, I guess RQ Gen G is kind of, it's one. It's one in Pacific. They lean into that in the content pieces too.
That's exactly why they have that cam there. They get a good.
Alex said that Mind Freak prepped Icebox for PRX. Really? Wow. Mind Freak was always pretty good on Icebox.
We have Neon Relay Bolt. Let's just get that fast double peek. Hubert, it's going to be okay.
Blink twice if you're in danger.
Blink twice.
Now here we go. Sentinels fully buying up into this. Narrate to the attack side. Odin even.
G2 plays the loser of this match. They flip it in the second round.
Dealt with. Viva takes some damage on the jump spot, but does get the valuable early information.
The bracket gets flipped in round 2 of lowers.
Yeah, I mean, this mount position can be effective if you are able to scale off of it. But there's a sheer wall that Zelsis can use to watch for that kind of push behind Sentinels.
Chad, I can't believe we're going to get to watch Fnatic Gen G tomorrow. That's so crazy. That match is going to be a banger and a half, Chad. I think RQ Wolves is going to be kind of intense too, to be honest. I think tomorrow's going to be good Valorant. I think tomorrow's gonna be good at Valorant, like in both matches. As long as Wolves doesn't like, well, yeah, as long as Wolves or RQ doesn't crumble, I think tomorrow's gonna be good Valorant.
Find an opener. And it's a pivot back as Second is just taking this forward position. Can Hathaway catch him? Yes, he does. Second shot.
No, the only time PRX can meet G2 again would be the lower semis or lower finals, I think.
No one getting pinged out by that recon. Bang with a smoke on upper, but still no plant. That spike is loose.
This is XLG just taking his time.
Champkin and Crazy Guy going to make Juicy bleed. That's a banger of a line. Only 10 seconds. Ooh, good cover from John. Went for it again. I mean, I don't blame. Ooh. Whoa, Neri. Chill. Just wanted to set Bang up for the clutch. Yeah, I get it. Give him more VFL points. I'm down with that. I'm down with it. I'm down with it. That's cool. Get him to 15 kills. Get me a couple more points. All good.
And SEN once again grasp at the next round of playoffs.
I think an org needs to learn how to sort of evilly aura form. Like, you need to be good. Your players need to have aura. Yeah. See, the thing, like RRQ is going through that like whole their crime syndicate kind of like content pieces. Like, that's their theme. But like the players don't lean into it. Ewok doesn't lean into it. I mean, they do in the content pieces, but outside of it, right? But then, like, you know, they kind of like, but they kind of take jabs. They're like, yeah, well, like, we've been keeping tabs on all the people who like doubted us, and it's like they're trying, but they're not like really committed to it. They're very cautious about it. They're very apologetic about it.
From XLG, very passive, looks over towards the A side, inching forward on B. Outlaw for Zekin. It's a perfect round.
I'd be down for a yay heal arc. That would go crazy. Scary said he's done with playing, no? Pretty sure Scary said he's done.
Taking the peek. What whiffs onto Midi? Rapid share a shot.
Dude, Midi starting to pop
All
off.
of a sudden, the weaponry from XLG looks much improved.
That was bold from Zekin. He's swinging potentially into multiple angles where he could have even
Dude, what is this double? Oh, it's the high-low. Okay.
Has picked up the Outlaw. A couple
I was about to say.
Armor/regen for SEN as they walk towards these trips necessary to break it. Spike is here.
Oh, what a jump peak! Holy.
Bang also with the from the shadows. A lot to work with, and the spam is going to be deadly from this Odin. A very permeable piece of wall stands between SEN and XLG and Raga.
Raga, you're ahead of the team again. Raga, you gotta chill. There's still time. You gotta watch out. There you. Okay. Yeah. Should be. Oh my God, no. XLG. Just, dude, why do teams get baited by the timers so much?
And set up match point. XLG just need to rush in there.
Oh my God.
Multiple situations now where there is little to no time on the clock for Sentinel.
Dude, the timer, the biggest bait in history.
XLG coming in.
Aye.
Just a little bit too fast. The three of them not swinging together. Zelsis able to take advantage. The bait of the spike plant tucked into the corner to get the two-man spray down.
Imagine if XLG eliminates G2. That would be funny. As a G2 believer, I think that would be funny.
XLG are on the precipice of disaster. Sentinels, the cusp of blowing them out on both maps.
What comes next after the Hail Mary wire?
Zekin actually, when he locks in, he's kind of, him and Buzz are very similar. They just like, they just go into their own world.
Every player gets in there. Raga with the overdrive.
Man, I hope T1 does well again. If anything, just because I really like Buzz. I want Buzz to do well.
That is a terrifying prospect.
Sentinels have
Patman kind of, yeah, he also kind of just like erases everything around him as well. You're right.
Advantage that they're going to have coming into this round feels insurmountable.
The quality of this game is so questionable after PRX G2 banger. Yeah, I mean PRX and G2 though, that overall match was very high quality. Like G2, you know, again, a little below expectations, but PRX very good, and overall match like good back and forth. There's just a lot of us who expected more from G2, but I don't think the match, you know, suffered from that at all. The match was very good quality. This is definitely more
from China,
one-dimensional.
Specifically by them. At what point do we start realizing that they're a separate team to what they were last year, giving them that credit? And at what point do they redeem themselves?
Sentinels just waits it out. Dude, 30 seconds no movement. XLG is shaking in their boots right now. It's because Sentinels knows the econ's weird. You know there's a timeout. You're expecting something to happen. I also saw that it was a Neon. That's one of the strong players gone. Now you just have to avoid Happyway. Take the safer route. Ooh, the nade was a little short. Oh no. He's gonna shoot it up. He's gonna shoot it up on a timing. Oh, that actually allows them to stay alive. The bait from behind. Narrate. They don't know where. They don't know that narrate is in main. Free fire. Huge. Oh, they're tied. They're tied. Oh no! You have to go. Oh,
Harry! Head above the surging tides. The star duo activate in the 2 versus 2. Look at the way that they take care of Bang on that angle. Varga's movement just baits her out of that position.
Yeah, XLG used the pit to their advantage real well. They were so fast. They were so fast.
Bang's crosshair placement being broken.
Can you launch PoE already? I should actually launch it and get in the login queue. That's what I should do.
But XLG have managed to, at the very least, put SEN onto an eco. Just given they did so much damage in those.
I haven't done the pre-download either.
Walked away from feeling like they should have even won.
But it'll be quick. We're in Korea. It'll be fast. Lotus and Split are good maps. So well, dude, what? How does he? Oh no! Oh no! Oh! Oh no! I really miss Bind. I miss playing Bind. I miss playing Bind. I hope it comes back. Dude, this is how it ends?
Now put it all on Viva.
What a shame, man.
Sentinels have no incentive to push on.
What a shame.
They'll await the chime of the victory.
Oh, that's a stinger. Got baited.
Viva down to 15 is all too much to do for XLG and Sentinels.
Unfortunate.
The Reaper to visit the last door of China.
Damn, dude. They literally farmed China 3-0. We kind of need PRX to shut them down hard, no?
Obliterating the top seed from China on the international debut. That's as clean as it gets.
The SEN fans will be unbearable if SEN beats PRX. Perfect timing on the camera shot. No offense to that guy. The timing just worked out.
He is playing some of the best in Valorant we have ever seen for one of our all-time stars. And now after this, Sentinels will go up against one of Pacific's monsters in PRX.
Are you back on the train?
That is their reward, Sentinels.
Not really.
To be the best, you gotta beat the best.
Because Fnatic's gonna win. Fnatic's gonna win Toronto.
We're gonna head down to Yinsu at the stage, standing by with Zekin for the Verizon post-match interview.
Toronto, let's make some noise for the winners of this match. It's Sentinels! Whilst I let Zelsis come and hype you guys up for a bit, I'm going to grab Zekin for a quick interview. Come and join me, Zekin. First of all, congratulations. Now, you were picked first out of Swiss stage. Did that surprise you at all? Did it make you feel extra motivated to try and prove them wrong?
No, I wasn't really surprised. I thought they were going to try and avenge their brothers, so I kind of expected it, and I was looking forward to the match. I thought it was going to be a lot of fun.
Now, your coach
Oh, so
after match one
nice.
said there were some
So
similarities
humble.
between XLG and Wolves and Billy Billy, but he ultimately
Ilias is
felt
12
like it
and
was
0.
actually
That's
an easier
crazy.
matchup on stage once the things
crazy.
got going. Playing there, would you agree now you face all three teams?
I wouldn't say it's easier. It's just a little bit different. I think compared to Wolves and Billy Billy, they play a little bit more standard. So it was something that we were a bit more used to, but definitely not easier. They're still really good.
Do you think when it comes to your current playstyle, would it be stronger or weaker against some shenanigans? Because your next opponent, there's going to be some shenanigans.
I hope stronger. I really hope so. But I mean, we've faced a lot of shenanigans so far, so I hope we can keep dealing with it.
Dude, if Zekken pops off though,
Super strong on a win streak,
Who
just
knows?
like you. How do you stop that train?
It's hard. You just got to hit your shots and be ready for them.
yo,
That's it.
dubstep with the
Everyone
raid.
says that though. Everyone's like, you got to out W.
Thank
gaming,
you.
W
Thank you for
gaming,
the
and so
raid.
far, no
Welcome,
one's managed
welcome.
to do that. So what's gonna be different for you guys?
I mean, it's way easier said than done. I mean, we're just
We had
gonna
a good
come in
stream?
prepared, have a good game plan, and hope to play a good match.
Were we watching the
Well,
matches?
when it comes to the shooting, you just look so great right now.
What did Zekken end with
peak
today
performance.
overall?
How would you compare this currently for you on your team when it comes to the freedom and the
You
way
need to
they
interview
support you,
narrate for the trash talk.
to the tournaments like Madrid, to Champs? Do you feel like you're getting better?
I feel like I'm getting better. I think the
Nice,
support I'm receiving
nice.
is
Good to
pretty
see you,
similar
man.
to
Good to
last
see you.
year. I feel really, really comfortable.
Happy
on
for the
stage.
PRX
I
win.
just hope that I can keep shooting and.
Someone was saying that,
Me, so it's a lot of fun.
Love it.
Someone was saying it's it's the Filipino winning day. You got Zekken, you got Zekken winning, you got Patman
You
winning.
guys, the playoffs action is just getting started.
41-20. Holy. Dude, Zekken went big.
Always great to hear from Zekken.
Yeah,
there.
Filipinos
Of
are
course,
just actually the strongest gamers in the world, right?
Zelsis join us on the stage in just a little bit. Saw him signing some autographs back there.
PRX won. PRX looks really good. PRX looked really good.
We just saw talk about Sentinel's performance there because Mimi, they walk out of this one.
No, Zekken's. I like Zekken. I really like Zekken. Zekken's another player I want to see do really well.
Game for SEN. They've completed the hat trick now. All three Chinese teams beaten to start their
No,
run.
PRX played really well. For those who missed it, that's like a match worth going back and watching, just because it was really good Valorant, which is like not something you say very often for PRX, but they looked real good. Patman actually said he wanted to face second. Did he?
Yeah,
Well, he got his wish. Dude, Patman was very good today. Patman's impact really is through the roof.
But for now, though, I do want to touch a little bit on XLG.
I've been supporting Zekken for so long. Yeah, like I'm not an OG Zekken fan, but the OG Zekken fans, like you guys have been supporting him for a long time now.
Also, they had so many things working against them coming into this one.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing with a substitute player.
The prodigy.
Everyone on your roster is making
I
their
want to
global
see
game.
him like really
As a team, that's a lot of
eventually
pressure to
live
come under,
up to that
especially when you're
expectation
playing a
in
team like
full.
Sentinels,
Like I
brings
think
a lot of
obviously he's
energy
already
to the
done a
stage
lot,
and has
but
a ton of experience,
like
in
for him
that
to
way.
really
So, yeah, it was definitely a
cement
tough one
himself
for them,
globally.
and a lot of times
Zekken, I think that'd be a cool story.
Yeah, it was a tough one without a doubt. Of course, XLG, they'll have another.
They did technically beat RRQ. Yeah, and who called that? Who called the team secret win against RRQ?
Ready to go. Yes, we are. Zelsis is here.
Yeah, but my favorite wasn't Achilleos. Definitely wasn't Achilleos.
Yeah, well, first things first.
Hello, hello, hello! Can I get some noise in the house?
Zelsis.
Dude, all I'm going to say is this. Shave your head.
Hey, I'm back. It's the bulb.
Golden boy.
And look, while you may not be
Busio over Zelsis because Busio does trash talk during game, unlike Zelsis.
you're playing incredible out
Zelsis
there.
just switches to a good guy when he's losing.
This team on this stage and the journey you guys have gone through the Swiss stage up until now.
Yeah, but Zelsis' trash talk itself is already like it's more friendly though.
Roster was as long as we're progressing, we're doing right. I think for us, we
It's not like he like cops out.
but like we're like a consistent honeymoon. I think the vibes are immaculate. I think everyone's playing well.
Where's the honeymoon at, if you don't mind me asking?
Toronto.
Toronto.
I just couldn't understand why they picked Sunset. I mean,
it's just good.
honestly, considering they played the same comp on 2 maps, it could just be that they just have a limited map pool with Meaty coming in. I agree. I agree it's a bold pick, but
There's been a lot of talk about what the team did to improve
I mean, it could also just be a case of like you thought you figured it out. We've seen it before. We've seen it before.
that kind of failure in Thailand to now come back to another Masters?
Didn't work out very well.
I think for me,
Lucio is an aura death.
not like sad, but I just like wasn't mentally there fully in the
Oh
tournament.
my gosh.
For me, and I told myself I didn't
Yo,
want
a
any
second raid sideshow.
I'm just kind of, you know, just super hyped, super
yeah,
energetic with the
we
crowd.
don't.
It's amazing to be
I've
able to have
heard.
the home crowd to support us.
Egg chatters, I've heard.
The guys were all vibing even more.
I have no interest in knowing any further. Okay.
Focusing on having fun.
Zero. I have zero interest.
Practice, getting mad at each other if, like, mistakes
We do
things like
not
that.
need any butter overload. There's a reason I moved away from America. Trying to cut down on the butter out here. All right.
As long as we're running the setups, and as long as we're doing that, and we all remember them, then
We don't need to know. I do not need to know that he was dripping.
But it seems like it's been especially so at this event. Last time
How
we
many
got to play
subs to butter up?
in front of an NA crowd was like 2 years ago at Champions. So it's been a long
I mean, there
time
is a
to now
price for
come
everything,
back
Chad.
And get to have that opportunity again. How has that been? As someone like
I would probably butter up for like
it's definitely amazing.
for like 1,000 subs. I'd do it for 1,000 subs, chat.
Where we go, but like North America, I mean, it's different here. You know what I mean, like it's that energy that it feels that different. So I'm just having a great time.
You know, to focus
Sideshow's
on the
price was 1,000 too. No shot. No shot.
XLG picks you guys first. What did you guys think when you saw that? Were you like, wait a minute?
No. No, that's how far I've fallen. I called the same price as Sideshow.
Make of that, or did you just feel like it was going to be confidence?
Oh no.
I mean, it was going to be confidence no matter what. And
Oh
someone
no.
told me- I don't know if it was Kaplan, but someone told me their coach tweeted it was a dream that they picked us. I guess it's not
That
a dream. It's more like a
says so much about me. That says so much about me. I've really fallen from grace, chat. In my head, I was thinking 2, and I was like, no, I could probably do it for 1,000. This is how it begins. Oh no.
Just messing with you. Of course.
Oh, and in terms of my pick'ems, well, I too was a G2 believer. So, well, we're screwed over here, but it's okay because this is the only thing that really matters.
That jersey is
This is friggin' 40 points.
Shout out to the team for making that one. Let's
We're
actually
good.
go ahead though. Before we close things out, take a look at our playoff
We're good, we're good.
bracket. It's in the books here. Me,
Don't you worry
and
about it.
have our teams moving forward. PRX.
Don't you worry about it, chat. Fanatics winning Toronto.
Because it's kind of a weird team. Everyone
Listen,
always thinks they
EMEA
can
can't
shut them down
possibly be
easily.
a 0-team region.
G2's way in that
All right?
matchup.
You know, PRX.
They can't possibly be a 0-team region.
I love the guys there. I think they're a great.
They're
team.
at least a 1-team
but,
region.
You know, they can win a game very easily and give it right back very easily. So,
They're 100% in playoffs.
You know, it's going to be a fun series either way.
The PaperX belief paying off. Dude, Seth Achilleos being 12-0 is insane. Achilleos being 12-0 is actually insane.
Just raging on the mic or whatever.
I mean, depending on
That's the
how you
crazy
guys
part.
play, Kaplan's looking like that.
Okay, but now that the matches are over, chat, we actually have important. Wait, actually, more importantly, how did Bang do today?
You guys got ecoed. He took the
11 points. Okay.
That's so cute. He did. It was
Okay.
actually content. It was very well done. Well done.
8 points from Devi.
Look,
We're
guys,
doing all
we
right.
have plenty more matches still to come here.
What do you think the odds are that XLG beat G2 in the lower? I said it for PaperX. I'll say it again. 10%.
Are going to be taking the stage. Mimi, help me out with the other one because
10%.
RRQ is playing against Wolves.
That's my goat right there. Every single time clutching it up.
Klepto, YouTube just doesn't allow the links. I don't know if that's a setting I have to turn on, but I think you can try posting it, but I don't think it goes through.
Oh my, thank you so much.
Anyway, more importantly, chat, now that the matches are over, we got things to do. We got things to do. Chat, we need to download the update for Path of Exile. Okay? We need to open our POB. All right, everybody? Okay? Get ready to think and learn. I know it's hard to use your brains after what you've just seen from Sideshow's stream. But we got work to do. No, I don't see it. And YouTube, what we're going to do as I'm downloading this is I'm going to end this stream just so the VOD saves separately. That way I don't have to like change the titles back and forth. And then I'll start up a new stream for Path of Exile. So if you would like to stick around, we can still chat about VCT, or if you want to talk Path of Exile, then join us on the new stream. But all of us YouTubers, thanks for watching the watch party. And if you want to join us on the new stream, I'd love to see you there. So I'll see you guys in a bit. But for everyone on Twitch,